Tyson Compass. You must have some information about where Grace might be. I'd been arguing with members of the Trinity Coven for 20 minutes. 20 minutes I did not have to waste. So far they'd told me that they thought her family possibly moved to Oregon, or Chicago. Maybe even Canada. Basically they didn't have a damn clue. All supernaturals have to leave record of where they're moving. For magic users, that is with their coven and the council. I don't have time to scour through the council records, so I need you to tell me. Kat was a tall, leggy brunette, with skin as dark as a midnight sky, and eyes a startling green, like a foamy ocean swell. She sucked in a deep breath and furrowed her nose in my direction as she said, "Grace never told us anything. She left no record of her family's location. I mean, she left almost a decade ago, and even though she returned for that short time, she spent nearly all of it with your pack." A sense of desperation began to slowly claw its way up through my gut. That out-of-control feeling was back. As my unease grew, a part of me feared I would actually destroy the world we'd been working so hard to save, just to find my witch. Turning away, I slammed the door open and left the coven's central hut without another word. A surge of relief from all the witches inside followed me, which immediately raised my suspicions that they were hiding something. Of course, in the soup world, all the different races had their secrets and held them very close to their chests. Even as a council member, I could not command them to reveal information to me. Not without a very good reason. Which, at the moment, I didn't have. The sun was high as I strode back through Stratford. Classes were on for most of the young, and also some of the older soups who were still in specialized training. Technically, my brothers and I were in college still, but with all of our responsibilities we rarely made it to class. It didn't sit well with me that we were going to graduate early, without finishing the special classes. But again, there was not much I could do. Our job now was to run the American soups. There was no time for school. I glanced around as I crossed through the business section, technology stores, IT departments, gaming sectors. Keeping an eye out for anything amiss was becoming part of my daily routine. We received complaints and requests through a special mailbox and email server. Once a week we went through them all. This, for the most part, kept Stratford, and the rest of the American soups, running smoothly. But I also liked to keep an eye out as I made my way around. Our town was self-sustaining. The supernaturals who lived here ran businesses, grew food, engaged in trade, and rarely had to interact with humans or venture into their parts of the world. For those few things we couldn't procure magic ourselves, we used a specialized group of highly trained humans who kept our secrets for great reward. The guilds. I was starting to think I might have to turn to them for some other avenues of tracking Grace, through bank accounts and such. I'd already inquired through the Soup Prison network. Grace had not registered with any of those communities, which more than likely meant she was out of the soup world. So I might have to think like a human to find her. There had to be a clue out there to her whereabouts, and I wouldn't rest until I found it. Bypassing the front porch, I skirted the forest, hoping the trees would work their normal magic. Soothing me. I felt out of control. I was a magic user, for the most part, but apparently my brothers and I were not the pure-souled supernaturals we had believed. We were hybrids, and ever since we joined in the quad bond I'd been receiving a huge dose of shifter, fae, and vampire intermingling and changing my wizard magic. I was not dealing with it very well. Controlling myself like this was a new thing, and frankly, I was pretty much shit at it. Any news about Grace? The soft voice drifted over to me and I turned to find Misha on the back porch. With no effort I vaulted up over the railing to stand at her side. Her calm energy wrapped around me, and some of my anger inside eased. A few months ago Misha's presence would not have had this effect. I hadn't trusted her at all. But now, well, now she was a valued friend and member of our pack. One of my best friends, actually. Misha was petite, with hair as dark and shiny as a black diamond, turquoise eyes, and arms full of a tiny supernatural. She might have been one of my newer friends and packmates, but I adored the hell out of her. She made my brother happier than I'd ever seen him, and had been there for me a lot lately, helping me deal with my shit. I could barely remember our lives before she came into them. It's like she just dropped off the earth. I answered her previous question, frustration leaking out in my words. I held my arms out and Misha placed Lily, my niece, straight into them. I took care to cradle the baby's tiny head, calming even more as I cuddled the little girl. Closing my eyes for a beat, I breathed deeply, tucking Lily against my chest. She smelled of wild magic, nature, and energy. With her dark curls and blue eyes, she was one of the cutest little soups I'd ever seen, powerful and perfect. Supernaturals had been trying for years to figure out what would control us. Turned out tiny demanding babies would do the trick, like Lily, Evie, and Jackson. The last two were Jessa and Braxton's twins. Seeing Maximus and Braxton happily mated, settled, with young, it was enough for me to crave the same. I could have had it a long time ago had I not had my head up my ass when Grace first expressed her interest, but the timing had not been right back then. So I had pushed her away. Not ready to settle. I'd always known she was different, though. Her spirit had called to me, and I'd ignored it. The Stupid Asshole of the Year award was definitely mine. Misha leaned back against the railings I had built by hand a few years ago, and both of us stared out into the forest bordering the back of our house. She was waiting for me to elaborate on the Grace thing, so I tried to get my thoughts in order, starting with the most important part: I have to find her. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. I waited this long because of my promise, and because we got caught up in the Kristoff battle, but fuck, I should have gone after her the first day she left. I should have followed my instincts and made sure she was okay. Lily wiggled and I patted her back with gentle taps. I was now an expert at this maneuver. I'd had no choice but to learn quickly. Jessa was always dropping one of her twins into my arms while she tried to figure out how to shut the other one up. She got the loud children, Lily was quieter. I loved them all though, with a fierceness that took my breath away. Young had a way of doing that to you, capturing your soul and never letting go. Misha's pretty face creased in concern as she laid a hand on my bicep, instinctively offering comfort the way all shifters did, with touch. Can you feel her? Any mental connection? Try again. Misha was new to our world, and didn't fully understand the intricacies of the different race powers. She didn't understand that my power had subconsciously been reaching for Grace since she left, to no avail, that I had used all of the tricks up my sleeve to make sure she was okay. But, like her twin Jessa, Misha had a stubborn streak, hidden under a gentler nature, but there, and I could tell she expected me to try right now. I felt the corner of my lips quirk up as amusement trickled through me. I was surrounded by bossy women. Closing my eyes, I slowed my breathing to a deep rhythmic in and out, needing to calm my center before I connected to the vast crisscrossing ley lines of energy of the world around us. As a magic user, a wizard, my power was nature-based. Everything in nature contained energy. Particles that vibrate, heat that exists, that can be tapped into. I could sense the energy, and see the lines that powered the world. Wizards can tether their energy to the lines and absorb some of the power to use in spells. The ley lines were strong beneath Stratford, which was one of the reasons this area was initially used for the prison. As I connected, the hot pool of magic in my center absorbed energy from the ley line and I used it to boost my power. I didn't always have to use the lines, I had magic of my own, but if I wanted the most bang. Magic users are taught to use words, ancient and powerful, to guide their energy. The words don't create the spell, they're just to make sure your intentions for the spell are directed in the right way. Only a very well-trained mind can shape power without words. You need absolute focus. Even a lot of sorcerers, which I wasn't yet, had trouble with this. Reveliza Lockleyan. Grace Carter. Show me, I murmured, releasing my energy. It flung from me with force. I kept my focus strong. I needed to know she was okay. Grace. My mental shout echoed through my magic, and I felt the dark tinge to the energy. This spell was designed to find her general location, like, was she in the state of California? It wouldn't have been more accurate than that, but it should have told me she was alive, and somewhere in America. But there was nothing. I've been trying for over 2 months to trace her, I growled in Misha's direction, keeping my eyes closed as I searched fruitlessly. To assure myself that she's okay, without breaking my promise. But it's like she doesn't exist. At first I thought she was blocking me, somehow, but now I'm worried. There was a brief pause, before Misha asked, have you tried to find her while connected in the quad bond? Exhaling heavily, I opened my eyes. Yes, I tried with my brothers last week. When we joined, our soup energy increased exponentially, giving us an unprecedented level of power. How could she just disappear? I refused to believe she was dead. That wasn't even remotely an option. My magic flared within me, only Lily in my arms kept my energy from exploding. Misha made a sad noise, she liked Grace. Both of them had a calm aura, soothing to others. Soothing to me. I don't quite understand how the witch and wizard stuff works. Could you find any magic user if you wanted to? I shook my head, lifting Lily higher so she was resting against my shoulder. She started gurgling happily, excited to be able to see around. I can only get a general vibe if I know their energy well. Grace. I should be able to find her effortlessly. It should be stronger than any other. Except if she's not your true mate. That inner thought cut through me like a blade, deep and biting. It didn't matter how many times I reasoned with myself that true mate or not, I could choose Grace. I wanted the bond. I wanted it all. Misha's sadness deepened. I could sense the swirl of low, pressing energy around her. She was reacting to the disappointment that was surely clear on my face. Maybe Max will have an idea about how to find her. He was just in a meeting, but it's done now. He should be here in a minute. Her eyes glazed over for a moment and I knew she was mentally speaking to my brother. Somehow, through a beautiful quirk in fate, the sharing of our quad powers meant that Maximus had enough of Braxton's dragon shifter energy to be able to hear the thoughts of his mate. Which, generally, only dragon shifters were blessed with. Lucky bastards. Chilly vampire energy filtered up onto the porch. Maximus was closing in fast. His urgency was not a surprise. He hated being away from his mate and daughter. Which was understandable. It had barely been a month since a crazy sorcerer had almost destroyed us all. A smile tilted up Misha's lips, washing away her previous sadness. I'm glad you two got the mental connection. I imagine it brings a whole new dimension to the mate bond. A joining like that is special. The moment I spoke of their bond, Misha's face really lit up. Lily shifted in my arms, like she was reacting to her mum's happiness. The mental connection is the best thing I could have imagined. I thought I would hate the intrusion. The human-raised part of me rebels at the thought of someone being in my head. But with Max, it's perfect. Her tone softened as she added, I know you'll experience it one day. Grace is your true mate, Ty. I feel very strongly that this is true. We just need to get her back to Stratford, give the bond some time. Max's and mine wasn't instant. There was truth in what she said, and I loved her confidence, but it was hard for me to get on board with the hope stuff. Shit had been dark for a while now, after Larkspur, the Dragon King, and then Kristoff tried to destroy us. One crazy bastard after another had been attempting to take us out lately. It was probably to be expected. We were strong and powerful, and the youngest leaders of the Supernatural Council in America. But I could use a break from megalomaniacs for a while. Frustration rumbled out of me. I need to ascend to sorcery. I'm not strong enough. Maybe I need to be at my full power to be able to connect to Grace. Tendrils of sorcery energy had been filtering through my blood for weeks now. It was like a shark waiting for the right moment to destroy its prey, planning to shred through the wizard version of me and reform me as something else. Something truly formidable. I just wished it would hurry the hell up. Despite my many years communing with nature and the gods, I still needed to work on my patience. Heavy boot steps signaled the vampire in our midst. He stomped through the forest, launching himself up and over the railing to land on the back porch. He wasted no time scooping Misha up into his arms. With a shake of my head, I shifted Lily around so we were both staring out into the forest. Don't you worry, baby girl, Uncle Ty thinks your parents should get a room too. Preferably one we aren't in. Shut it, jackhole, Maximus growled as he stepped to my side, his mate tucked in under his arm. And give me my daughter. Now. Demanding, possessive asshole. Vampires and shifters were possessive in the worst kind of way, and did I blame him? Fuck no, I didn't. Lily was perfection. I would kill or die for our three young in a second, no thought, no hesitation. After leaning down to press my lips against her baby soft cheek, I handed her across to my brother. The second she was in Maximus' arms, his eyes darkened and the iciness of his aura softened, becoming almost warm. He wrapped her up tightly, she looked extra tiny pressed against him. As he kissed his way across her cheeks and down her nose, he said, "Hey, precious baby, Daddy missed you today." Lily chuckled and raised her arms toward him. I had no experience with children. Before this new onslaught of young in our pack, there had been very few babies around us. But I was pretty sure Lily was smashing through the milestones for her age. Barely a month old and she laughed, reached for things, rolled over, even lifted her head up and looked around. Jackson and Evie were the same. Hell, those kids were practically crawling. But since they were the first natural-born dragon shifters, everyone pretty much expected they would take over the world by the time they were toddlers. We'd been told the twins would be the most powerful of all supes, able to control the 4 races. And they could be good or evil. Of course, if they went evil, they would have to go through their mother first, and no one, absolutely no one, got one over Jessa LeBron. She would keep them in line if it was the last thing she ever did. When Maximus finished greeting his mate and daughter, he turned to me. You heading out of Stratford soon? Going after the healer. Misha had filled him in already, and it was nice not to have to repeat myself. His voice lacked judgment, or opinion, but through our quad connection I sensed he didn't want me to go. He was worried. It would probably be a long time before any of us were okay with letting each other out of our sight. Too much death, too many enemies. Yep, I've already waited too long. I felt the fire of Braxton's energy moments before he stepped out into the porch, Jessa's lighter footsteps following him. Their twins were not with them, but I could hear cooing from inside, and it wasn't hard to guess what was happening. The 2 sets of grandparents, and Nash, our new little brother, would be in there. All 5 of them were obsessed with the babies. Jonathan and Leander LeBron, and Mum and Dad, rarely let their grandbabies out of their sight. Nash, despite being held captive his entire life in Stratford Prison, was one of the most gentle souls I'd ever come across. The babies adored him, and he adored them back just as fiercely. Jessa crossed the wooden porch and wrapped her arms around me, pressing close as I returned her embrace. She was a badass in almost all ways, but her heart was pure gold. She loved deeply, without limits. Just don't take her cake and she'd always have your back. You're leaving, Ty. Do you think it's safe? We can come with you. I kissed the top of her head. Yeah, I'm leaving, and no, you don't have to come with me. You have Rugrats and responsibilities here. Some of the council should try and stick around the town for a while. Jessa's eyes turned from sapphire to a dark, murky color, and I remembered where she'd just been. Any change in Louis? Her face fell, nose crinkling as she let out a breath. Nope, not a single freaking change. I've tried everything I could think of. I yelled at him today, for 5 minutes straight. Still no response. Louis was one of the most powerful sorcerers alive. He had been unconscious since defeating Christoph, the demon-touched sorcerer. He risked his life to save ours and was now living in a state of semi-consciousness. He was still there, but at the same time he wasn't. I had been concerned since the first night, but now I was seriously worried. We all took turns sitting with him, hoping one of us would figure out a way to bring him back. My frustration at that was almost as strong as my frustration about Grace. I was failing all over the place recently. We need to do something, I said, my words clipped with worry. We might have to look outside our pack for help. Louis was a private man, but we'd done everything we could think of. This was beyond us. Braxton wrapped his arms around Jessa, pulling her back into him. Her distress was enough to have his dragon peeking out. You're right, this is beyond our knowledge. Who is second to Louis in power? We all took a moment to think it over. The power scale changed quite rapidly in our world. Well, except for the top spot, Louis had been sitting smug there for many years. Someday I'd best him, I had no doubt of that, but not this way. I would do anything to bring him back to full strength. I didn't want to win like this. Marco and Elizabeth are 2 of the more powerful, I decided. Marco, from Wales in the United Kingdom, had taught a sorcery class here in Stratford. Massive monster of a man, he would have been more suited as a bear shifter, but somehow managed to be both graceful and nimble as a spellcaster. Elizabeth, a tiny blonde pixie of a sorceress, lived in America somewhere. She was in her late 100s, and had grown weary of the supernatural world, so she chose to live with humans. I'll put a call out to them, Braxton said, focusing his full attention on Jessa. He released her waist long enough to reach up and cup her face in his hands. It's going to be okay. Louis is a tough bastard, he won't let that demon keep him down. He might just need a little help. Jessa swallowed roughly and I could see how rigid her body was. Louis was like a brother to her, and she blamed herself for his condition. All of us considered him an extended member of our pack. Even me, despite my need to beat his ass at everything to do with magic. As a single tear escaped to run down Jessa's cheek, yellow flickered strongly in Braxton's eyes. Rumbles rocked his chest, his dragon was unhappy. Jessa tilted her head back to meet the gaze of her much taller mate, and then startled us all when she let out a yelp. Josephina, shit, she said she would ask around and find out about Louis. We need to go to Ferry and find her. Josephina used to be bonded to Jessa, but through a sacrifice, was now residing in the Dragon Queen's body. She had inherited all knowledge from the Queen, and control of the dragons, making her our best chance of helping Louis. Misha straightened from where she was leaning against Maximus. Do we have to go into Ferry though? Is there a way to contact her from here? Jessa shook her head, black hair dancing across her shoulders. No, there's no easy way to communicate between our worlds, and her visits are always random. There's literally no way for me to contact her except by heading to her. Braxton's chest was still rumbling when he said, it's dangerous there. Even if you're only in Ferry for a day, you'll be gone from the twins for weeks. I think it's best if I go alone. Jessa stepped back and I knew she was about to rip Braxton a new one. There was nothing she hated more than being overprotected. Unfortunately for her, that's just how compasses were wired. We protect what is ours. Her impending tirade was cut short by the appearance of her mother in the doorway, Evie in her arms. She wants her mama, Leander said to Jessa. Jessa's eyes locked on her daughter, and if love had a look, it was written all over the wolf shifter's face. Warmth, adoration, awe, she was a total goner. Lunging across the porch, Jessa gathered her baby up, snuggling her into her chest, breathing in Evie's scent. Her eyes closed and contentment replaced her previously tense features. When she opened her eyes again, she faced Braxton. You're right, I won't leave them alone or unprotected while they're so vulnerable. She again rested her head against Evie's soft blonde hair, letting out a heavy sigh. Most importantly, I don't want to leave them. It would break my heart. Her gaze went very still. Predatory. I don't want you to go without me, but we also can't let Louis waste away. I interrupted then. Jake and I will go to Ferry. Neither of us have mates or children to leave behind. We're the perfect choice. Just give me a few days to find Grace first. And hopefully convince her to forgive me. Then I'll be free to go after Josephina. Jacob would be cool with the plan. He was always up for an adventure. I'm going to hit the Grace search now. Hopefully have it all wrapped up by the end of this week. Lily was now asleep against Maximus's shoulder, he was patting her back. With a bit of luck, by the time you find Grace, Louis will be awake, the vampire said. We'll still speak to those powerful magic users. They might give us something to work with. I nodded. Yes, that would be the best option, but if that doesn't happen, I will go into Ferry. Louis saved our lives, we owe him every effort. Braxton didn't say much more, but he also didn't look particularly thrilled by this new plan. He liked to deal with the dangerous tasks, he was overprotective of us all. I wasn't worried. I just needed to make sure Grace was okay. I'd lose my mind if that didn't happen soon. Then I would focus on Louis. The powerful sorcerer and I might not have always seen eye to eye, but I knew without any doubt that if I was in trouble, he would figure out how to help me. It was time for me to do the same for him. Grace Carter. Darkness was not something I had ever feared. Fear of the dark is really just fear of the unknown, and even as a young child my senses were strong enough to always know what was lurking out there. My mum used to tell me that most monsters were no match for my magic, and I had believed her. Her advice had never let me down, until now. For the past 68 days, 14 hours, 25 minutes, and some seconds in change, I had been cut off from all energy. Trapped in a world of darkness and pain, I sat and waited for my inevitable death. Because there was only so much a body could take, and mine was nearing its limit. A door slammed at the top of the stairs and I straightened. It's too soon. It had only been 4 days, I think, since my last bout of torture. The visits had been very regular. I roughly marked days across the wall, and each visit was about 6 days apart. What had changed? For the first time in weeks, a zing of fear cut through the numbness in my chest. What were they bringing for me today? The first pricks of light burned my eyes. I was so used to darkness now that it was painful to adjust to the beams of illumination. I shifted around on the hard slab of wood that was my bed. I had one thin sheet to cover myself, and it was cold down here. I also only got one pathetic meal a day, and weekly tortures, which apparently was all done to keep me weak. They were also using a blocker to subdue my energy and powers. They had succeeded brilliantly, I was the weakest I had ever been. But I had not broken yet. Which, granted, was a little surprising. I generally didn't frolic in the world of strong emotions. A side effect, no doubt, of my many years being homeschooled. I was the indoors, read a book, do a puzzle type of witch. I did not fight back. I did not fight at all, really. But my time here had changed me. My body might be weak, but the rest of me was going to hold on to the bitter end. Standing, as I always did when they approached, I held my head high. I might not be the fiercest soup, but I could pretend for as long as I could still stand. As I straightened, the ache in my back exploded, the new wave of pain, sharp and fresh. The healing was taking longer and longer after each interrogation. But since there was nothing I could do about it, I forced the pain down, then widened my stance and clenched my fists at my sides. On instinct, I reached for my magic, whilst also searching for the ley lines. I found nothing but an echoing empty space in both places. Two distinct and different sets of footsteps were clomping toward me. I recognized both. The heavy thumping pair was son of a bitch. I refused to call him by anything other than that now, the nickname coming about during one of his sessions. Sob had a real creative flair with a carving knife. I had screamed over and over during my first round of torture. Since then I'd locked my pain down, no speaking or screaming. I would give 'em no more satisfaction. I focused on the one place they had yet to break, my mind. In there I was with my family, my true family, not these monsters. In the 2 months I had been held captive, I had learned very little about why I was here. They kept saying they needed to release something from within me. Considering I was just an ordinary healer witch, I was pretty sure they were wrong. Good morning, sunshine. How's my favorite cousin today? The second set of footsteps, lighter and nimbler, belonged to Trevor, my blonde-haired, blue-eyed, evil demon of a second cousin. That asshole was definitely on my kill list. A spiral of darkness spilled across my mind, and with it came some very bad thoughts. This darkness had been growing stronger with each cut and bruise. Maybe the darkness was what they wanted to release. Or maybe it was a product of what they had done to me. Either way, I was really past caring. The flickering lantern that Sob held cast shadows across the small cell I was in. In the early days I'd looked around as much as I could when they brought the light, but now I knew everything. I was in a basement, tiny, caged off. It held the plank of wood, and a toilet. Which was the only thing about this place I was grateful for. Hoping for your cooperation is clearly not working, so we're moving on to phase 2. Trevor continued to bore into me with his unnatural navy blue eyes. The shade was so flat. Or maybe it was that his eyes were dead. Like his soul. His declaration was the most worrying though. They had been going easy on me. I had scars and burns and holes littering my body. I'd been broken and beaten and smashed in so many pieces that my body no longer felt like my own. Sure, those things had all healed. Physically at least. But the emotional and mental damage was far from gone. If I wasn't from a strong witch line, I might have died from some of the torture. But hey, there was still time for that, right? Especially since they were upping it. Trevor stepped back then, lantern in hand. Sob opened the door and gave me a single wave, as if to say, after you. I did not move. Sob let out a loud exhalation, and for the first time today spoke, you don't have to do this the hard way every single time. The end result is the same, so why must you add even more pain to your day? I was gritting my teeth so firmly they felt like they were cracking under the pressure, my nails had drawn blood in my palms from being clenched so tightly. The muscled wizard took a step closer, lunging for me. I was sluggish and weak, but I already knew his tells. I knew how he moved. I got in a decent punch to his throat and a slash of my nails across his face before he wrapped his arms around me. He squeezed tightly, his breath wheezing near my ear. I had marked him this time, which gave me a small sense of triumph. I would continue to fight him until there was no other option, when I was dead. Usually at this point I was chained to the bars on the door, but this time, Sob strode out of the room, and with just the small light leading the way, we moved along a hall of sorts and then toward a set of stairs. I remained strapped across the taller mage's front, held by two powerful arms, my bruised and ripped up back screaming at me in pain. My ribs had been broken during the last torture and still weren't fully healed. My feet were dangling, so I struggled, kicking out with as much strength as I could muster. I had to try, now more than ever. This was the best opportunity I'd had in 2 months to escape. I was actually out of the cage, not chained up. The grip around my chest tightened. I panted and thrashed, dark spots dancing in front of my eyes with a sudden onslaught of light. In different circumstances, I might have cried as I glimpsed my first rays of sunlight in weeks. My first glimpse of anything to do with nature. I was a witch, we stood regularly with our Mother Earth and communed. But my tear ducts had dried up long ago and now I was empty. My focus remained locked on the trickles of light, though, following the small dancing beams. In that moment it hit me hard. While I had been locked down in this basement, the rest of the world had continued to turn. People I loved were out there right now with no idea what had happened to me. My cousin's favorite taunt was about no one coming to save me, but those jibes didn't hurt me. I had made sure no one would search. I had asked, no, demanded space. A decision I'd regretted at least 1,000,000 times since I walked away from Tyson. Tyson Compass. For the first time in a long time a real flare of emotion rocked me, leaving my chest and lungs aching as I tried to wheeze in another breath. It had always been like that with him. Too much emotion, too strong, a great potential for happiness, but an even greater one for heartbreak. My eyes still burned, but as I turned from the light I realized we were in a familiar, well-lit room. No, I had never seen anything but the basement, but I knew this room. I knew exactly where I was. Outside the large bay windows was an expanse of green meadow I had played in hundreds of times as a child. I was at my grand's house, where I had been heading when I was kidnapped. Trevor was solemn as he tilted his head back to face me. Don't bother to call for help, the entire house is magically sealed. No sound in or out. No magical powers in or out. This is a dead zone. The two men moved fast through the house. Everything was open and well lit, Grand's polished timber floors shining brightly, skylights and windows letting in all the natural sunlight. She had new curtains, with bright purple roses patterned across them. It was the complete opposite of my dungeon in the basement. Hell, with a slice of heaven above. I was trying not to think too hard on where they were possibly leading me. Or where my grandparents might be. Had Trevor hurt him too? I briefly considered breaking my mute standoff. Maybe I could goad Trevor into doing something stupid, or giving me some information, but every time I opened my mouth nothing came out. Part of me knew that if I made even a single noise, I would just start screaming and never stop again. The rage and pain and hurt inside of me was a real thing, dark and stormy, just waiting for an outlet. The darkness grew in my mind again, and I tried to calm down. I sensed that if that pit of murky tendrils got out of control, I would lose something very important. Like myself. My eyes were fluttering like crazy as the light burned them. Weak and tired, I wouldn't last much longer in this state, but I also couldn't give up. Not now that I knew my family might be in trouble. The hallway wound through the lovely home. I'd imagined living here one day. After I'd finally given up on the dream of the log cabin by the Stratford Forest. The Compass Cabin. Tyson and I could just never get our timing right, and now I had no hope for a future with him. No hope in general, just a burning desire to enact revenge and figure out what had happened to my family. This was what kept me fighting. They dragged me to the sunroom at the back of the house. There were two people standing against the windows, sunlight streaming in across them. I had more than one question answered in that moment. A scream built up in my throat and it took everything inside of me not to let it loose. God, no. I suddenly knew exactly what this new form of torture was going to entail, and frankly I would not survive it. My mum's gaze met mine from across the room. Joy Carter was magically bound across her wrists and ankles, her beautiful icy blue eyes locked on me, large and shiny, the way they looked when she was about to cry. My lips trembled and my body shook as I strained to get to her. Behind her was my gran. My father's mother. Yeah, she was not in trouble at all. She had set this entire thing up. Fury rocked through me, greater than I had ever felt in my life as I glared at her, fighting against sob. I should have known. It had been a cryptic call from my grandmother, something about important family news, that had made me run from Stratford. I'd been ordered to come straight home as it was a life and death situation. I jumped on the first flight, and before I even made it out of the private soup airport, I was ambushed, hit with stunning magic of some kind, and the next thing I knew I was waking up in my torture chamber. I thought this was all on my cousin, that he'd lost his mind thinking I had some special magic in me. I was wrong. Trevor was the lackey. Gran was the instigator. She stepped forward, dragging my mother with her. Hello there, Grace. She sounded like Gran, a cold, deadly version. Her dark eyes did not twinkle as they had when I was young. They were lethal and predatory. Grace, she repeated. There was something slimy about the way she said my name, so many dark and shadowy undertones. It was like staring into the face of the devil and knowing they were here for you, to punish you. She took a step closer, a smile brushing up the corners of her cheeks. She was old, even for a soup, so there were fine lines and gray hairs starting to show. Are you ready to help us, Grace? You're an adult now. Your energy is beginning to wake. God, I wished she'd stop saying my name. Every time, a chill ran down my spine. I didn't reply. My eyes were locked on my mother, who looked frantic. She opened and closed her mouth, but since no sound emerged, they must have silenced her. Somehow Gran was getting around the magic blocker. I will give you one last chance, Evil Gran said. One last chance to be part of a revolution. You hold the key to a lot of power. Teferi. You can choose a side, dark or light. My head swiveled in her direction, and Sob's arms tightened around me. I'd half forgotten he still held me. This was the first time she had mentioned Fairy, which would have been a huge information breakthrough, except I still had no idea what she was talking about. How could a dying world, one that had a mass evacuation of soups from it many years ago, hold anything she wanted? And what the hell did it have to do with me? Dark and light. Ah, that was a no-brainer. Those thoughts fled my mind as Gran let out a chuckle, a deep rasp of breath that gave me those same chilling sensations. She was about to make both mine and my mum's lives hell. You've left me no choice, Grace. If your father was here, he would agree with what I'm about to do. Where is my father? Grandpa. I wanted to shout at her, ask all the questions, but there was no time. Swiftly, she held a knife against my mother's cheek. I struggled harder, fighting the brute holding me captive. Silent screams racked my body, my voice refusing to emerge even though there was so much pain inside of me that it would eventually have to go somewhere. Darkness burst across the back of my eyes, like ink running in rivulets through my mind and into my blood, as the ruin-carved blade slid into my mum's flesh without any resistance. I could do nothing but fight and stare while my Gran carved an intricate path of destruction across her cheeks. Red bloomed bright against the golden sheen of skin, dripping down to spatter across the tiled floor. You can stop this, Grace. All you have to do is give me what I want. She refuses to speak. I don't think she knows how to give it to you, Gran. Trevor seemed frustrated, his words short and clipped. But he did have one thing right. I had absolutely no idea what she wanted from me. If it was in my power to give her anything, I would, to save my mother. Gran took a step closer to me. I recoiled as far as I could, slamming my head into Sob's chest. The energy she was rocking vibrated against my own and lifted all the hairs on my body. The deadening spell on this house was doing nothing to hide her darkness, and the darkness that had been within me for weeks now wasn't worried about Evil Gran. If anything, it seemed to like her. Grace just needs a little visual encouragement, Gran said to Trevor. The power is within her. We know this to be true. Those ice bastards might have figured out how to hide it, how to banish us, but they couldn't get rid of it altogether. So now all we have to do is figure out the key to unlocking it. I really wished crazy people would stay at home, keep their insanity to themselves, and not bother the rest of us. Be great if they didn't breed also, but since I wouldn't be here without her, I might have to shelve that wish. When she was done monologuing, Gran went back across the room and proceeded to slice the other side of my mother's face. I hung limply across the arms of my captor, completely spent of all energy. Well, almost all. The darkness inside of me, swirling hot and stormy, filling me, infiltrating every part of my essence, felt scary, untamed, and completely out of my control. Unable to look away any longer, I met my mother's eyes again, hoping she knew how sorry I was that this was happening to her. The moment our gazes clashed, she smiled. I had seen that look many times in my life and I knew exactly what she would say to me if she could talk. This was not my fault. I wished I could believe that. She trembled as more deep cuts were swirled across her skin, Gran grinning as she slipped the knife lower and lower, grazing her jugular, moving down her collarbone. My energy pulsed, the shadows dancing. Each press of the knife could be my mum's last. Even if we hadn't been in this magical dead zone, those wounds would take a long time to heal. I recognized the blade. It was from our family treasury, forged by Fey blood in the land of Fairy. It was rumored to be able to kill any magical creature. My body started to heat and pulse in time to whatever magic remained inside of me. The darkness that had been building within me was also renewing my witch energy. Making a split-second decision, I struck out at Sob, who had let his guard down. 2 hits into his carotid artery and I was able to slip free, tumbling roughly to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and charged straight for Gran, who also had not been expecting the attack, slamming into her, knocking my mum out of the way. Gran and I smashed through the glass wall behind us. I felt and ignored the cuts as we landed hard on the ground and Gran let out a huff of air. Most of my new wounds didn't bother me, but a particularly hot pulse of agony in my right arm drew my attention. Holy shit! The Fey blade was sticking out of my shoulder. As soon as I realized it was there, the throbbing took over my skin, filling me with an energy I did not know or understand. Or so I thought. Apparently my own magic knew this energy very well. Both powers collided, and I felt a rush of light and strength like no other. Some of the shadows receded, and for the first time screams echoed from my throat. I arched my back and threw my head side to side as I fought against the pain and pressure. My skin tightened, and it felt like I was actually going to explode and release all of the energy pounding within me. A chill stole over me, my veins filled with ice, tingles ran up and down my spine. This icy energy latched onto the shadows and pushed them even farther down, until they were nothing more than a mere sliver of darkness in the pit of my being. I felt like I should be freezing, my temperature had plummeted, but instead there was a sense of invigoration about me. I was free. I was still on top of my grandmother, holding her down, so even though her chuckles were low and breathless, I could hear them with ease. I knew you just needed a little inspiration, she said through those bursts of laughter. I wasn't a fighter, my skills were in healing and the gentler art form of magic. I could commune with nature, soothe wild animals, breathe life back into those who were almost gone, but never had I been one to choose violence. Until now. My fist crashed into the older sorcerer's face, all of the magic inside of me giving the hit an extra burst of strength. A circle of red, and then blue, lit up her wrinkled cheek, and there were small flakes of ice left behind when I drew my fist back. Shadows darted up through me again, the darkness liked my violent streak. I felt their satisfaction, which would have normally scared me, but I was done with being a victim. I would embrace my dark side if it meant escaping and saving my mum. I hit my gran again, and her laughter cut off as her head lolled to the side. Voices behind me grew louder and I knew I only had seconds to get back up to defend myself before I would be attacked. Rolling to the side and standing, I wrapped both hands around the hilt of the knife still firmly lodged in my shoulder. The second I touched it the pulsing increased, and my breath gasped out in icy fogs of air. Clenching my jaw, I fought through the black spots dancing across my vision, and counting to 3 in my head, sucked in a deep breath and yanked that bitch right out of my arm. Or attempted to at least. The blade was sharp, but serrated along the lower half, and there was more than a little resistance as I tried to pull it free. The footsteps closed in, and panic warred with my adrenaline. I pulled harder. Just when I was about to give up and leave it there, it finally slid free from my shoulder. Blood poured from the wound, but I did nothing but give it a cursory glance before I gripped the knife in a fighting stance, my hands slippery with blood. Focusing on Trevor, the ice in my chest, which almost felt like fire as it burned through me, started trickling out through my body and into my limbs. Drawing on all the training I'd ever had, I used my new frosty power and released it in one blast toward my cousin and Sob, both of whom were circling me. I had no words to direct specifically, only pure energy with a single thought: destroy them. A huge beam of light washed across the yard, so strong and bright that I could see nothing before me, not even the house. There were shouts as my cousin and Sob tried to figure out if they should attack or flee. It sounded as if they were blind. Wasting no time, I headed toward the house, or where I thought it was. I needed to get to my mum. Before I could reach the building, though, the light faded from my fingertips and the world came into clear and sharp clarity. Most of the frostiness from within me was gone, but I still felt an icy fire residing in my center. I immediately looked for my attackers. What the hell? I blinked a few times, trying to figure out what I was seeing. Everything was frozen. My gran was half up off the ground, her face in a haggard scowl. My cousin and Sob were about 5 feet from me, arms out in an attack pose. I had not managed to blast them away unfortunately, but they were covered in a thin layer of frost, which seemed to be holding them in stasis. That wasn't the weirdest part of it either. Where my mother had been standing was now a swirling portal of energy, pretty much filling the sunroom. My mum was gone. My legs shook as I took a step closer to the house, desperately trying to understand what my magic had just done. Mum, my whispered shout was barely audible. I might have actually forgotten how to use my voice in all the time I'd been suppressing it. My bare feet crunched through the shattered glass littering the green lawn, adding a few more injuries to my broken body. I'd done a real number on the windows when I'd tackled Gran. I hadn't thought I'd hit her that hard, but somehow I'd blown out the entire wall to land both of us about 50 yards away. At least now I knew why it took my cousin so long to get to me. When I finally reached the house, there was still about a meter of brick on the bottom of the wall, so I used it to hoist myself up into the sunroom. A quick glance over my shoulder reassured me that whatever magic had frozen my captors was still in full effect. I had time to examine the swirling mass of white sparkling energy that had somehow appeared in this room. I had a sneaking suspicion that this, along with the frozen assholes, were products of the blade still clutched in my hand. This was not my normal energy, so I could only assume I'd borrowed from the magic of this weapon. I kept about 3 feet between me and the powerful portal. Its energy smashed against mine, or more accurately, called to mine, which had that ice at my center expanding again, as I tried to see if my mother had been knocked down somewhere close by. "Mum," I tried again, my voice still a rasp. I stepped a little closer, but I couldn't see her anywhere, or feel her energy. She must have fallen through the portal. I debated with myself, should I get help or just go straight after her? It was hard to know what to do. I was in no condition at all to be saving anyone. I could barely put one foot in front of the other. But it was my mum. I couldn't leave her. Wiping my clammy hands across the filthy rags of clothes I'd been wearing for weeks, I sucked in one deep fortifying breath, lifted my leg, and slid it into the silver. A heat, almost too much to bear, mostly due to the chill in my body, engulfed it. I hesitated, hovering in the portal, one leg in and the rest of me out. Just as I was bracing myself to make the final step, someone grabbed me from behind and yanked me back, away from the portal. Away from my mother, into the arms of the bastards who had been doing their best the last few weeks to completely destroy everything that I was. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" Trevor looked a combination of annoyed and ecstatic. He shivered, glaring at me. "What did you freeze us with?" I had no idea, and I wouldn't tell him even if I did. He smiled, a broad grin, and a quiver of fear hit me. He kept a tight grip on my left arm as he dragged me back across the broken glass toward the other 2 magic users standing silently, waiting. I fought him, but he was strong and determined and I was quite injured. Blood still dripped down my arm from the knife wound, peppering the ground as we walked. The blade was no longer in my hand. Shit, I must have dropped it when he grabbed me. Looked like I would be facing him weaponless. In all of my 25 years, I had never seen my gran look as happy as she did right then. Her grin was broad, black eyes sparkling, cheeks rosy. I continued struggling, but I was no physical match for my cousin, and within seconds I stood between the 3 of them. Gran, who was a couple of inches shorter than me, patted me on my cheek. For a second there it had almost looked like warmth flashed across her eyes, but the moment she opened her mouth I knew I was mistaken. "Thank you for all of your assistance, my dear. This is exactly what I needed from you." She gave my cheek one last pat, shifting around to face Trevor. "We need her locked back in the basement until I find him. Once I make contact, I'll know how to find the others, and then we can destroy the cage." Her eyes flicked across to Sob. "Get rid of the witnesses." Apparently, Sob's usefulness had just run out. In a blink of an eye Trevor pulled out a sword from a spine sheath. It was the length of his arm, and he must have had it magically disguised. I'd never seen him use it before. He preferred to be more hands-on with his torture. Sob let out a curse and was reaching for his own weapon when my cousin whipped his sword around, cutting clean through his neck. The Major's head, still wearing a look of absolute shock, bounced across the green lawn. I wasted no time caring. His death was no loss to the world, and more importantly I was about to go back in my cage. There was no way Trevor was taking me down without a fight. His blade glowed with a vibrant blue flame. It was spelled with Eridi, magic that enhanced our fighting skills and increased the strength of our weapons. Seemed this magic dead zone had a few chinks in its armor. My ice blast had worked, so did spells on objects. Which gave me hope that I would find another chink to manipulate for my freedom. At this point, the energy inside was just a small nub of ice, that seemed to have settled permanently into my center. At least it appeared the ice was keeping that inky darkness at bay, almost like the 2 energies were opposites, and neither wanted to be where the other was. I really should have taken the time to question what was happening within my magic center, but Trevor had all of my attention. He turned to me as Gran strode away, heading right for the silvery portal. When my cousin opened his mouth, no doubt to start bragging, I slammed my knee right up into his groin. He must have seen it coming, because he twisted his body slightly and I missed a direct hit, but I still clipped his thigh, doubling him over. Dredging up every memory of sparring classes, in a move which was a Jesse LeBron signature, I swung my leg around and cracked him in the head. It was easy as he was still half hunched over. His sword clattered across the lawn, resting about 10 feet from us as he sprawled to his side. I didn't waste a second, turning to sprint after Gran. Footsteps pounded behind me. Shit, ass, shit. Trevor was already up and hurtling toward me. I had not expected to hurt him a lot, he was much bigger and more powerful than me, but was a bit of a head start, too much to ask. He caught me before I made it another 5 steps, pulling hard on the arm with the knife wound, and I used that momentum to swing my left elbow into his jaw, clocking him with enough force that my arm went numb. Now both arms were useless. You fucking bitch, I was going to give you a break and put you back undamaged, but now I think I'll take my time with you. Holding me in place, he cocked his elbow and jabbed me hard in the face. I saw stars for a second, managing to shake it off in time to see another straight shot coming right for me. It slammed into my cheek with enough force to break bones, and I was launched backwards. My head slammed to the hard ground and darkness burst behind my eyes. My head immediately began to throb. A heavy weight landed across me, rough hands tore at my clothing. What in the hell? He was going to rape me. As I had that thought, he ripped through my cotton shirt to expose the dirty white bra beneath. His eyes locked on my breasts and he let out a low whistle. Let's have a little fun before I lock you away. His hand covered my mouth as I opened it to scream. He then leaned in very close and whispered, after all, we're only second cousins, and you have a decent enough body. Billa burned my throat as my stomach rebelled. If I had any food in my gut I would have vomited, but all I could do was scream and heave as I fought his hold, to no avail. Nothing I did made any difference. He had me pinned, his hands strong and his body heavy. Lips trailed down my collarbone, heading toward my breasts. He removed his hand from my mouth so he could grip my struggling body. Don't make me knock you out, he warned. I like the girls I take to be awake. I like the fear. It makes me feel powerful. I'm going to kill you, I said, and for the first time there was no rasp in my voice. I searched for the energy within me again, and the ice responded, but sluggishly, like it was being suppressed again. The dark tendrils felt intrigued. Maybe even excited. I didn't like that darkness. Trevor pressed his lips hard to mine. I opened my mouth to bite him, hoping to rip half his face off, but he lifted his head before I could. Smile for me, pretty girl. In a few minutes you'll be back in your cage, so enjoy this. Minutes, I scoffed, bravado trying to rear its head. His scowl was back, and I jerked my head to avoid the hard slap. It clipped my cheek, then his hands were on my pants, fumbling with the buttons. I continued to fight and buck, desperation joining the nausea. I was not above calling for help. I started praying to the gods, to my family, to anyone who would listen. I thought of and called for Tyson, for the wizard who owned my heart and soul, the wizard who had caused me pain, but who had also given me more joy and hope than I ever expected. I called for my chosen mate. Tyson, please hear me. I am so sorry. I should never have left you. My silent lament echoed out into the world, into the bond I had always felt but had never been able to touch. I let his arrogant, gorgeous face drift across my mind. That tousled auburn hair, eyes that with this delicious mix of gold and tawny could tear me to pieces with just one look. If this was my last moment, I would spend it with him. My cousin could take a lot from me, but he could not take that. Tyson Compass. Some days I wonder how humans have managed to make it this far without completely perishing as a species. My growled assertion had Jacob shaking his head, an amused grin tipping up the corners of his mouth. But I knew he agreed with me. Humans were a waste of oxygen. Jacob leaned forward in his chair. They're certainly doing their best to wipe themselves out. Both of us were wedged uncomfortably into the 2 small chairs, our legs pushing the table back. I was about a minute from losing my shit completely, the angry energy inside of me growing and none of my usual tricks were working to calm it. How fucking long does it take to find an address? My guild contact worked for one of the top police departments in New York City. He had already supplied me with one address for Grace's parents, which turned out to be a dead end. Now he was looking into her other family. She'd mentioned grandparents. They had visited him a lot when she was younger. I remembered her disappearing most summers. It's only been 2 days since we started looking, Ty. I'm sure Grace is okay. Jacob was doing nothing to reassure me. If anything, he was making it worse. Swells of magic rose within me, and this time it felt even stronger than the last. My patience was running out. Jumping to my feet, I started pacing around the office. Thankfully, before I did something really stupid, like blast this room into tiny little pieces of brick and mortar, the door opened and Tony re-entered. "Sorry for keeping you." The information was buried deeper than I expected. He didn't sit. He slid a folder across to Jacob, before turning to me. He flinched just slightly as our gazes met, barely perceptible, but I could still tell we made him uncomfortable. Had he not been such an experienced officer, with many years of service and training with the guilds, no doubt he would not have been as contained. "They're in Wisconsin. Prairie Farm, Wisconsin, to be exact. There are rumors in the area of possible criminal activities going on at Grace's grandparents' farm. It's strange, though. The family had years without a complaint, and then suddenly there have been a dozen or more in the last 6 months. Explosions, fires, vandalism. So far the local authorities have been unable to prove anything, but the timing is suspicious." I exchanged a glance with Jacob. He was wearing his usually overly groomed facade, not a hair out of place. Typical Faye. I could tell he wasn't worried about a few fires or explosions. I wasn't worried for us either, but for Grace I was terrified. Tony continued, "I really don't think it's a good idea going in there blind. Give me a few days and I can reach out to my friends in that state. Get more information." I shook my head, already turning for the door. "Don't worry about us. Thanks for your help." Giving him a final nod, Jacob and I left the building. Once we were back in the SUV, Jacob flipped open the top of the file, positioning it so that both of us could see inside. Bunched in a small bundle were photos, and as soon as Jacob spread them out across the cardboard folder, my blood heated and I lost control of my magic. Streetlights above us shattered, raining small pieces of glass across the windshield. "We need to get there right now," I growled, and for some reason my hands felt tingly, like I was holding a spell within them, though I wasn't. He flipped the folder closed again, covering up the photos of a dozen or so cows dead on their sides, with ancient diagrams carved into their flesh. Classic symbols of dark magic. With supreme effort, I reined my energy back in, but the tingling in my hands remained. Heat flared off Jacob as he shifted into drive and hit the gas. The fire element of his Fey power wanted to burst free, just as my magic had done. He didn't burn us to a crisp though, so he was holding it together slightly better than me. He bit out each word as he took a corner too fast. "It would take us days to drive there. We're going to need a step through." For this sort of magic we usually relied on Louis, but since he wasn't around to help, it was going to have to be up to me. "Let's go somewhere a little more private and I'll see if I can figure it out." Jacob gave me a reasonably measured look, but like a good brother just continued driving at death-defying speed, heading toward an industrial area. After a few minutes, we came to the perfect spot for some dark alley spells. By the time Jacob screeched to a halt, I was already out of the car. I didn't bother to close the door. We'd never see this vehicle again. We strode into the murky alley on the edge of an abandoned warehouse, more storage facilities littering the blocks around us. As we moved deeper inside, only small pinpricks of light filtered across the filth and muck that coated this forgotten area. I was already reaching for my energy, letting it surge up through my body. It was a relief to give the tumultuous power inside of me a task. The lack of nature here made it hard. Humans had almost destroyed everything with their need to build towers and cement jungles, but if you dug deep enough, the earth was still below. As long as I could access the ley lines, I'd be fine. "The power is strong here." Jacob drew to a halt, tuned into his own form of magic. I used ley lines, he used elements. They were close enough that our powers hummed in tune to one another, but were not the same. If there's any spillover from the step-through, it shouldn't be noticed by humans. I expanded my senses to double-check, but as far as I could tell, there were no beings in close proximity. No heartbeats. No stench of human. Even the homeless didn't frequent this particular alley, which meant it was likely the territory of someone with a lot of power. Human though, not supernatural, and with all of my stormy energy inside wanting a place to go, I almost wished the humans who owned this alley would show up. Bit of quick fun. I needed to see clearly, so I ignited a wizard light in my hand and brought it close enough to scan the file from the police. I'd missed quite a bit in the brief look before, but I hoped there would be a photo more useful than the mutilated animals. I needed something to connect directly to the farm in Wisconsin. An older, faded photo stilled my hand briefly. Grace's grandparents, a tiny Grace nestled between them. She had the same beautiful heart-shaped face, her cheeks rounded, eyes sparkling. She looked happy, loved. She will be okay. Jacob brought me back to the present, helping me calm the raging torrent of fear and darkness inside of me. I couldn't answer, though. There was still so much worry and doubt within me. Putting that photo aside, I shuffled the rest, before finding what I needed. As I closed the folder, I tucked the baby picture of Grace into my pocket, but kept the other one in my hand. It was a clear shot of the farm, a broad view of the White House with its wraparound decks. Jacob took the folder from me so I could focus on the image. I knew the basics of opening a step-through. It was a simple doorway between two places, like taking a piece of string that was stretched between New York City and Wisconsin, and folding the middle of the string over and over again until the two ends were virtually side by side, closing the distance magically rather than physically. Locations didn't change, but the two magical doorways got closer. Theoretically, a strong sorcerer could open a step through to any place in the world, and sorcerers with Louis strength could even open them to adjacent worlds. But I was young and inexperienced. I was up to date on the theoretical lessons of step-throughs, but hadn't reached the practical part of the training yet. You weren't supposed to try this level of advanced magic until you were a sorcerer. A lot of inexperienced wizards and witches had been lost in the magic ley lines. Not getting any younger here, Ty. Could you maybe have this moment with yourself at another time? I cracked Jacob in the back of the head, without taking my eyes from the image. It was a beautiful house, front porch with two rocking chairs, a huge parcel of flat, landscaped land stretched out around it. I could imagine Grace running there as a child. She had never been wild like Jessa, but there was something free and natural about her. Using the photo as a target, I planted my feet firmly and let my energy descend through me and into the cement. It lingered around the thick, man-made floor, but I poured more power into it, and eventually it burst down into the dirt. I sucked in a deep breath as nature's energy rocked back toward me. The earth was limitless and self-sustaining, recharging itself as needed. I felt my brother's presences too. Our bond was strong, our powers were mingling together, crossing race lines not normally crossed. I held on tightly to our bond as I expanded my senses, digging deeper and deeper into the earth, searching out a particularly strong source of energy, something I knew would not falter. It didn't take long. The thrumming power called to my own, filled with all the elements you'd expect from Mother Nature. Wind, rain, growth, life, death, a full circle of all things, without one there would be no other. For a moment I lost sight of who I was, insignificant and powerless before this sort of pure power. Tyson. Braxton's reprimand cut sharply through me. Grace. I would not let her down. Somehow I disconnected from the thrall of power and found the focus I had been lacking. Whispering ancient words, I asked for a doorway to Wisconsin. The farmhouse was a solid image in my head, and at no point did I let it falter. Swirls of power turned between my body and the energy I had buried deep, until eventually those swirls rose up through the dirt, through the cement, and returned to me. My eyes opened with a jerk. I hadn't even realized they were closed. A step-through appeared before us, and Jacob let out a snort of laughter and slapped me on the shoulder. Nice to see you're still living up to your overachiever status. Fucker. Sure, I might be a little competitive, but I failed to see how it was a bad thing. I took a step closer to the swirling mass. It was smaller than the ones I'd seen recently from Louis, but it appeared to be stable. You sure about this? Jacob still had the folder clutched in his right hand. Why do I get the feeling we're about to end up in the middle of the sea? As I opened my mouth to answer, a scream caught my attention. Grace. Grace was in trouble. Without another thought, I charged through the magical portal. The energy surrounded me briefly before releasing me to the other side. If my panic and rage had not been so strong, I would have taken a moment to marvel at what I had done, but there was no time to think of anything but Grace. I sprinted across the front yard of the farmhouse, identical to the picture from the folder. My step-through had deposited us quite a distance from the main building, which confused me right until I ran into a wall of magic. The shield threw me back a few yards. I was up and on my feet in a flash, Jacob by my side. A shield, he said evenly, his tone holding none of the panic that was thrumming through me. Grace had screamed. She was in trouble, and magic was blocking the way. Yes, it feels like Stratford's shield, I bit out. I ran my hands across it, sensing the heavy interweaving of magic and spells. It was strong, ancient, and had been designed by someone who was very well versed in the art of magical shield weaving, a sorcerer or sorceress of great power. It was slightly less intricate and sophisticated than Stratford's, but since we had Louis and they didn't. Regardless, it was going to be a real bitch to break. "Why did you run through the step-through like that?" Jacob asked as we both continued to examine the powerful shield. "I didn't stop what I was doing." "You didn't hear a scream from the other side?" It sounded like Grace. "No, I didn't hear anything like that," he said, concern in his tone. I jerked around to see him. Streams of mossy darkness had spread through Jacob's green eyes. He was finally worried. I was so far past that I wasn't even in the same universe. "She screamed," I finally said, before we both turned back to the shield. Jacob let out a low rumble of displeasure. "I can't sense any humans or soups close by, so we have to assume they're inside the shield. No noise would penetrate this level of magic." Technically he was right, but I knew what I'd heard. Grace was inside and she was in trouble. I had to get to her now. Reaching out to Jacob, he knew immediately what I was asking for. We gripped forearms and the connection between us flared. A full quad joining was like sticking your hand in a surge of electricity. The jolt hit hard and fast as our bodies and energy sparked to life, power fizzling between us. It wasn't as strong as when the four of us touched and connected, but it was better than nothing. Jacob funneled more of his energy into me as I tried to work out a way to break the shield. I needed a spell, something to unravel this magic. An old spell came to mind. I'd used it before to bust down barriers, nothing this strong. But I had to try. Releasing my magic, I drew a little more from the energy of the earth, raising both of my hands, allowing the power to flow from them into a ball. The quad bond lingered, it would remain until we cut it off. As more magic began to flow through me and into the sphere, the unnatural heat that had been plaguing me the past few months kicked up another notch. The fire in my center was my sorcery power. Louis had told me I was close, that my power was teetering on the edge of evolution. I needed it now. I needed it to save Grace. I called for the fire, letting it consume me. This charring pain was nothing. Just a slight irritation on my road to power. I had heard the stories. I knew that this evolution from wizard to sorcerer was not an easy one, especially if you rushed through the process. I did not care. My teeth cracked together as my jaw clenched, hands and arms trembling as I fought to contain the sphere. I knew Jacob would be feeling a slight burn. There was no way to block him completely when we were connected like this, but he just stood by my side. His energy anchored me to the earth when I felt like I might lose myself. This was the reason magic users were not allowed to try magic beyond their experience level. It was so easy to let the power control you, and once that happened, there was no going back. Fire unfurled across skin and bones, cut through organs and muscle, reforming and renewing each part of me. Energy followed close behind, fleshing out the parts of me that had not been whole. "Tyson." A voice flitted across my mind, a desperate breath tinged with horror and pain and fight. A series of cursed growls left me at the same time that I flung the sphere. My sorcery ascension was not quite complete, but that whisper had been Grace. I had run out of time. My control slipped momentarily as the sphere collided with the protective dome of magic around the property. I would have fallen to my knees, but Jacob held me up until I could find my feet again. Shaking off the disorientation, I fed my power into that spell. I would not stop until the barrier keeping me from Grace crumbled at my feet. I had a lot of pent-up anger and power within me. I'd been little more than a bomb waiting to go off for the past few months. I should have come sooner. "You need to cut the power off." Jacob's shout broke through my thoughts, and I realized I was still pouring power into my spell. The energy had risen up and surrounded the shield. I had forgotten to say the spell out loud. "Lectus Unravelin Medicine Creston," I roared. The crack was loud enough to shatter windows as the wards exploded, flinging fizzling magic off in all directions. Jacob and I hit the ground, but I was up again in an instant, running toward the house. "Think you might have poured a little too much power into your sphere," Jacob snorted out, as he reached my side, both of us running and taking in the destruction around us. The shield had exploded, so everything that had been inside was fine, but the surrounding forest and crops, unlucky enough to be outside, were flattened. It was fortunate that I hadn't blown Jacob and myself up in the process. A heavy energy washed through the air as we closed in on the house. I'd been heading for the front steps, but then a muffled yelp caught my attention. Veering off, I changed directions, toward the back porch. The sun beat down on us, and I could feel heat from Jacob. He had called on his favorite element. As I rounded the corner, everything in my world ground to a halt. It was like time froze for a second as my brain tried to process the scene. Grace was on the ground, a man straddling her, torn sections of her shirt hanging off her, having been ripped down the center. Grace was scratching and bucking, trying to dislodge him, but he was too strong and heavy, using his weight to pin her. My fury hit a level beyond any I'd experienced before, like a volcano exploded within me, fire burning my veins, and all logical thought was lost. Neither Grace nor her attacker seemed to notice the shield was gone. They did not look up as I barreled toward them. When I was a few feet away, and knew there was no chance I would miss, I sent a sphere of energy out. It was tinged with red and gold now, as more of my sorcerer side unlocked. It slammed into the soon-to-be dead fucker, knocking him about 6 feet from her. Grace's wide dark eyes met mine then, silent sobs shaking her chest as she struggled to pull her shirt together and lift herself up. I sensed her pain, which only increased my volcanic rage. There were bruises across her face, her cheek was swollen, her right eye almost glued shut. He hit her. He fucking hit her. It also looked like he was going to rape her. She might have already been. I couldn't even finish the thought. I knew one thing for sure, he was a dead man. I turned, my vision flickering as I faced him down. He brought up a shimmering ball of power, a washed-out orange and yellow. "Stop or I'll destroy you," he shouted, holding the ball out for me to see. I didn't bother to speak as I stalked toward him, my eyes surely telling him the million ways I wanted to torture and kill him. He paled, and with trembling hands whispered, "Lumina," shooting the ball of magic at me. I barely even touched my energy, needing only the smallest amount to bat his paralysis spell away. It volleyed off to land harmlessly in the field behind us. He tried to run then, which had a rumbling growl rocking my chest as I lashed out with my energy to immobilize him. My power was far beyond his little Lumina cast, and I had not used words. Just intention, which would have been fine for spells I was familiar with, simple things, but for attack spells I was messing with magic beyond my pay grade. And I didn't give a single shit. The asshole fought against my hold, but his strength was nothing. He started babbling when I reached his side, words jumbling over one another. I just reached out and gripped his throat, lifting him off the ground. I waited a moment for our eyes to meet, for him to truly understand that this was his last moment on Earth, and then I slammed my fist into his face. Bone shattered beneath my knuckles, his cheek and nose were gone in that one hit. "I will kill you," I said calmly, finally able to speak. "But you need to suffer first." My fist slammed into his face, again, and again, and again, until there was nothing but blood and shards of bone left. A hand landed on my shoulder and the only reason I didn't turn and attack was the familiar jolt of her gentle energy colliding with my own. She wrapped her hand across my bicep and my breath was knocked out of me. My magic reached for hers, recoiling slightly at the differences it found. Her energy felt colder, darker, but still with splashes of my grace. A fizzle of power ran through my chest and along my neck. Grace's eyes widened, and I was pretty sure she felt it too. Then our powers smashed together with what felt like the force of 1,000 explosions, just like what had happened earlier with my sorcery, only this was deeper, a reforming of my very DNA. My essence. A true mate bond. I dropped the lifeless mage, letting him fall to the ground in a heap, turning to the witch beside me. "Tai," her low whisper broke through my blind rage, a tiny morsel of sanity began to bleed back into me. "It's okay. I'm okay." Her long, slender fingers remained tightly banded across my right bicep. My hand lifted to brush her healing face. Her eyes weren't swollen now, they had already returned to normal, and for the first time since breaking the barrier, the image in my mind of her being attacked was pushed aside. All I could see was her perfect face, those tiny freckles across her nose, only visible close up, the light bursts of shine in her dark eyes, full pink lips, red hair hanging in knotted tendrils. I knew I was staring like a creepy fuck, but I couldn't seem to stop. True mate. The bond had kicked in hard, thrumming strongly between us. It was almost impossible not to wrap myself around her, to feel every part of her pressed against me, to protect her from all the horrors of the world. But I was too late for that. Despite the rapid healing, she had multiple cuts and bruises on her skin. There was a large gash in her shoulder weeping blood. But even worse than all of that were the shadows deep in her eyes. She had been through hell. My fury spilled over once more and the ground beneath us began to tremble. I was on the verge of causing some sort of natural disaster as I leaped magic in anger, but I couldn't stop. Again Grace tried to calm me, her gentleness seeping out. You saved me, Ty. And I can feel. We're true mates. She sounded astonished, but also somehow emotionless. I wondered if the catalyst for our mate bond had been her touching me after my sorcerer side was unlocked. All of that magic flowing between us, it seemed to set off the bond. Who else did this to you? I said in a slow growl, my words barely recognizable. I will kill each and every one of them. She swallowed hard, and a darkness crossed her face. For a second she didn't even look like Grace. My Gran, this was all her. She took a deep breath. But before we do revenge, I need your help. Before I could reply, Jacob stepped forward. He'd been close by, watching our backs. I took a second to glance around, finally noticing that there was another Soup, headless, a few yards away, and the side of the house had been blasted off. It looked like a war zone here. Fire leapt from Jacob's hands then and engulfed the magic user I'd pummeled to a bloody mess. He burned up in seconds. Grace watched without a word, her eyes remained dry and hard. She did not turn away until her attacker was no more than ash. He was already gone from my mind, all of my focus on the red-headed witch before me. When she finally turned back to me, I managed to speak, somewhat calmly, for the first time since finding her here. Tell me what you need from me. Grace Carter. Part of me was ashamed to admit it, but in those final moments with Trevor, where he had me pinned, tearing at my clothes, I almost gave up. I was so tired, emotionally, physically, and mentally drained to the point where the thought of fighting for one more second was unbearable. I just wanted it to end. I'm still not sure why I didn't just give up and accept my fate, but I was thanking all the gods I hadn't. That somehow I found the strength to keep fighting. To hold on for myself. And Tyson. Standing on shaky legs, my body aching from multiple injuries, my heart and brain hurting from everything that had happened, I focused solely on the compasses. Tyson and Jacob had come for me. Tyson's tawny eyes met mine, and I had to take a moment to admire how stunningly handsome he was. Darkly tanned skin, broad masculine features, hard jaw, and furrowed brow. True mate. I almost didn't believe it when the bond had kicked in, but I wasn't surprised. For me, the bond had always been there. It just took him much longer to figure it out. I could feel it humming between us, a connection like nothing I'd felt before. A joining of more than just hearts, it was soul deep, intertwining in my center, in my magic. Small flurries of ice shot out in all directions, but the dark tendrils remained subdued. They didn't like my bond with Tyson, or the ice magic. Odd. It was like I had a multiple personality thing going on with my energy. Maybe my body had been broken, shattered into 4 pieces. One held the ice, one the darkness, one my witchy healing power, and one my bond with Tyson. I was grateful to the fates for this made bond, but I knew Tyson would expect the old Grace. The gentle one, not this shattered version of myself which had enjoyed the sight of my cousin burning to death. And since there was no guarantee I'd ever be the Soup I had been before, would he want this new, damaged version of me? Concern shone from his eyes, and I swallowed roughly, my chest feeling like it had caved in. No matter what happened between us, I would owe Tyson forever. He had destroyed Trevor with barely a lick of effort, which was pretty typical of the compasses. Had my cousin known who he was dealing with, he knew them by name but not by face, he would have disappeared as soon as they arrived. His arrogance got him killed, and I thought that was very fitting. The dark part of me seemed unhappy that I didn't personally destroy my cousin, but there was still a grandmother to kill. That satisfied it. Tell me what you need from me. The tightness in my throat became a little more unbearable. I could tell he was all in, by my side. This was the first time I'd ever truly felt that from him. Pushing down past hurts, I said, my grandmother. This was all her doing, luring me here, and the torture. She wanted something from me, something I couldn't give until today. I sucked in a deep breath, my throat aching from use after so many weeks of silence. She stuck an old, powerful blade into me. I touched my shoulder, which still ached. And it gave me a burst of icy power. This ice energy opened a doorway, and I think both Gran and my mum went through it. I pointed to the silvery portal, still in the sunroom. The boys briefly pulled their gazes from me to check it out, before focusing back on my face again. It was disconcerting having their powerful stares on me, but I pushed on. I need to go after them and save my mum, but I'm very drained. They've held me prisoner for 2 months and, I broke off, unable to continue. Speaking about it made it real. Brought the memories to life. I wanted them locked up tight, where no one could touch them. Tyson started growling again, his eyes flaring pure gold. His sudden animalistic noises gave me a moment's pause. He didn't usually growl like that. Like Braxton and Maximus, magic users were calmer, more connected to nature than the other supes. All of the compasses were hot-headed and tough, but the Tyson I knew was mostly relaxed and happy. Who was this supe before me? And why the hell was my body urging me forward, wanting to press against him? Down, girl. You were almost raped, remember? That was a splash of cold water to my hormones, a few memories leaking out from where I had them locked down. Tyson still couldn't speak past his anger, but his chest continued to rumble. I turned to Jacob and asked quietly, is he okay? The Fey Compass grinned broadly, and as always his perfectness was a little disconcerting. He was probably the most flawless supe I had ever seen. White blonde hair, grass-green eyes, golden skin, and sparkling Fey energy. It was overkill, really. One of those attributes would have been more than enough to entice any female or male. I had always admired Jacob, for more than just his looks, but he was not the compass for me. I preferred a more rugged look, like the hard, broad plains Tyson had in abundance. I accepted the hug though, as he wrapped his arms around me. Nice to see you again, healer chick. We've missed you in our pack. The Fey's voice was warm, his words genuine. Tyson's rumbling only got louder then, and I stepped back so I could see him better. Realizing we weren't getting anywhere while he was acting so crazy, I locked my eyes on him and said with force, "Stop growling at me, Tyson Compass, and start using some bloody words. I don't speak predator." He tilted his head to the side, just enough to register his confusion. Then something really odd happened. He smiled. A broad, breathtaking smile that seemed to light him up, his darkly tanned skin pretty much glowing as energy flowed within him. I understood then, knew why he was struggling with emotions. "You've ascended to sorcerer," I whispered, one hand clutching at my throat as I blinked stupidly at him. "Not that I'm surprised, but you're so young." Of course he would be the youngest. He had been determined to beat Louis' previous record. Competitive bastard. His voice, when it finally emerged again, was a rough husky caress across my skin. I had to ascend to break the shield. "Grace, I need to touch you." Each word was slow and deliberate. "I need to know you're okay. Then we can go after your mum." Everything inside of me stilled. The need in his voice, the heavy-lidded expression, it was more than I ever thought I would have from him. And even though I was pretty sure that broken Grace was no good to anyone, I couldn't stop myself from taking this moment. I stepped into his heat, uncaring that he was covered in specks of blood, his hands almost entirely red. His huge, muscular body wrapped around me, somehow fitting to my curves perfectly. His arms felt like bands of steel, so powerful that I couldn't imagine anything would be able to tear him from me if he didn't want to step away. The surge of strong emotions flowing across our new bond was too much for my tired body, and my legs gave out from under me. I was swept up in his arms in an instant. I'd seen the Compasses carry Jessa around for years, and I had secretly hated that she got 'em all to herself while the rest of us had to watch from the outside. Right then, though, I realized I wasn't into the being carried thing. It chafed at my independence. But I was just too tired to fight him. Besides, it was a Compass trademark, and I doubted I'd ever stop them. With a heavy sigh, I closed my eyes and let my head flop against his shoulder. "I'm sorry," I murmured, barely able to stay awake. It was like Tyson's skin was a tranquilizer. "I just have no more fight left." A warm palm started running up and down my back, while his other hand readjusted under my butt so he could hold me one-handed. "I've got you, and I won't let you go again. I know we have a lot to work through, a lot of anger and trust issues, but I will prove my worth to you, Grace. I will make you proud to be my mate." I was already proud, but that didn't make me any less broken. A fact he would find out soon enough. Drawing his scent in deeply, it was an earthy, fresh smell, like piney mint, and I allowed myself one more moment of comfort, one more moment to pretend everything was okay, that I could just return to Stratford and live out my days as a happily mated supe. Reality slithered back in, as it always does, and I focused again on what I needed. Reaching for the magic within me, my healer energy that had been cut off from nature for too long, I let it connect to the earth. Ignoring the ice and dark tendrils, both of which seemed contained and subdued, I brought forth my original power. Pure earth energy flowed into me, healing my injuries and filling the empty well. I was able to lift my head then and push away from Tyson, wiggling to get down. He set me on my feet without objection, but remained close. My attention drifted to Jacob again, who wore an amused expression. As our eyes met, he reached out a hand and brushed it across my shoulder. I'm really happy for you both. I can sense the bond, and it is as it should have always been. His grin increased and he dropped the cryptic "Faye bullshit, Ty has not shut up about you for the entire 2 months you were gone." I felt the blood drain from my face, and Tyson let out a strangled sound. "I'm so sorry, little witch." His low voice caressed my senses. "I should have come for you sooner. This is all my fault." His anguish was a very real and tangible thing. I could almost taste it on my tongue. Jacob's humor also fell when he realized what he'd inadvertently reminded us all of. "None of this is your fault." The firmness of my voice surprised me. "I asked you to stay away. You respected my wishes. This is my own fault for being a stubborn witch." Some of the pain lifted from his aura, and I was rewarded with a sexy grin. I happen to like stubborn little witches, so don't even think about changing. It was far too late for that. I had already changed, but the stubborn looked to be staying. Now that my magic was back, I quickly repaired the tear in my shirt, and cleaned my body as best I could. Basic body cleanliness, new underwear, and clean teeth was all I wasted energy on. The rest could wait until after we found my mum. Tyson and Jacob waited patiently, and even though I got the feeling my mate wanted to step in and help me, lend me energy at least, he gave me the space to do what I needed. Seemed I wasn't the only one who had changed in our time apart. When I was done, he said, "If we're going after your mum, we should leave now. I have no idea how long that portal will remain open." I turned toward the sunroom. My skin protested a little, it felt tight and itchy as more of my wounds closed up. I was pretty sure I was healed from all except the knife wound on my shoulder. As if he'd heard that thought, Tyson reached out and ran a gentle hand along my arm and down to my hands. A tingling warmth followed his path, and my eyes widened as the wound knit together. He'd just done healing magic without words, and his energy. It was so strong. The unlocking of his sorcery side had given him a crazy boost. I just hoped he wasn't taking on more than he could handle. Untamed magic was dangerous. I had to hope he knew what he was doing, because I couldn't worry about him. Not yet. My focus had to be on my mum. "You're right, we need to go now. My gran will hurt my mum if she finds her first." Adrenaline spiked within me, and I pulled away from the boys, my feet moving before thought could catch up. My shoulder only ached a little. Tyson had done a very good job, and my natural healing was back on track. My energy felt really strong, actually, even without the new icy darkness inside. Was this a product of being mated to a compass? Or the energy that Blade had filled me with? Climbing over the low brick wall again, Tyson stayed close behind me, our energies still crashing into each other. I liked having him there, knowing that I wouldn't be attacked from behind. Mostly it was nice to not be alone. Sitting for days in the darkness had been a form of torture all on its own. Staring at the portal, I was surprised at its continued strength. As I stepped closer, Jacob reached out and grabbed my arm, before positioning his body in front of me. "What do you do?" "This leads to Fairy. You said you called this portal. Only a high-level sorcerer would be able to connect between the worlds." I opened my mouth but no sound emerged. I wasn't sure what to say to that. Tyson answered before I could, "How do you know it leads to Fairy?" "I'm not getting any vibes from it, although it definitely looks different to a normal step through." He was right, it was far more intense than a regular step through, the breadth of the magic larger, the colors deeper, the energy stronger. I had never created a step through before. It was magic beyond my abilities, but I'd seen quite a few. "There is no way I could have created a portal to Fairy," I finally said. "Not only was this entire place magically shielded, but I'm not powerful enough." "What about that burst of energy you said emerged when your gran stabbed you?" Tyson's face hardened, his jaw twitching slightly. "Could it have somehow manifested this doorway?" I paused, nodding a few times. When the cold flooded my veins, I felt strong. It did spark something inside of me, an energy I had not felt before. Maybe it created this portal. I tried to push Jacob to the side so I could see it better, but it was like moving a brick wall. "Where is this blade?" the Fae asked. My eyes scanned the ground. It disappeared when my cousin dragged me from the house. I felt heat flare through my mate bond, and looked up to see gold blazing in Tyson's eyes. "How could your family have done this to you?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out an old photograph. They don't look like psychopaths. My hand was shaking as I took the crumpled print from him. I recognized the photo immediately. It was from summer holidays when I was 5 or 6. I used to stay on the farm for 2 weeks. Some of my best memories from childhood: running free, climbing trees, home cooking, warm cookies, fresh milk. I had looked forward to it every year. Thinking back, though, most of those things had been courtesy of my grandpa, not my gran. She was just always there, in the background. I had no idea how Tyson found this photo, but it had my heart aching and a burning sensation rising in my throat and eyes. I didn't cry, my tear ducts were dried out still, but another part of me broke then. The betrayal of my family hit me even harder. I tore the photo into multiple pieces and threw them across the room. All the time holding back a scream. Tyson and Jacob remained at my side, and I was grateful when they let me have my moment. It took me a few more minutes, but eventually I got it together. Clearing my throat, I said, "My gran was never particularly warm, but she tried." My cousin Trevor, on the other hand, was always a slimy asshole. I'm glad he's dead. Shadows reared up and I had to again calm the murderous anger rocking me. It gave that inky darkness energy, and I was trying my best not to encourage it. At least until I could figure out what was going on with me. Turning back to the portal, I decided we had wasted enough time. Mild nerves rumbled within me. I had no idea where it was going to lead, but my mum needed my help and I would not let her down. My usual caution was gone, and without any warning to the compasses, I stepped through. Magic encased me strongly and my stomach rebelled. By the time I landed on the other side, my knees hitting something hard, I was gagging and trying not to vomit. The spinning sensation in my head and gut subsided quickly, and I rolled over to get out of the way. Standing gingerly, I blinked as the portal started fading, almost like it was disappearing. Panic hit me hard, and I was reaching for the mate bond, when 2 pairs of military-style boots stepped through. Followed by 2 giant soups. The boys made it just before the last of the swirling energy disappeared for good. Tyson's gaze went straight for mine, and I felt a shred of guilt at the tightness around his eyes. I had worried him with my reckless actions, and that wasn't fair. It also wasn't a good way to start a mate bond, but I was a mess. He might as well get used to it. Crossing my arms, I waited for his reprimand. But there was nothing from him except a brush of heat across our bond. Where had the bossy compass gone? Jacob broke the tense moment. Looks like the portal was connected to you after all. As soon as you stepped through, it started to dissipate. It might be connected to me, but it was a result of that blade. Had to be. I scanned the ground, but nothing was visible against the red dirt. No doubt my gran had picked the knife up in her travels. I'd be getting it back from her, one way or another. Having no idea what to expect, never having been here before, I stared around Fairy. We had landed in what looked like a desert, red dirt. Or sand, spreading out as far as the eye could see. It wasn't hot. Well, not as dry or hot as I expected a desert would be. If anything, the air was humid. Heavy, with just the slightest of breezes. I thought I could smell salt too, like the ocean was close by. "This is Fairy?" I asked, feeling my brow wrinkle. Not at all what I expected. One part of it at least. Tyson's energy brushed my own. He was standing close to my back, not quite touching me. The heat I expected from a desert kicked in with his close proximity. I actually think this might be the Jeweled Meadows. Jeweled Meadows. I took a closer look at the red dirt, blinking until I could make out some of the faceted pieces. Holy, my first assessment of the land had been wrong. This was not the red dirt of a desert, nope, it was a huge expanse of crushed gems. Rubies. Jacob leaned down and scooped up a handful, letting it trickle through his fingers. There was no visible sun here, but still the pigments glittered and glowed like a light was reflecting off them. "Why are they crushed like this?" I asked. "Wouldn't they be more powerful as whole gems?" "We use jewels and crystals in spellcasting. Precious stones had their own energy and resonance in the universe, and could be used to store energy, direct a spell, protect and heal. They were very important not just to magic users, but to all supernatural races. Generally, though, stones used in casting would be at least a carat in size, and for the larger spells. Well, the bigger the stone the better. I was gifted a set of fist-sized healer stones on my 16th birthday, when my witch abilities kicked in strong. Magic users always have magic, but maturity gives us a decided boost. It's like this is a blanket of protection, Jacob guessed. Although, I feel no power from them. I started walking, needing to find my mum. They fell in on either side of me, and the three of us strode forward with purpose. I was in a rush, but had no idea in which direction to head. There were no landmarks to guide me, so I chose randomly. As we crossed deeper into the land, I wondered out loud, this world is not really deserted, is it? My voice was low, barely audible over the light breezes still brushing across us. I mean, all of our lives we were told that all Fae escaped from Fairy because it was dying, but after everything you've all seen here, there is no way. Definitely not dying, or deserted, Tyson assured me. And I still have no idea why we've been fed that load of bullshit over the past few decades. Someone was trying to stop Soup's crossing into Fairy, and I want to know why. He wasn't the only one. Our conversation broke off as the ruby sands started to elevate into a dune. Pushing through the burn in my fatigued legs, I hoped we'd be able to see something from the top. Gems trickled under my bare feet, it was softer than I'd expected, and I had no trouble keeping up a reasonable pace as we climbed. The burn even faded out after a minute. You're starting to look healthier, Tyson said, a hint of growl still in his voice. I'm so fucking sorry I didn't get to you earlier. If I had have known you were in trouble. He trailed off, but I heard the unspoken words, he would have done anything to save me. That was how true mated males were. Compasses too. The fact that he hadn't known we were true mates, and still had come for me, was what I loved the most. Before I left I'd been stupidly set on making him prove his loyalty, stubbornly refusing to allow my heart to be hurt again. So I created all of these hoops he had to jump through to prove his commitment. I was an idiot. After almost being tortured to death, I knew that what I did was a waste of time and energy. I hated that Tyson was beating himself up over it, and while I didn't particularly want to talk about what happened, I found myself reaching out and brushing my hand across his forearm. His muscles flexed beneath my palm, and a similar reaction happened in my stomach. It flexed and whirled and churned, like a raging stampede of ants was suddenly marching through there. Don't blame yourself, I finally blurted out. It's not your fault. And, I sucked in deeply, trying to quell the rising flood of emotions. My next words were a hoarse whisper, I knew you would come for me. Despite the fact there was no way for you to even know I was in trouble, I knew you would come for me. I had faith in you. The deep, rich color of his eyes flashed to a bright gold for a second, his magic flaring within him. Muscle and veins popped on his biceps as he tensed, reaching up and running his hand through his short hair. My eyes locked on those tousled strands and I realized something. You cut your hair again. Some of the gold faded from his gaze and a grin tipped up one corner of his lips. It was not a happy grin, sort of sardonic, but it was better than the pure fury he'd been wearing a moment ago. Reminded me of you. Reminded me not to fuck up again or I might be bald next time. A snort of laughter escaped me, and I wondered if that was the first time I'd laughed since being captured. It felt odd, but also freeing. The mirth was swallowed up by the universe, but a sliver of light seemed to infiltrate some of the darkness inside of me. Hey, lovebirds, you should get up and see this. Jacob's shout broke both of us from our moment, and I turned from Tyson surprised to see the Fae was a few yards ahead of us, at the crest of the first hill. Picking up the pace, I scurried along the shifting stones, falling to my knees a few times. Or almost falling before Tyson scooped me up and dropped me back on my feet. You're quick, I said, a little breathlessly, after the second save. He gave me a wink, his dimples appearing. Not where it counts, I'm not. Heat flared in my body and in my cheeks, a blush staining my face. Just as I was opening my mouth to respond, Tyson linked his fingers through mine, as he sobered. Shit, I keep screwing this up. I'm sorry, little witch. I shouldn't have said that. After everything you went through. My timing sucks. Some of the heat faded from my cheeks, which hopefully meant my blush was subsiding. It's okay, really. I don't want you to stop joking around or being the Tyson I expect. When we have a spare moment, I'll tell you everything that happened these past 2 months. For now, take my reassurance that what you saw today, that was the first time he attacked me like that. You arrived just in time. A heavy rush of air left Tyson and it sounded like he said thank fuck under his breath, but there was no time to ask because we were at the top of the hill, joining Jacob. The Fae glanced briefly at our clasped hands but didn't say anything. He just pointed across to the left of us and we all stared. Holy shit, where the hell had my portal led us? Tyson compass. A city was spread out before us, starting at the base of the hill and extending far back into the red land. Huge, imposing red gates were front and center, carved from rubies, and standing 3 or 4 stories in the air. Their multifaceted surfaces sent off red beams of light, despite the lack of sun in the pinkish sky. Was everything carved from rubies? Touch of overkill there, but sure. A shimmering wave of visible power cresting and falling through the city caught my eye. It spread out across the lands, and as its power washed out through that front fence and then through us, I tensed. Nothing happened, though, except a slight jump of my energy inside. Maybe it was just a natural power wave formed by all of the rubies. Grace pulled her hand from mine as she stared down wide-eyed, her jaw slightly unhinged, her fists clenched in front of her. She looked a combination of intrigued and freaked out. I was struggling not to pull her into my arms, struggling not to capture her mouth and taste her. Whatever raging beast had been woken inside of me with the mate bond and sorcery powers. It was not under control. I was barely keeping my shit together. I had no idea how my brothers lived with this sort of wildness inside. I liked to be in control. At least I could let go of one piece of my fear and anger. Grace wasn't raped. The relief I felt at that was beyond words. No one should ever be violated in that way, and if I ever found out any soup was guilty of it, I would put them down fast. Thank fuck I had made it there in time to kill her cousin. He'd still put his hands on her, but she wasn't sexually violated, and I was taking my wins where I could. I half wondered if she would have even needed me in the end. She had been fighting like a warrior, despite being half-starved and injured. That fight, it surprised me. It wasn't that Grace was weak, far from it, but she was all logic and calm thought. A gentle healer. What I saw today was a different side of her, a darker side. Even now, her gorgeous skin was healing, resuming its normal flawlessness. Her red hair, despite being a little knotted and streaked with dirt and blood, still had that natural luminance shining through. On the outside she seemed the same, but her aura and essence felt different. It was killing me not to be able to take care of her. I'd done a little healing earlier, and she'd cleaned most of the blood off and repaired her clothes, but I could have given her an entirely new outfit, put shoes on her feet. I hadn't, though, because she seemed to want to stand on her own, be independent. And I would respect her wishes. It also might be for the best. We were in Fairy, a world of magic I did not understand, and I was still struggling with my new sorcery energy. I would hate for it to backfire. Of course, if Grace asked for my help at any point, all bets were off. As if responding to this thought, power flared inside of me. I closed my eyes, as they were no doubt glimmering with gold as I tried not to lose control again. The last thing we needed was to alert all of Fairy to our presence, and a huge burst of energy releasing from me would definitely do that. Grace's low voice caught me. Are you okay? Swallowing a roughness in my throat, I nodded. I'm fine. Are you okay? Do you need anything? Food or water? She was far too thin, and every time her frailness caught my gaze, I went to a new level of pissed. But I needed to wait for her to want my help. I'm fine. Just ready to find to my mum. Her attention went back to the city, and I clenched my fists tightly. Braxton would have thrown Jessa over his shoulder and ignored her bitching at him. Despite the fact I was channeling his animalistic nature, I wasn't quite at his level of impulsiveness. Yet. If my energy continued the way it was. Who knew? We should go down into the city. That might be where Gran and Mum ended up. Fidgeting, Grace looked like she was about to take off again. Her plan was not great. Just walking up to an unknown city in Fairy. For all we knew, this place was filled with dangers beyond our wildest nightmares. It was probably a trap. I opened my mouth to voice these objections, but she locked me in her gaze and somehow I ended up saying, "Sure, we should see if your mum is down there." For fuck's sake. Every single time she turned those dark, depthless eyes on me, I caved. I was finally starting to understand how Jessa got Braxton to do what she wanted all the time. Jacob let out a snort of laughter, amused by the loss of my mind. Grace's smile lit up her delicate features and I decided it was worth it. As long as she didn't get hurt. Which I would be making damn sure of. Thank you, she said, strong emotion in her voice, which sent a burst of relief through me. When we first found her, her voice had been too flat. Dead. She turned then and started down the other side of the hill. She was tall, even for a soup, coming close to my chin in bare feet, but somehow still seemed so petite. Ethereal. Not that her parents could have known at the time, but she was well suited to the name Grace. It was in everything she did, an innate gracefulness. Jacob and I picked up the pace to reach her, because clearly she was going to barrel straight down without any hesitation. Compasses are dropping like flies, Jacob said, slanting a shit-eating grin in my direction. I lifted a single brow in his direction. Jealous, bro. My brother shook his head, his chuckles sounding like music in the breeze. Then he surprised me by sobering up enough to say, "You might be right. You're all lucky bastards." A moment passed between us, there was so much unsaid in his face. He was ready to settle, I could tell, but he was also in no rush. We might have been young in the soup world, but our races were designed to seek out mates. It was our nature, which meant we always felt like something was missing when we did not have them. I'd felt the pull for the last few years, and it wasn't until Grace stepped back into my life that the instinct hit me hard. The need. She was and had always been the missing part of my soul. Grace had been power striding with confidence, but just before she hit the gates she slowed, waiting for us to join her. How could they possibly carve stone like that? She murmured, her eyes as wide as I'd ever seen them. Where would they even find one uncut gem that size, let alone two? I have no idea, I admitted, reluctantly. I like to know things. But the closer we get to this town, the stronger its power resonance is. It's messing with my sorcery magic. It probably wasn't the best idea to evolve into a sorcerer right before coming here. The same way I hated not knowing things, I wasn't a big fan of admitting to weakness. But Jacob and Grace deserved to know I wasn't in full control. Tell me if you're about to lose it, Jacob said, eyes remaining locked on the towering gates we stood before. We can connect again. I'll try and funnel some of your energy into my own. Jacob was always in control. He knew his limits very well. I usually did too, but sorcery was an entirely new situation. Will do. I gave my brother a nod, focusing on the gates. Anyone else getting the feeling that this city is abandoned? Grace took a step forward before I could stop her, placing a hand against the nearest pillar, just off to the side of the main gate, which was, as you'd expect, made from rubies. I sense no living being inside. No heartbeat, no life, no magical aura. Jacob straightened, a determined expression creasing his features into hard lines. Which doesn't mean there isn't anyone inside. Lots of unusual magic in Fairy. We're taught of spells which cloak cities. Spells which mimic death. Lands of shifting visages and hallucinations. What we're seeing here might not be reality. All Fae got to attend secret fairy classes. They were taught of their history in this land, so that everything wasn't lost and forgotten from their original world. Jacob was sworn to secrecy, and none of us would ever expect him to break those bonds. He had done it a few times on his own lately, though, and I believed it was because he no longer felt like he was purely Fae. His loyalties were changing. I think we should still find a way inside, Grace said decisively, her hand remaining pressed against the pillar. Especially if there's a chance this is just a cloak to dissuade us from entering. I wasn't surprised. She was determined and I respected that about her. I was just glad I was here to make sure she didn't recklessly throw herself into something she couldn't handle. Stepping forward a few more feet, I slammed both hands on the gates and pushed hard. There was no visible lock or handle, just the thin line of light down the middle where the two sides joined. Despite my best efforts, there wasn't even a millimeter of movement. Jacob stepped up to help, both of us putting all of our strength behind it. My biceps and back muscles strained against the effort. Nothing. It was magically sealed, we weren't going to be able to muscle it open. With both hands still pressed firmly against the rubies, I registered the low steady thrumming of energy beneath my palms. Should we try a spell? Magic was the best thing to counter other magic. Jacob nodded. What one were you thinking? Grace pressed closer to my side. I can help, she said. My energy is at full strength again. Trying to ignore the way her soft body molded to mine, I ran my eyes over her face. She was glowing with health, looking far less drained and tired than I would expect from someone tortured and starved for weeks. You've recovered quickly after so many weeks drained. I wanted to remind her it was okay to take it easy, without appearing to tell her what to do. I'd learned the hard way that women didn't like to be told what to do, even when I had the best intentions. Her delicate brows arched together as she tilted her head to the side. I'm fine, Ty. I don't need a mo, I'm fine. You can stop worrying about me. Ever since my gran stabbed me, I've had all of this extra energy inside of me. It's odd, but I won't complain. This is the best I've felt in years. That did nothing to reassure me. What new energy? I knew she felt different, her aura had changed. She shrugged. That cold, icy energy I told you about. I sensed she wasn't telling me everything, but now wasn't the time to push her. I reached out to gently cup her face. She flinched, just barely, but didn't pull away as I wrapped my fingers across her cheek and chin. Our mate bond surged to life and a flicker of her presence bloomed in my mind. It disappeared before I could hold on to it. Your energy is strong, I murmured, my face close to hers. I could almost taste her lips as I spoke. Our bond flexed and I felt a groan from deep in my chest. As energy fizzed between us, her lips parted and a few shallow breaths escaped. I wanted to kiss her more than I wanted my next breath, but she wasn't ready. I would not push her, I would wait forever if that's what it took. Even if it killed me. Somehow I found the strength to pull away. An urge to slam my fists against the stone barrier hit me, but I managed to refrain. Violence was not the answer, even if it would make me feel better. The amount of pissed I was right then was actually scary, that all of this happened to her, that Grace had suffered at the hands of those she should have been able to trust. It was too much to bear. I think I'll try an energy wall, I bit out, each word short and sharp. You two should stand back. With my new power, I don't want anyone to get caught up in the backlash. Both of them took a few steps to the side, far too close still, but I could see I wasn't getting them to move any farther. Biting back another curse, this one directed at Stubborn Soups, I tried to find the mellow mind space I usually arrived at before doing any spell work. It was still there, hidden deep down under all of the tumultuous energy. A whisper of silence washed through me as I connected to the strangely patterned ley lines of this world. I didn't recognize their crisscrossing. Instead of running parallel and intersecting at certain points, it was almost like a giant squiggle. Very convoluted. All of the worlds had ley lines, but the fairy lines were thick and raw, like the energy was new and clean and untainted, power at its most pure form, without the corruption haunting Earth's lines. Earth was hurting, damaged from years of overpopulation, pollution, and chemical wars between the humans. It didn't feel that way here, which again had me wondering, why had everyone left fairy? As the raw power mingled with my own, some of the warring sorcery energy calmed, like it had been tamed by a power far greater and was settling down into its place. I had a brief hope it stayed that way, because I was likely to lose my mind if the energy kept fighting me so strongly. You had to be the youngest sorcerer in history. I could hear Louis' laughter as he reminded me of this. A jolt hit me. Louis. Fuck, I had been so caught up in Grace that I forgot the urgency of helping him too. Since I was already in fairy, that was half the battle won. I would find Josephina before we left. Once I had a direct connection to the lines, I formed the words of the spell in my mind, and at the same time shaped the raw energy I was building with clear intentions. Open the gates. When I felt like I was ready, I spoke the spell out loud, Bruticus Formulae. My hands, wide open in front of me, fingers spread, would be the conduit for the power. I like to use my hands for spells. I found closing them was a good way to shut down flow when I was done. The spell left me in a huge gust, a wall of energy formed before me. Open the gates. Power blasted from me with enough force to knock me back a few feet, my boots dragging across the ruby sand. I was relieved to see Grace and Jacob were okay, just a little windblown. My brother was partly in front of my mate, protecting her. I wasn't surprised at all, she was family, and we looked after our own. Always. My spell pounded against the gates with enough force to shake the ground. Fey ley lines. Fucking awesome. I enjoyed the way they'd also tamed my sorcery energy like a little bitch, slapping it into place. For the first time in months, I felt like I was in complete control. The gates creaked, more light appeared in the gap, but it lasted only a moment before falling back into place. Motherfucker. That spell, with pure Fey energy behind it, had packed the force of 1,000 tons. I had no choice at this point except to pull the energy back to me. I was going to leave myself weak if I maintained the spell for much longer. I let it dissipate. Grace and Tyson crossed to me as soon as my wall of power shattered harmlessly to the ground. Anyone got a plan B? She asked, her eyebrows creasing together. Jacob and I exchanged a glance, but I could see he was as lost as me. I'm not sure anything elemental will work, my brother mused. Fire will not affect a ruby, not at the level of heat I can produce. Wind either, especially if Ty's wall didn't work. Water is useless, and I see no source here I could utilize. Which leaves Earth. I finished for him. Could we maybe shift the ground and go beneath? Please try, Grace begged, stepping into Jacob's side. I feel like this place is connected to my mum, or my gran is hiding here at the very least. I need answers. I need to find out what the hell is going on and why she has done this. Panic bled across Grace's eyes, they looked black as night. I'll do my best. Jacob's face fell upon seeing the pain on Grace's. He brushed his hand across her cheek. We'll find your mum. We'll find these answers. Grace nodded a few times, biting on her bottom lip as it trembled. Thank you. Shit, I know you're both doing everything you can to help me and my stupid family, which neither of you signed up for. She hung her head. I never even stopped to think that you're both going to be gone from Earth for weeks, and no one even knows what happened to you. Your family is going to think you're dead. Jacob pulled her in for a hug and I tried not to growl. At least it was somewhat easier keeping my annoyance contained when the sorcery part of me was calm. Easier to remind myself that Grace might be mine but I didn't own her. They were two different things. Grace and I belonged to each other. Not a one-way street. And I trusted my brother. I'd give him at least 30 seconds before I pummeled him for getting handsy. You don't need to feel guilty, Jacob murmured into the top of her head. Everyone knew we were searching for you. And we were actually planning to go into Ferry right after. Her eyes were less shiny, lips no longer trembling as she pulled away. You were coming here anyway. Why? She had missed so much of our lives these last few months, she didn't know about the babies or Christoph. There's a lot we have to tell you, I said, reaching out and drawing her closer to me. I might have been working on this trust and non-ownership thing, but there was only so much I could deal with in one day. Especially this day. First though, let's see if we can tunnel under this city. Jacob took a few long strides forward, stopping before the gates. As he dropped to his knees, he buried his hands in the rubies, which had been crushed into a fine sand. It was insane to think we were in the Jeweled Meadows. It was a land I had heard of. Jacob let some information slip one night while vaguely describing Ferry. Most soups thought there were only a few distinct lands here, but according to my brother, and from what I had seen myself, there were a lot of smaller worlds existing inside of larger territories. Ferry was huge, and I doubted many knew all its secrets. Jacob leaned forward, his hair starting to rise and float across the top of his head as he connected to the elements. The light shone off his blonde strands, the rubies casting red tones through. His hair was actually longer than mine now, he'd been letting it grow and it almost brushed across the top of his ears. Which should have made it harder for him to keep styled, but he managed. Grace and I both stumbled as a roar went through the ground, like a rock crusher had zoomed under our feet, before everything settled down again. Jacob hadn't moved, so I strode over to him, pausing at his shoulder. There was a cleared space in front of him, the ruby dust was gone, but about 3 feet below that was a solid sheet of red. Is the ground made of ruby too? I asked, lowering myself to kneel beside him. How in the hell is that possible? He shook his head, both hands still in front of him, fine grains of ruby trickling from them. I'm getting a bad feeling about this place. The Jeweled Meadows were not supposed to be like this. This is something else. Shit, I said, standing in one swift movement. My head tilted back as I tried to take in the full expanse of the barriers. Can we climb it? I already knew the answer. The gate and fence were 3 stories in the air, and there was no place we could use as a grip. Grace let out a heavy breath. Maybe we should just move on. If it's this difficult for us to get inside, then I doubt my mum or gran could have managed. Frustration rose in her and she kicked out, slamming the flat of her foot against the main door. Why don't you just open, you stupid piece of crap D, she cut off as the ruby door silently cracked apart, swung open, and she tumbled through to the other side. I dove after her, afraid the doorway would close, leaving us trapped on the outside, separated from her. I would not risk that. Jacob and I made it through unscathed, and the doors did not close. I lifted a stunned Grace. Did that door just open because I asked it to? What the hell? What sort of door does something like that? She was babbling, her words tumbling over each other. It was adorable and reminded me of the Grace I remembered from when we were kids. She was so contained now, closed off, and I liked this brief glimpse of her flustered side. She tangled her hands in my shirt, tucking herself closer to my side, and that possessive part of me roared to life. I wrapped one free arm around her, letting my palm caress her back, soothing in a silent way, before I finally said, "It doesn't matter what happened. All that matters is we're inside and can search for your mum." "You're right," she said, pulling back slightly. Lost my focus for a minute there. This place makes me feel weird. I ran my gaze over her, searching for cracks in her armor. But her eyes were dry, face expressionless. I hadn't seen her cry yet, which worried me. Supes didn't do well with suppressing trauma. Not all of us cried, but we were all emotional. We yelled and cursed and fought. We expressed our shit, not holding it inside where it would eat away at us. Grace was acting out of character. She had shut down, and I had no idea what would happen when that was no longer an option. I would be there for her, though. The fallout might be inevitable, but she would not be alone for it. I let her step away, giving her the freedom she desired, even though it went against all of my instincts. With a deep breath, she turned to head deeper into Ruby Town, before quickly doubling back and touching the open gate. "Close, please." Her voice was light and airy, no command in it this time. But it didn't matter, the gate silently swung closed. "Well, I'll be damned," Jacob said, disconcertion showing on his face for the first time. "No one is going to be able to explain that." I swallowed my reply, because what could I say to disagree? Grace had always been a supe with a very run-of-the-mill, mid-level power. Besides being a talented healer, she never exhibited abilities outside the norm. This demonstration was the sort of thing which happened to Jessa and Braxton, to supernaturals blessed with more than just a regular soul. Which led to the question, what was Grace? Grace Carter. I could control ruby doors. Totally normal, right? Maybe I should have been trying this years ago, asking inanimate objects to do my bidding. I had been wasting a lot of energy opening my own doors, and cleaning my own room. Being a healer was probably not my true calling. I could be a gemologist, bringing jewels to life. The swirl of thoughts had me half on the verge of hysterics as I fought to control all the parts of me that were freaking out. Earlier today, I had thought I was going to die, shadows and ice burst to life inside of me, and now I was in Fairy, with Tyson, who was my mate, making ruby doors move. Might as well just call me a fairy tale character. No doubt this was a pretty normal day in the world of the compasses. Probably should have taken that into account when I tried to figure out how I was doing these things. I'd just blame it on the close proximity to the quads. It was as good an explanation as any. Both of the boys were staring at me with the same sort of look. It wasn't a bad look, per se, seemed to be a lot of interest and awe in there, but it still made me feel uncomfortable. I wasn't used to being the center of attention. I also wasn't used to being the one who saved the day with secret awesome skills. I was a healer, one whisked away from Stratford when I was 16, homeschooled, privately educated in the healing arts, and basically sequestered away from the supernatural world. I had always felt like I stood on the outside, and I probably always would. I did not save the day. "You saved Misha's life," a little voice reminded me. Followed by another that said, "You didn't save Cardia." Ever since the battle with the Dragon King, I had tried my best not to think about the vampiress who had been killed right in front of me. We had bonded over our place in the pack, we were both outsiders. Even Misha, who had been raised as human, seemed more a part of it all. She was Jess's twin, she was a shifter, she was important to them. I saw that when she almost died. Cardia hated her the most because of Maximus. She believed he had never truly gotten over Misha, which was surely a pain that ate at her, even though she had never said as such. Through my own guilt, I had not asked how Maximus was doing, or Misha. I was sure there was a lot I had missed. When I was captured I lost interest in anything but my own pain. Pretty much figured I wasn't seeing any of them again anyway. Now though, now I had another chance. Maybe I could find my place in their pack. I was a great healer. I could sense the minor nuances of a super's pain, pinpoint the problem, and fix it to the best of my ability. With all my homeschooling and training, I was damned good at my specialty. But after Cardia, I'd lost heart for it all, and then Trevor had destroyed my healing side even further. I would find my way back. I would not let him affect me from the grave. I would not let him win. There was a new beat of assurance in my step as I turned from the no-closed gate and started into the city. A compass fell in on either side of me. "Pretty kick-ass, little witch," Tyson murmured, leaning in close to my ear. I fought back dual urges to smile and throw myself into his arms. He was making it very difficult to not touch him, constantly. But it was a bad idea. I was just too much of a freaking mess, and really needed to sort myself out before I lost myself in our bond. We both needed time. But, damn it, did he have to be so perfect? Not just his looks, or the fact he was one of the few men who made me feel protected, but the kindness of his heart and soul, the way he had always cared for the animals in the forest, tended the trees, gave back as much as he got. The intense way he watched me. The way he had my back. I saw how he struggled to care for me while not infringing on the freedom I craved. The fact that he was trying it all, well, it meant everything to me. The first thing I had ever noticed about Tyson, back when we were teenagers, was his sense of humor. He was always smiling this lopsided, dimpled grin. At 14, his boyish looks had been beautiful, but in a more innocent way. Now there was nothing soft or innocent about him. I kinda like both versions. You're more like your brothers now. The words slipped out before I could halt them, but as they echoed back to me, I realized how true it was. Not in all ways, of course, but the gap between their personalities was shrinking. I wondered if this was to do with their bond. I'd seen them join together and it was magic on a whole other level, a true combination of power and energy and raw strength. Tyson brushed against me and my body reacted immediately. Skin tingling, palms damp, low in my gut tightening. Our quad bond is changing us, he said, confirming my thoughts. We don't have pure souls. Apparently, each of us holds souls of the 4 soup races, and we're now starting to blend into this weird hybrid. Holy crapola, that was something new. I examined his features but couldn't see an ounce of joking. So you might be able to shift and need to drink blood. He shrugged. No idea. For now we remain more connected to our original race. But over time, who knows? Did you learn this while I was gone? I had never been more upset about my kidnapping. The torture. I dealt, but missing out on everything. I didn't like it. He nodded. We learned a lot in the last few months. I swallowed a roughness in my throat. We wasted so much time. I should never have been such an ass when I first returned. Nothing good came from me holding on to my anger. Where did you go when we were teenagers? His question shocked me. I hadn't expected he would ever think about me leaving the first time. I really hope you didn't leave because of me. I couldn't stop my grin. Arrogant much? He chuckled, not even trying to deny it. My parents are teachers. They got a job in a private soup school near Gran. We moved closer to them. He had been close on the timing, but my parents got the job before I confessed my feelings. It had been the reason I'd done it, my last chance before we would leave. Jessa should have slapped some sense into me, Tyson growled, gold flashing in his eyes. This time I actually laughed. She shouldn't have had to relay a message like that anyway. I should have known that if I wasn't ready to tell you myself, I wasn't ready for the relationship. His arms hung loosely at his sides, hands clenched. Energy buzzed between us and I wanted more than anything to touch him. You came back, though. I heard the half question in that statement. My parents decided they wanted to do some traveling, and I was ready for a break from the country life. As a fully qualified healer, I petitioned the council to return. There was no issue at all. What the hell is happening here? Jacob's words broke through our conversation and I realized he had wandered off and was examining a nearby ruby water fountain. Tyson and I kept doing this, getting lost in our own world, forgetting that real life, serious stuff, was happening all around us. As we turned to find Jacob, Tyson's hand brushed across my cheek. It was so fast I might have wondered if I imagined it, except for that burning path it left in its wake. I'm glad you returned. I swallowed hard, my breath ragged and uneven as we locked eyes. My gaze drifted to his lips, and everything inside of me clenched with need. I wasn't sure how much more of this I could take. You two need to get a room, and by get a room, I mean you need to stop screwing each other and start helping me figure out what happened here. Tyson's lips twitched slightly, although he didn't take his eyes off me. I'm going to enjoy beating you into the ground, Jake. The Fae chuckled, turning back to the fountain. With another deep breath, I shook my head and somehow managed to turn away. Jacob was right, we had things to figure out. I had family to save. Moving to Jacob's side, I stared into the odd ruby fountain. Do you think this was one of the cities abandoned when the Fae crossed to Earth? Tyson ran a fingertip along the smooth stone. This is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen, and considering our life, that's saying a lot. Beyond the fountain was a path wide enough for 2 cars to drive along. Running along either side of it were small buildings, houses or huts, with thick ruby walls and doors. There was not one thing here that wasn't carved from ruby. Tyson wore a hard expression again, his arms tense, held loosely at his side, like he was waiting to be attacked. I still cannot sense a single living being in here besides us, but with so much magic in the air it's impossible to know what's being hidden. We started to step through the city, keeping to the main path. Tyson kept maneuvering himself so that he was partially blocking my back and side, while also keeping me firmly positioned between him and Jacob. We approached a huge statue situated right in the center of the path. It looked like a male fae, standing 20 feet in the air. Details were lost in the red stone, but he wore a crown with lethal points, and his smile was broad and creepy. Last ruler, Jacob laughed. I think he could have gotten a bigger statue. I let out a chuckle. Come on, don't tell me you four haven't commissioned Compass Council leader statues for Stratford already. Tyson grinned as he leaned back to take it all in. I could just imagine suggesting that to Braxton. He'd want his 100 feet tall, because that's how big it would need to be to accurately represent his power. I shook my head. And you're so much humbler than him. Yeah, right. All of you have an unhealthy level of confidence. He shrugged. We're just well aware of our abilities. Besides, a certain level of confidence is important. It's how we keep others in line. You could try for respect, I suggested, my tone not as biting as I would have liked. Their confidence was kind of cute, and annoying. Jacob's smile broadened. Soups respect power, so we have their respect from that alone, but our confidence is what makes them truly believe in us. In our abilities. How can you expect others to rely on you when you don't seem sure of yourself? Well, that was actually a fair point. I'd give him this round. I inclined my head at Jacob and he winked lazily at me. Cocky bastard. As we passed around the statue, some of the darkness that had been hovering under my magic shot up, and my vision wavered. Ruby bled off the statue to reveal the fae beneath. He was a dark-skinned male with thick, coarse, raven-black hair. His nose was long and sharp, eyes wide and assessing. I blinked a few times and the image faded, so I was once again staring at a ruby monument. What the hell? Okay, it was official. I was losing it. To distract myself, I blurted out the first question I could think of, how's everyone in Stratford? Has anything happened since the Dragon King battle? Jacob and Tyson exchanged a minute glance above my head, and from what I caught of that look, a lot had happened. I immediately forgot about my shadows, and the weird mental breakdown, and focused closely on them both. Jess's baby's okay. She's had them by now. Right. My voice sounded a little panicked. Guilt over not being there to help with the birth hit me. I loved that pack. I had claimed them a long time ago, even before they knew who I was. I should have been there. Tyson relaxed his fighter stance. He'd been tense since we stepped through the ruby gates. With a wave of his hand, we all started walking again. Talking as we moved deeper into this weird city. Her babies are fine, he said, a soft sort of emotion touching his features. Jackson and Evie. They're already amazing, and they have their parents and the rest of us completely wrapped around their tiny, demanding fingers. Not to mention all of the doting grandparents following them around. Grandparents. The word hit me like a bullet to the chest. Here's hoping those little ones would never know a betrayal like I had. Misha also had her little girl, he said, and she's just as stunning and clever as her cousins. Maximus is obsessed. He's not a daddy you'd want to cross in a dark alleyway. He's as fierce and annoying as Braxton right now. Misha and Max had a baby. I blurted out, blinking rapidly as my brain tried to compute what I was hearing. Shit, I heard Tyson mutter, before he spoke up. I forgot how much you missed. A lot happened after the battle. Here's the CliffsNotes version, Jacob chimed in. Misha got pregnant when she was with Max during her first days in Stratford. She didn't have normal fertile times because of her powers being locked up. His words continued for some time, as he explained the crazy events I had missed. Kristoff's part in it all didn't surprise me. I had always hated the former leader of the magic users. He bled evil from every pore. So Max and Mish were true mates all along. His bond with Cardia was fake. I must have looked like a stunned fish, bug-eyed with my mouth wide open. The things which happened to you four, I finished. It's like you're one of those human soap operas. Tyson made a noise of disbelief. They'd never considered themselves like humans, but it was the closest comparison I had. As we passed what looked like a ruby playground, I said, I trusted Cardia. My words were laced with fury. I confided in her. She did the same with me. Now you're telling me it was all a lie. Maybe I didn't need to mourn her any longer. She made her bed long ago when she tried to hurt my friends. Tyson's chest rumbled, and I felt like if I could see inside of him, I'd see dark swirls of magic. It was Kristoff more than anything. He wanted to rule the council again. Wanted the power back. He decided to mess with the demons, got demon-touched, and then lost control. Demon-touched. That was scary. Dark spirits were not to be messed with. I had a thought then. Could demons be the reason my gran took me? I was desperate for an explanation, but something about that didn't seem right. Tyson reached out and took my hand. There's a chance. Demon activity is on the rise. Maybe you should tell us everything that happened, everything she said over the last few months. I didn't want to, but I couldn't hold off any longer. Jacob moved closer again, listening as I spoke in hushed, hurried tones. I was as clinical as I could be, which helped me not to fall apart. I started with the phone call, the ambush at the airport, and then my time at the farmhouse. I didn't leave anything out, describing the torture in some detail. I finished up with, I never knew until today that my gran was behind it all. I only ever dealt with Trevor and the other one. They would mention needing information, but it was more like they were just enjoying breaking me. I tried to recall what had happened once I was brought out of the basement, but it was quite blurred. So much shock and adrenaline. My gran did mention opening a cage, needing me later, but I don't know what any of that was about. Tyson's rage was palpable, coming off him in waves, smashing against my center and sending tumults through my own energy. The shadows didn't like his energy, but the ice magic did. For the first time since I was stabbed, it started to unfurl again. Chills slid into my veins, and my eyes fluttered closed for a beat. Are you okay, Grace? Tyson's concern had my eyelids flying open and I stared at him. The icy energy disappeared in a flash, slipping back into its small bud. Disappointment stole over me, but I ignored it, stepping closer to Tyson. His arms automatically wound around me, and I found myself resting my forehead against his chest. I'm okay. You saved me. He clenched his teeth so hard I heard his jaw crack. I tilted my head back to see him open his mouth, but no words emerged. Jacob shot him a look. The recent spate of demon issues is concerning. We might need to do some investigating in the demon realm. Tyson's arms tightened, bringing me firmly to his chest. A brief spark of panic hit me at the sudden movement, and my recently developed survival instincts kicked in. I was about to wrench myself backwards until his scent hit me. With a low, deep breath, all of that panic calmed, and I felt myself relax. Low words rumbled around me. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to stop myself from killing your gran, he said. His confession did not scare me. If anything, it was comforting. Even if she is demon-touched, she had to have invited the darkness in. So, I get first shot at her. Some of the rigid anger relaxed out of Tyson and I was released back to my own feet. I hadn't even realized he'd lifted me off the ground. He kept one hand tangled in mine as he turned to Jacob. I agree with you about the demons. Ever since we crashed that soup auction, I've had a bad feeling about their kind. Doesn't seem as if they're content to remain in their realm any longer. Clearly a lot had been left out of the CliffsNotes version of events. Soup auction. How much had gone down while I was being tortured? Even worse, it looked like I wasn't the only one to suffer recently. I'm so sorry I wasn't there to help you all. I feel like I let everyone down. Tyson's gaze zeroed right in on me, his hand tightening. Every thought fled from my mind. I forgot what I had just been saying, forgot we were in a potentially deadly situation, that my mum was missing and possibly in the hands of a demon-touched sorceress. I forgot everything but Tyson as he leaned in very close to me. You have never let any of us down. If anything, we let you down. But that won't happen again. You're one of us. You should have always been one of us, and our pack. Our family. We stick together. My free hand pressed against his chest, against his strong and steady heartbeat. You are my family, my pack. Witches didn't have packs, but I didn't care. A swirl of gold lightened his brown eyes, and his stare deepened. My emotions were reaching an uncomfortable level, so I turned back to the Ruby City. We should keep searching, I said, my voice husky. We were deep in now, and it felt like we were completely surrounded by red. Tyson concentrated on my face for a few more moments, before relenting. We started heading for a huge building that seemed to be filling the horizon. If I had to guess, it was a palace, judging by the shape. I'm just going to check something down here, Jacob said, quickly ducking off the path. Tyson cursed. Jake, we shouldn't split up. His brother ignored him, and before I could add my own concern, I was being pulled along after the Fey compass. Somehow he was already out of sight. Along here the houses were close together, awnings hanging over the sides, blocking their windows and doors. We found him a few houses in, standing before one of the larger structures. It looked like a tavern, and the front door was propped open. Did you find something? I asked breathlessly, nerves getting to me. My mum. He shook his head. No, not your mum. Sorry. This open doorway caught my eye, so I decided to check it out. Only popped my head around the side, but I think we might have been wrong about this being a ruby city. You both better look for yourselves. He stepped to the side. I knew without a doubt that Tyson would not let me go first, because he was protective like that, and since I didn't care, I didn't even push to be in front. As he stepped forward, I was happy to see his normal eye color was back, that deep golden honeysuckle. A sparkle of amusement was evident across his face, and I was reminded of the younger Tyson again. His white teeth flashed at me when he said, Jessa would have cut me if I tried to enter first, even if it was to protect her. I shook my head, a ghost of a smile crossing my face. I'm no alpha, or leader. Don't get me wrong, I have no problem with going first either. We're equals, after all. But if it makes you feel better, then I won't fight you. His lazy smile, teamed with sparkling eyes, were enough to have some very inappropriate thoughts crossing my mind. Sexy mage. Damn him. He leaned in very close. Where it counts, you'll always be first. More swirls of intense heat lit up my insides, and I had to clench my thighs together to ease some of the ache. I had no doubt I'd be more than satisfied after a night with Tyson. My body's response right now was telling me that he already turned me on in more ways than should be legal, but I had also almost been raped today. Probably would have been raped if Tyson didn't show up. Which meant I was not ready, mentally. No matter what my body was saying. That thought was enough to calm my unrestrained hormones, then I could again focus on the task at hand. Stepping cautiously into the room, I waited a beat for my sight to adjust. There was very little natural light, only a few beams able to penetrate the thick ruby windows. Tyson released a mage light, and once the room came into clear focus, I let out a low gasp. My legs felt like lead as I took another step into the room. It was a tavern, one with a long bar running down one wall, and tables and chairs scattered across the large open floor. Stools were positioned across the length of the bar. How could this happen? My voice was raspy with shock. The room was filled with humanoid shapes. Sitting on the stools, standing around the tables. Every single one was completely sheathed in ruby, just as the statue had been outside. Tyson crossed to the center, staring down at a table occupied by 4 Fae. It's like they were just eating lunch, and then everything was encased in stone. I was barely loud enough to be heard. It felt as if this was a tomb and I needed to speak quietly, respectfully. A small tick in Tyson's jaw caught my attention. He looked like he was fighting for control. It has struck me as odd since we arrived that such a large city was carved from ruby. I figured it was simply for the magical properties of the stones, but why when there were no Fae here to utilize it? Your theory makes more sense. This city has been spelled. The ruby holds them prisoner. That's why there's so much magic in the air, I breathed. Shit. Could my mum be here, one of the victims? Would it encase her that quickly? Are we next? Tyson's expression softened as he cupped the side of my face, and I pressed into his palm, needing the comfort. I don't think so. This has a feeling of age about it, like it happened a long time ago. From the start we'd all felt it was abandoned. Are they all dead? Or could the spell be lifted and life restored? He dragged his thumb across my jaw, releasing me, turning back to the ruby Fae. I have no idea, and I don't think there'll be any answers here. We need to speak to someone who has more of an idea about fairy and this magic. We also need to know what spell was used. Otherwise, I have no idea how to counter it. We need Louis' help. Tyson sounded only a little annoyed, which was an improvement over the way he usually spoke about the powerful sorcerer. Louis was pretty much a god in our world. His power, teamed with all the mystery he exuded, and those sleek model looks, was an intriguing package. It was almost crazy to me that Jessa was his friend. So if we figure out how to save Louis, maybe we'll figure out how to save them all. I had to hope for that. It was incomprehensible to think someone sent out a spell to bury this town alive. That all of the Fae here might be dead. Or worse, alive and trapped. My pulse was racing and I struggled to suck air into my lungs. I wasn't normally claustrophobic, but that thought would have anyone hyperventilating. Tyson started ushering me out, and with one last glance around the tavern, I exited the building. Jacob was leaning against the house, looking unruffled, except for his eyes, which were no longer bright grass green, but a dark mossy color, tension vibrating through him. "We might have a problem," was the first thing he said. "I've been watching those waves of energy flow in and out, and even though it's only a fraction, they're increasing in strength each time. I'm worried about what might happen at the pinnacle of whatever cycle they're on." Nothing more needed to be said. We all understood how magic worked. Especially now that we knew there was a spell across this town. Who knew what it would do once it realized we were trespassing? I, for one, definitely did not want to end up as a ruby statue. My bare feet felt like an advantage as we took off running toward the front gates. The ruby was soft and I didn't sink deep. I had always preferred to be barefoot, to feel the natural reverberation of the land. The gate opened easily at my command, and none of us stopped, exiting from the city in a matter of seconds. "We should go around, put some distance between us. Away from the direction the wave moves." No one argued with Jacob. We all just picked up the pace, sprinting across the shifting ruby sands. The city was the only structure in sight. The rest was just one long plain of red. "Do you think the reason all these gems have been crushed to fine particles was so they could easily be turned to liquid and encase the city?" I asked, keeping my breathing rhythmic. Tyson's reply was smooth. "Definitely possible, but what I really want to know is why the door responded to you. Almost like it was connected to your magic. If it was connected to my magic, that could mean this spell was connected to my magic, right? But how? I've never even been to Fairy." Before anyone could answer, another wave of energy washed across us. This time it was strong enough to slap at me, stinging across any exposed skin. "That one had some bite," Tyson muttered through clenched teeth. "I have no idea how all of this is connected to you, but since you did open a doorway here from Earth, we have to at least entertain the thought." He was right, but there was no time to worry about it now. My sense of urgency was growing. The boys had much longer legs than me, but I enjoyed running. It was an activity I'd lost myself in since I was young. There was something so soothing about the pounding of feet on the road. Just me and silence. Me and nature. "Shame the quad bond didn't decide to share some dragon shifting abilities," Tyson muttered. He didn't sound like he was joking, and I had to ask, "So there's really a chance you might be able to shift one day?" I just couldn't imagine it. His powerful legs pounded along next to me. I forced myself to run faster to keep pace. I was starting to feel the slightest burning fatigue. It had been too long since I ran, but nothing to worry about yet. "There's definitely a chance," Tyson confirmed. "Max and Mish can hear each other's thoughts. Their mate bond is like a dragon shifter's." What the hell? So why can't we hear each other's thoughts? Part of me was relieved. There was a lot in my head I needed to stay locked down, but a bigger part of me wanted that sort of bond. Tyson's rigid jaw told me he might feel the same way. I have no idea. Maybe I don't have enough shifter yet. Or maybe I won't get that particular trait. He tilted his head, his expression relaxing as he shot me a dimpled smile. "Our bond is very new, and both of us are dealing with an overload of emotions and stress already. You were being held captive, I just ascended to sorcery. I think we might just need time." Did it happen straight away for Max and Misha? No, it didn't. For some reason, I felt a little better about it then. If we got the mental dragon connection, it would happen when the timing was right. When we were both emotionally ready to handle it. And if we didn't, we would deal. Tyson compass. I braced myself for the next wave. We had been running long enough to be hit by 3, and with each the power had increased substantially. This next one, which I could see rolling across the red landscape toward us, was going to slam into us with the force of a goddamn freight train. I might actually lose control of my sorcery side this time, because whatever was happening here, it was energy that mine reacted to. As it closed in, all of us stopped and reached out to link hands. We needed a full wall of strength to stay on our feet. With a deep breath, I locked everything down and waited, somehow managing to keep my groan from emerging as the force jolted me backwards. That one stung like a bitch, which didn't bother me as much as the thought that Grace was being hurt again. My first instinct was to send some healing energy into her, even though she was the natural-born healer, and would probably laugh at my shitty attempt. I mean, I knew a little, all magic users knew the basics, but she was spectacular. I'm fine. She smiled up at me. I'd been unable to hide a single emotion from her since our bond kicked in, even when I was trying to. After the last few weeks, that was nothing. I had to start running then, or I was going to say or do something I regretted. I really needed someone to punch the shit out of, preferably one of the ones who had betrayed Grace, but since there was no one around, I would have to focus on the running. This magic is hardcore, Jacob said with a grunt. The increases were small to start, but those last 2 waves were a big jump. It's building quicker than I expected. He was right. These waves of magic were worrying me on a few fronts. Not only could they be connected to the ruby spell encasing this land, but they were also designed to stir energy, to create more energy, and it was working. My magic was bouncing around inside of me again, and I could see no end in sight. At this rate, the next magic wave would probably knock us all the way back to the city. Grace kept easy pace with us. She was a runner. Even when we were younger, she would run through the forest for hours, often followed by a train of animals. They were drawn to her, and I couldn't blame them. I had considered following her more than once, but usually managed to stop before I made a complete idiot out of myself. Dark eyes met mine, widening as we locked gazes. Do you think the next wave will be the last before the spell completes this cycle? She asked. I gave a nod. It felt like that last wave was teetering on the edge. The next one could definitely be the final for this cycle. I didn't want to worry her, but I also wasn't going to lie. If I could help it. I faced forward again, wanting to see any danger before it jumped us. Sorry I dragged you both into this mess, Grace murmured, her tone flat. You didn't drag us into anything. And we're going to be fine. A shimmer of green distracted me and I trailed off. I found myself scanning the red horizon, trying to figure out what I'd seen. As we went down and then up another small embankment, I saw more green, and then some blue. The moment Grace and Jacob spotted these new bursts of colors, their pace increased. As did mine. We all knew we had to get out of the red lands before it was too late. Finally, there was a shred of hope. The wave is building again, Jacob bit out. He was right. About 20 feet from us, a swirl of red energy was beginning to form. This had to be the initiation point, and we were going to see the first build-up. A roar drowned out everything else as red sand swirled and crashed together. Calling on whatever new strength resided inside me as a sorcerer, hoping that maybe some vampire speed would slip through also, I wrapped an arm around Grace and flung her across my shoulder. She let out a disgruntled grunt, and I knew I was going to be in trouble if we lived through this. Your legs are too short, I bellowed. Jacob and I were full on sprinting now, our strides smooth and even. She shouted something back to me, but I missed what it was as we closed in on the initiation point. We had to make it through before that wave released. If it hit us at this close range, we would be dead, either because the lifting ruby sands would cover us, like those in the city, or because the force of the wave would smash our bodies to pieces. Either way, I didn't want to find out. Shit, move faster, Jake. We weren't going to make it. The wave's gaps were closing, and soon it would release. It crested high, and we were still too far from freedom. With a jolt, the bond between Jacob and I clicked into place without any real thought or effort. Somehow our energy sensed that we needed an extra boost and had connected us. A shocking buzz shuddered through me. I felt the cold metallic energy of the vampire intermingling with my own, and the fiery power of dragon. Both were predators, and fast, and with those strengths I became so much more than a magic user. With a final push, I made it close enough to toss Grace through a small gap in the wave, before diving after her. My arms and legs brushed the energy, I tucked them in close to my side. That brush had been enough to tell me that whatever this spell was, it was dark. For the first time the wave was filled with shadows, looking like a stream of angry storm clouds about to roll across the red plains, demolishing everything in its path. I tumbled once, jumping to my feet at the same time as Grace. Where's Jake? I shouted. He had been right beside me when I dove. I stepped forward, looking for another gap in the wave. The roar was almost deafening as the wave prepared to release. As I closed in on the dark wall, a hand busted through, and with a leap I caught hold of it, yanking with all my strength. I would not leave Jake on the other side, no matter what happened. More of his arm appeared, but no matter how hard I pulled I could not bring all of him to our side. The spell was holding him. Grace stepped in beside me, wrapping her slender fingers around Jacob's forearm, adding her strength to my own. He moved another inch as the wave let out one final roar and came crashing down, pouring out across the red lands. Grace and I tumbled backwards, Jacob's hand still firmly in mine as he came with us. Jerking my head up, I watched as that dark wave swept out across the land and out of sight. The roar echoed in my ears even as it died off. I turned all of my attention to Jacob, recoiling as I saw what had happened. Goddamn fucking hell. Every part of him, beside his right hand and 3/4 of that forearm, was encased in ruby. Jake, hang on, man. I'm going to get you out of there. Grace fell to my side, reaching for my brother, latching onto the one part of him not encased in stone, pressing her fingers to his pulse point. Her eyes fluttered closed. He's still alive, she said almost immediately. But all of his vital signs are abnormally low. What does that mean? He's dying. I tried not to let my anger and fear spill out. It wasn't Grace's fault this had happened, but there was no controlling the rough nature of my tone. This was my brother. I was not living in any goddamned world without him, so him dying was not an option I was accepting. My breath shuddered in my chest as I waited for her answer, and I was about to explode when she finally said, I don't think so. The decline is leveling off. It's no longer dropping. It's low but stable now, like his body has gone into a comatose state. My fist clenched in the sands around us as I fought for control. Sands which were no longer red. For the first time since coming through the wave, I took a look at our surroundings. Are you seeing this? I asked. Grace didn't move from Jacob's side, but she did lift her head to look with me. I stood and turned a full 360 degrees. We were on the edge of a large circle of actual golden sand, like you would find on the beach. Surrounding it, divided into quadrants, were 4 jeweled meadows. Ruby, sapphire, emerald, and clear and shiny, diamond. It looked like the same spell from the ruby lands had affected them all. Turning to Grace, I expected to see shock on her face. Except she looked almost contemplative. Like this was familiar. Do you recognize this land? I said abruptly, and then wanted to kick my own ass for talking to her like that. To my surprise, she only grinned at my tone, shaking her head. When did you get so impatient, Tyson Compass? You were always the calm one. With a shrug, I worked hard to return that smile. My idiot brothers are rubbing off on me. My chest tightened as I looked at Jacob, unmoving, covered in ruby. It was so thick that I couldn't even tell it was him trapped beneath. Grace cleared her throat. It's like standing at the center of a gem rainbow. Yeah, a creepy fucking rainbow that turned living beings into statues. Are we stuck here? She asked as she got to her feet. All of these lands look to be covered in their own particular jewel, so the spell has to be across all of them, right? She'd reached the same conclusion as me. I had no idea if anywhere was safe from this spell. Well, outside of this golden patch. We need to get Jake help, but both of us getting encased as well is not the way to do that. I was pacing, trying to figure it out. I could attempt to open a doorway back to Stratford, but since I've successfully managed only one step through in my life, I'm not confident it wouldn't collapse, leaving us stranded between worlds. I would never risk her, and if I stepped through first, I would leave her here defenseless. Striding back to Jacob's side, I reached down and captured his free hand, searching for our bond. Jake. I tried again to connect to him. There was a flicker of something at the end, but so brief I wondered if I imagined it. Sending my reach farther out, I tried to connect with Braxton and Maximus, but besides some lingering tendrils of their race power I was getting nothing. Fuck. I let out a low rumble of exasperation, my fists clenching as my hands dropped away from Jacob's. My curse must have taken Grace by surprise. She started a little, but recovered almost instantly. Jacob is beyond me, as are my other brothers. We might just have to risk it, pick one of these jeweled lands and take our chances making it through. The wave would start another cycle now, so we had some time. Grace didn't say anything, she just bounced from one bare foot to the other, her tattered clothes engulfing her too thin frame. Large eyes stared at me, the color so dark they almost blended into her pupils. Her eyes had always fascinated me. How could they be so dark and yet so depthless? I'm ready when you are. Right. Escaping. I scooped my brother's heavy ass up and hoisted him across my shoulder. I stumbled once, he was stiff, like a long plank of timber, and his top end far outweighed the bottom. I struggled for a minute or two, tried a bunch of different positions, but could find no way to easily balance him. I would not be able to run fast enough with his weight to get out of here before the wave. We might have to leave him, Grace suggested. My head snapped up, our eyes meeting across Jacob. With a huff, I gently placed him back on the ground, stalking closer to her. My words were rough. You expect so little of me. What makes you think I would ever leave my brother behind? Any of my pack? Her face was fearless. She stared at me boldly, challenging me. I don't expect so little of you at all. I was not testing your loyalty again, Ty. If anything, your loyalty to your pack is beyond reproach. Beyond anything I have ever seen. Her eyes squeezed tightly and her brow creased. It felt like she'd just reached out and punched me in my chest. The pain she displayed in that one small movement, the envy I heard in her voice. Fuck, I was an asshole. I reached out and wrapped my arms around her. What are you doing? She spluttered, as I hauled her closer to me. You, Grace Carter, mean more to me than any other supernatural in the world. My brothers are my family, but you are my everything. I will leave Jacob here if that's the best option for us to get help, for me to save you. I'll come back for him, of course, but you're my #1 priority. A single tear fell from the corner of her eye, and as the dampness landed on her cheek she jerked back, like she was absolutely shocked she could cry. She swallowed hard, the movement obvious in her slender throat, and I couldn't wait another second. I lowered my head, my lips landing on hers before her small huff of surprise could even be heard. The kiss started out slightly off-kilter. I'd surprised her and this was our first kiss. But that lasted only a heartbeat. She pressed into me, tilting her head back and parting her lips. My hunger for her roared to life, and my tongue slid in between her lips, dominating her. Owning her. Our mouths moved together, and despite the fact we were in a very desperate situation, it would have taken a spell far greater than the dual spell to tear me away. With no effort, I hauled her up to me, and she didn't even hesitate to wrap her legs around my waist. I tightened my grip, pressing my lips harder to hers, sucking in her full bottom lip, exploring her taste and scent as I committed it to memory. Our kiss slowed, and slivers of sanity bled through my need. With one last touch, we pulled apart. My arms remained around her, holding her body as close as I could. Her arms were wrapped tightly around my neck, her center pressed against me. I wanted to slide inside of her, to feel every part of her body against mine. But now was not the time. Breathing deeply, I dropped my head into the crook of her neck. Are you okay? I didn't hurt you, right? I knew I hadn't hurt her physically. Her dilated pupils, rapid pulse, and distractingly erect nipples told me that. But she had been through a lot, and I was supposed to wait for her to make the move. Some of my worry abated when she squeezed herself closer to me, her lips grazing my cheek. I felt her happiness through our bond, so I didn't fight when she untangled her legs, wanting to stand again. She didn't move away from me, just met my gaze directly, one of her hands pressed against my right pec, her fingers clutching my shirt. You didn't hurt me, Tyson Compass. Thank fuck for that. A burning intensity unfurled in my center and worked its way up to my chest. Her presence grew stronger in my mind as more of our bond cemented. It clicked into place, and a strange energy followed, trickling across my mind. I reached for it. Grace. I let the word trail off. There was no reply, although her brow furrowed like she had heard me. Do you feel me in your mind? I asked. Hear me? She shook her head, and then paused. I don't know, I sense something. Feel your presence stronger than before, but I don't actually hear you. If we ever got out of here, we needed to talk to Braxton. I wanted to know how this dragon mate thing worked. I wanted that sort of bond with Grace, and something told me it was possible, just hovering there, out of reach. We can't leave Jacob, she whispered, bringing us both back to reality. The kiss had been a long time coming, and I wanted nothing more than to pick it right back up. But she was right, we needed to get out of here first. We needed to help my brother. And, I'm sorry about how I treated you. Her sudden confession surprised me, but I didn't interrupt. It never felt right when I bailed after the Dragon King. I was stupid and naive. Carrying around my pain like I bore this huge burden. I was a child, Ty, and as hard as the last 2 months have been, they did achieve one thing. I've grown up. I shook my head. You had every right to not trust me. And I never wanted you to grow up like that. If only I could kill her cousin all over again. He just hadn't suffered enough. She snuggled closer, her warmth pressing into me. Her light jasmine scent was enough to have my senses firing. "If you don't want this nice, patient version of Tyson to disappear," I said, my voice a husky murmur. "The one who will wait forever for you to be ready, then you need to step away. Because I don't think I can." She was destroying me with each gentle touch, each moment where she made her way back to me from whatever darkness lived inside of her. She let out a chuckle as she stepped back. The small space gave me a chance to focus and get my body under control again. She was still smiling when I eventually faced her. The right side of my lip quirked up at the sight. I couldn't help it, she was so damn cute when she was happy. "So," she said, "I was thinking. If you can't create a step through back to Earth, then maybe you can create one to somewhere in Fairy." I nodded. It will be a hell of a lot easier staying on this world. Even with the strange magic in this land. I think it's our best option. A gust of breeze blew some of her long locks across her face and chest, and in that moment she had never looked more like a warrior, proud and determined, strong and brave. I was honored that the fates had chosen her as a mate for me. But, like all warriors, she didn't know when to stop. I could see a deep tiredness in her eyes, the dark blotches under them. She needed to rest. My little stubborn witch would never admit it, though, so I was going to have to make it about me. "I've exhausted a lot of energy today, and my sorcery side is not settled. I'll feel more confident about my step through if I can get a few hours rest first. We can each take turns keeping watch." She nodded, her confident facade falling momentarily. I could never sleep at my grand's. I was always afraid they would attack me when I was unconscious. Having to constantly be vigilant, it's exhausting. I bit back my first response, not wanting to upset her again by letting loose the multitude of curses poised on the end of my tongue. I internally wrestled with what to say next, until I realized she only needed one thing from me. Support. "I will keep you safe, Grace. Always. Come get some rest. I'll take first watch." She wanted to argue. I could tell by the way she opened and closed her mouth multiple times, but eventually her exhaustion got the better of her and she stumbled to my side. "I just need a second of privacy first." She wiggled on the spot. "Got to pee." I smiled, glad she was growing more comfortable with me. "No worries. I want to check on Jacob's vitals again." I tried not to keep tabs on her, outside of making sure she hadn't wandered too far. I focused on my brother, relieved that his low vital signs remained stable. Grace was back in a few minutes, and looked even more tired than before. We both dropped down beside Jacob, using him as a backrest behind us. He was totally going to kick our asses when we freed him and he found out about that. Grace slumped against me as she tried to get comfortable. I let her shift around for a minute, before eventually my impatience grew. Lifting her up, I placed her firmly between my thighs, wrapping my arms around her. She tensed, but only for a second, before I felt her go boneless, dropping her head back onto my chest. She let out a contented sigh and it rocked all the way to my dick, which was pressed into her perfect ass. Closing my eyes, I tilted my head back and started to recite spells, anything to remind my body, and our bond, that she needed sleep above all other things. Within seconds, her breathing started to even out, and as she made more cute sounds in her sleep, I let my eyes linger on the dips and angles of her face. I loved the way she was so fine-boned, and yet somehow strong. I still wanted her fiercely, but more importantly, I was content to hold her. Protect her. This was what I had been born to do. Grace Carter. There was nothing soft on Tyson. Nothing. Hard, broad muscles surrounded me, his chest a series of cuts and dips, defined planes wrapped in tanned skin. Despite this, I wasn't sure I'd ever slept as deeply as I did when he wrapped me up in his arms and let me rest against him. I must have been beyond exhausted, because it felt like I had only settled against him, breathing in that fresh outdoors scent he always carried. Like he had just been in a forest, except it was all Tyson, when I was lights out. Without a single thought for some time, it was only as consciousness started to return that so did the nightmares. I didn't have them much during my time being held in the basement, mostly because I didn't let myself sleep long enough to dream. But there were times they came, when the darkness filled my mind like a thick, insidious smoke I could not escape, no matter how far and fast I ran, how much I fought and screamed. At first the smoke didn't seem so scary, despite the slightly ominous feel to it. It was only when it caught up to me that I felt true fear. Those dark tendrils filled my mouth and eyes, choking off my senses until I was blindly fighting against a foe I could not defeat. I fought and breathlessly screamed until the last beats of my heart faltered. Then, as I died, usually I woke up. Grace, open your eyes. The demand penetrated my subconscious just as I was struggling with the smoke. Baby, wake the fuck up. Come on. I coughed a few times, my chest rattling as I fought the unconscious which continued to pull me back under. Tyson. I clawed my way toward him, using our mate bond as a guide. I finally had an anchor in this crazy world. With a gasping cough, I wrenched myself up, eyes flying open as I took in deep shuddering breaths. Large hands wrapped around my biceps, holding me closer as he examined my face. It took me a few moments to calm down enough to meet his gaze. His eyes were a fiery gold, full magic mode. He was channeling all kinds of energy, and he looked furious. What happened, Grace? You started murmuring, and then you were crying. Tears were pouring down your cheeks as you slept. His face was like granite, hard and unyielding as his focus remained on me. One thumb lifted and wiped across my right cheek, removing moisture I hadn't even noticed. You can't do shit like that to me. I couldn't wake you up. Despite my heart racing from the last vestiges of that dream, a snortlaw escaped. Sorry, Your Majesty. I will try and contain my emotions next time some scary-ass dream assaults me. He shook his head at me, the next words even harder. Not funny, little witch. Now tell me what the hell just happened. His demand didn't bother me, he was worried, he cared. I would never get upset about finally seeing this side of him. I told you about my ice energy, but there is something more. When I was being held captive, this darkness started to hover around my magic center. It was small at first, but each time they hurt me, it grew. Just speaking about it had tendrils swirling inside of me. The icy spot slapped out again, knocking it down. It was like I had fighting siblings inside of me. Tyson, whose grimness had not disappeared, was still waiting for the rest. For the information about the actual dream. After this darkness appeared inside, well, I started having this dream. Just on occasion. It's always the same. This smoky fog appears and it completely engulfs me, taking me over slowly. With the last beat of my heart, I wake up. Somehow his expression darkened even further, and I found myself hauled up against his chest again. I'm okay now, I murmured against him. It's just a dream. His body rumbled under mine. Not just a fucking dream, Grace. Even if we ignore the timing of when it started, or call it stress of the situation you were in, there's still the fact that it's not normal to have the same dream over and over. Especially one so dark. It's not normal to feel dark tendrils around your magic center. We're pretty much light at our center. So what's with the dark? He rubbed a hand across his face in a tired gesture. You're being messed with, and I'm pretty much done with that happening. It's going to stop, one way or another. After seeing him pummel Trevor, I had no doubt he meant every one of those words. Still, now was not the time. We had more pressing issues. We'll figure it out, Ty. I'm glad now you know everything that happened to me in there. It helps. It did. I already felt like a weight had lifted from me. So was there any trouble while I slept? How long was I out? For a second I didn't think he was going to let me change the subject, but he only shook his head and allowed me to pull back. No trouble. You slept for a few hours. The magic waves have started up again. They form all around us and then wash out across all four lands. Our theory was right before. None of them are safe to travel through. Pulling myself to my knees, I faced him. His long legs were still spread out on either side of me, heavy muscles visible through his dark pants. I feel a lot better now. I'll keep watch while you get some sleep. A lazy smile tipped up his lips and I suddenly felt like a bunny being assessed by a panther. Predator and prey. It made me uneasy but I didn't back away. Tyson was scary, but not in the same way Trevor had been. My cousin was a monster. Tyson was anything but. My insides clenched at the look on his face. That look was everything, and I kind of wanted to see it on his face for many more years. My lips parted as my tongue flicked out to moisten them. My mouth was dry, and it was more than just the fact that I needed fluids. It was Tyson. I wanted to kiss him again, so badly it was an actual physical ache in my chest. We'd had our first kiss yesterday, and it was not even remotely enough. A part of me wished it had never happened, because now all I could think about was kissing him again. I wasn't sure I wanted to ever stop kissing my compass. But, alas, like everything else in my life, I had other shit to do first. Save my mother, save Jacob, and get all of our asses safely out of Fairy. Tyson and me, we would have to wait. Some of the gold bled out of his eyes as they slowly returned to their natural color. Are you going to sleep now? I asked, still kneeling between his legs, facing him. He shook his head, before slowly standing. No, I'm fine. My energy restored while I rested. I have my sorcery side under control again. I somehow managed to raise my eyebrows and narrow my eyes on him. You have it under control. That easily, and in a land of very odd magic. He shrugged, shooting me a crooked grin. You know me, there's very little I can't do if I set my mind to it. I snorted, which of course was totally attractive. His grin increased, and I felt a very light tinge of heat in my cheeks. I waited for his usual smartass remark, but he just held out a hand and pulled me to my feet. Come on, it's time for us to go to the Isle of the Shining Ones. This is where the gods who have merged with the dragons live. If I can find Josephina, Jess's mated dragon, then we might have some of the answers we seek. I remembered my last glimpses of the impressive gold dragon, the original queen. She had seemed wise and powerful, and her daughter had inherited much of that knowledge. She had to know something. Without hesitation, I placed my palm across his, feeling his strength as he encased my hand and hauled me up with ease. Then, before I could even figure out what was happening, he leaned over and pressed a kiss to my forehead. It was warm and lingering, and my eyes fluttered shut. He pulled away far too soon, and stepped a few feet away. Stay over there, he warned. Just in case my step-through attempt backfires. I'd rather you weren't in the magical firing line. We both knew magic was random. It didn't matter where I stood. If this spell backfired, we'd both be in trouble. But if it gave him an added boost of confidence, I would go along with it. A lot of spell casting was about mental strength and preparation. The reason most young magic users couldn't ascend to sorcery, mentally they just weren't ready. Tyson, with all of his power and control, was still struggling with the mental part. Which was not a huge surprise. I was a little older than the quads, having recently turned 25, while I was being held captive actually, which was just the birthday of my dreams, and I felt like I was decades from being ready for an increase in my power. I enjoyed the gentle push and pull of energy within me. The healing called to me when I could sense illness or injury in a soup. I didn't want anything more. That ice energy, it had been too much, and I was glad it was no longer flowing through my veins. My thoughts paused as I focused on my mate. He was very still now, eyes closed, hands held aloft on either side of him. His darkly tanned skin shimmered with energy, and I knew his eyes would be gold. My chest clenched and my foot moved before I could stop it. Something inside of me responded to his magic, urging me closer. I managed to halt any more steps, afraid of distracting him. His murmured words were too low to hear. I sucked in a few deep lungfuls of air, trying to calm myself as I waited to see what would happen. That shimmering on his skin expanded out, filling the air with a sparkle that was almost as bright as the diamond lance at our backs. All of my breath whooshed out of me in a rush as his shimmer morphed into a step-through. It looked different to ones I had seen from sorcerers before, but I was sure it would do the job. Tyson was too competitive to accept anything less than success in everything he attempted. Some strain relaxed from his shoulders, his chest expanded as he breathed deeply, turning to me. I think that worked. We'll go across together. Best not to separate with so much danger around. I agreed, giving him a nod. He stepped back and lifted his brother up, somehow resting him across his shoulder and still tucking my hand in under his free arm. The doorway wasn't that large, and usually we'd step through one at a time to keep the magic stable, but I was glad he didn't want us to be separated. Our eyes met as we paused before the swirling mass of magic. Ready? He grinned, a look of challenge on his face. What's the worst that could happen, right? Flashes of my torture pressed in on me and my throat got tight. For a second I lost control of my emotions, lost control of the tight box I was locking all of the bad stuff in. Tyson's smile slowly faded as his eyes roamed across my face. I won't let anything happen to you. His murmured promise had a ring of finality to it, like that statement was more than just words. It was a truth he would die to keep. My box slammed shut again and I was in control. I know you won't. I trust you, Ty. Let's do this. Before either of us could think it through further, we stepped forward at the exact same time. The magic encased me on all sides, and it was tight, choking breath from me. When I might have faltered and stopped, Tyson kept us moving. He didn't let go of me, and didn't let go of his brother. It must have been near impossible trying to balance both of us, but he managed. Just when I wasn't sure I could take the claustrophobic sensation any longer, we were ejected out in a swirl of power. Landing on my feet, I took in a quick glance at our surroundings. We were on the edge of a cliff. 4 bridges spanned out on the horizon. "This is the Isle of the Gods?" I asked. Tyson shook his head, shifting his brother higher across his shoulder. "No, I didn't even attempt to open a doorway directly in their world. That's above my pay grade. We're going to have to go in the long way." That was fine by me. At least we were out of the jeweled meadows, and it seemed we were a few steps closer to finding Josephina, who would hopefully have some answers. "So which bridge?" I peered between them all. Neither jumped out at me as a bridge to the magical dragon god's land. Tyson stepped forward and called out in a loud voice, "Isle of the Gods." Beams of light cut across the bridges, so bright that I lost focus for a moment, and by the time my vision cleared there was only one bridge, a much larger and grandiose version of the 4 that had been there a moment ago. Time was of the essence, so we both set out without pause. I pushed through tired legs and hunger pangs. After 2 months of torture, I could handle some discomfort. I might have been a bit of a princess growing up, rich and sheltered, used to the finer things in life, but the torture had changed me fundamentally. I was stronger, more equipped to deal with the darkness that was ever prevalent in our world. The darkness that was always in Tyson's world. We didn't talk initially as we ran the length of the bridge. It went on for miles and miles, just like the Redlands had. "Do you want me to help with Jacob?" I asked after some time, worried about him carrying such a burden. Tyson, of course, just shook his head. "All good, I've got him. Shouldn't be too much further, if I remember correctly from last time. Stubborn Soup would carry Jacob until his arms fell off. Just remember that this mate thingy we have going on means sharing burdens. So don't be a macho male just to prove a point. I can do things also. I'm here to help you." Tyson chuckled, and it was so much like his old carefree laugh that some of my annoyance faded away. "Mate thingy, I can see I won't have to worry about my ego getting out of control with you." I kind of liked his confident arrogance. The fates had chosen me a mate who was not only kind and loyal, but also the youngest mage to ascend to sorcery, and someone who had a special quad bond that had saved the world. "What the hell are you bringing to this party?" I tried to silence that insidious little voice inside of me, the one that took great pleasure in reminding me of my weaknesses and failures, the one Trevor had so easily invoked. Warmth wrapped around the back of my neck and I was startled enough to let out a low cry. Too many times I had been grabbed there, only for an intense pain to follow. As Tyson's minty scent infiltrated my senses, I relaxed. "I might not know exactly what you're thinking, but I don't like the look on your face, or the sadness strumming along our bond." Tyson was somehow still holding his brother with one arm while using his other to comfort me, his large hand wrapping across my cheek and jaw, and around to the back of my neck, pulling me toward him, surrounding me with his heat. He touched my face all the time. I kind of liked it. "You're just a lot," I confessed. "A lot of soup, a lot of man, a lot of power, a lot of confidence. I feel like I might be lacking, you know." I paused briefly as his expression turned lethal, before I let the rest of my words spill out. "I'm not feeling sorry for myself, I'm being realistic. I always understood why you didn't think we were a match. I mean, I know my strengths, and I'm happy with the supernatural I am. I love being a healer. But you're a lot." With a shake of his head, he leaned forward and pressed his lips firmly to mine. The rest of my blather dried up as my entire being was consumed with the fire burning at my center. The kiss was brief, barely a brush of our lips, before he pulled back just far enough to say against my mouth, "You don't see yourself clearly at all. Your kindness, your pure heart, the healing skills which literally save lives. I would have no other, no matter what the fates said." He turned away, readjusting Jacob for the 10th time, and I almost collapsed in a puddle of goo on the bridge. My body could not take this push and pull between us for much longer. I was going to combust. Sucking in some of the cool air, my lungs finally expanded again, and needing something to do, I took off. Tyson was at my side in an instant, having no trouble keeping up, despite his brother's weight. After an eternity of running, the bridge started to taper off, brightness appearing at the end. It felt magical in nature, which was confirmed when my energy picked up as we moved closer. The light was so intense I had to close my eyes as we stepped off the bridge, and by the time I could open them again we were no longer in daylight. We were standing in a desert land of eternal night. A billion stars dotted the sky above, and I spun around to search for the bridge, but there was nothing behind us except more expanses of desert, and maybe a few pockets of trees, scattered far into the distance. Tyson's expression didn't change, but I knew something was up. An unnatural wind blew up around us, and unlike the Ruby Lands, this time we were actually standing in rolling dunes of sand, which smashed against our bodies. "This is not right," Tyson said. "What do you mean?" I shuffled a little closer to him, bringing one arm up to protect my face from the lashing elements. "Last time we arrived on a beautiful oasis, like an island, surrounded by turquoise waters. This is not right." I was pressed very close to his broad back, partially blocking myself from the sand attack. "Do you think it can change itself? This land at the end of the bridge? Or has something happened to the Isle of the Gods?" His brow was furrowed, eyes troubled. "I have no idea, but there's only one way to find out." He strode forward, slow enough that I could easily stick to his back. I sensed that he was enjoying protecting me in this small way, and I wished I could do the same for him, but in this instance bulk one out. We had only walked 10 steps when the ground began to rumble around us. I had just enough time to hear Tyson yell, "Brace yourself." Then the land beneath us opened up and we started to fall. Tyson compass. Before this last year I could have counted on one hand how many times I'd been worried or afraid. Life had been one cruisy ride. Lately, though, it was an hourly occurrence. Especially now. Grace being in my life was beyond my every expectation, but with it came a shitload of stress. I had to keep her safe. I needed her in my life. I was starting to understand why Braxton was always such a serious asshole growing up. He was Jessa's true mate, Jessa who never followed rules, who was daring and outspoken and strong. Growing up, she got into more trouble than the four of us combined, and would never give an inch when she made her mind up about something. Braxton had always been driven to protect her, and I finally got it. I would do everything in my power to keep Grace safe, consequences be damned. Problem was, we were in a land of random magics, and I had no idea what we were going to be hit with next. The island I had expected above the Isle of the Gods was different, replaced with a barren desert. So far at least the entrance into the water seemed the same, which gave me a small sliver of hope we weren't currently falling to our death. It was as dark as last time. I couldn't see Grace, or feel her nearby. But our bond hummed, telling me she was close. Jacob's weight had me dropping fast. I struggled to keep a tight hold on him, knowing he would sink straight to the bottom of the lake if I didn't. A sparkle of water came into sight, and just before I plunged in I whispered an illumination spell, sending a beam of light out to hover above the icy water just before it enveloped me. My momentum and Jacob's weight pushed me down hard and fast, but I managed to kick out and halt us, before powering up. When my head broke the surface, I was relieved to see my mage light shining above, and Grace's head bobbing about 5 feet from me. "You okay?" I was kicking hard to keep above the water. She nodded and swam closer to me. "I'm fine, but I think there's something in here with us." Her voice shook slightly, her eyes darting around. "It was moving just over there." I followed her hand to see a flash of scales. "Don't worry about them. As long as our intentions are pure and mean no harm to the blessed beings down here, they will leave us alone." The Serpentine Guardians had taken a liking to Jessa last time, because she had been dragon-mated to the daughter of the Queen. Grace and I shouldn't have the same attraction for them, so hopefully they would stay back and not scare the life out of her. It was a lot to take in, knowing there were monsters swimming in the darkness around you. She rallied herself quickly, schooling her features, remaining calm. I called on some energy and created a small bed of water beneath Jacob. He was too heavy for me to swim with, then I reached out and took Grace's hand. "Come on, we need to get out of this water before I freeze my balls off." I'd said the same thing last time we were in here. If anything, the water felt even icier today. Grace rolled her eyes. "Your balls are fine. Why do men spend so much of their time worrying about their package?" I laughed. "Sounds like you need to do some research on this. Spend some time getting acquainted with my package, so you can properly answer your own question." I expected her to roll her eyes again, maybe throw a punch, as Jessa would have done, but instead she sucked her bottom lip between her teeth as her wide eyes grew even darker. God damn it. She was lucky we were in the water surrounded by Loch Ness monsters. "You're so fucking beautiful." The words just slipped out. This wasn't the time for me to let all of my softer emotions free, but seeing her like this, hair wet and dark, trailing down over her shoulders, freckles dotted across her nose, eyes brimming with need. Her normally refined and pristine looks were wild and untamed. I liked it. A lot. She was still staring at me, her lips glossy and parted. With a ragged breath, I focused on the docks, pulling her along with me. Water swished behind us as we swam, but I didn't look back. Jacob remained by my side, my chest still clenched every time I caught sight of him. There had better be a way to fix him, or someone was going to die. A small surge of relief hit me when the docks came into view via my magic light. There was about 6 feet between waterline and deck, so I boosted Grace up first before turning to Jacob. I was trying to conserve my energy in case of an attack, but I had no choice except to use a levitation spell. Grace leaned over as I murmured the incantation, adding her energy to mine. Jacob flew up with no issue. I followed soon after, using some powerful kicks to boost me. And a little bit of magic. Unlike Braxton, fucking show off, I wasn't able to just fly myself up the distance. We dried ourselves with magic, and then I positioned Jacob across my shoulder again, and led the way out. As more light filled the sky, I let my wizard light fade away. Jacob felt like he was getting heavier, but I bore his weight without complaint. He would do the same for me. So, I never actually said sorry for cutting your hair, but I was wrong. I'm sorry. Grace's apology took me by surprise. You don't need to be sorry. I was the one who acted like a dick. You were just talking to Krev. I knew that. He's part of your coven after all. I was out of line. She chuckled. Well, you could have phrased it a little better than, stay the hell away from all men, Grace. They're just walking dicks who only want one thing from you. She lowered her voice dramatically as she mocked my ill-considered warning. I found myself running my free hand through my hair. It was barely 3 inches long now, even shorter on the sides. I kind of liked it. It was so much easier to deal with. It drove me crazy seeing how open and friendly you were with him. I was a jealous ass, and I deserved what happened. She was quiet, tilting her head to the side to examine me. We both acted like asses. And it all seems so stupid now. We stepped into a forest of greenery, our bond humming strongly between us. I like that we were healing past hurts, being honest with each other. These were important steps in sealing the bond. I knew from both of my brothers that neither of their true mate bonds came easily or without a price. I was okay with that, as long as I knew Grace and I would get there in the end. Grace got distracted then by the beautiful world around us. We both loved nature, and there was a wildness to the vegetation down here unlike anything on Earth, like it was ruled by no one, yet remained elegant and well-maintained. Roses and hedges mingled together, looking like a garden fit for royalty, which they pretty much were. We made it through the courtyard and up to the imposing castle. What is this place? Grace finally breathed, her voice light and tinkling, bell-like sounds following each word. This is the land of the gods, I replied. We stepped through the door, moving out into the untamed and vast lands. The moment the dark blue sky came into view, a heavy veil of energy encased my body, and something cracked in my chest. Jacob slipped off my shoulder, landing with a thump, and I dropped to the ground, my knees slamming hard into the grass. A fire sprang up in my chest, and I let my head fall back, letting out a roar. Tyson, Grace called to me frantically, and I started to struggle against whatever was imprisoning me. Do not fight the beast. The demand in my head was clear, each word echoing with the energy of a million voices. It wasn't Grace. Another hoarse bellow spilled from my lips as my chest splintered, followed by each of my ribs. The ricocheting of pain continued outwards, limbs breaking and reforming, body changing shape, my vision and thinking shifting until I was no longer Tyson Compass. And yet somehow I still was. Dragon mated. It was a prayer on breathless whispers. It filled my mind and everything about who I was changed. It was a metamorphosis. Come to me, child. Child. The beast didn't love that word, but also didn't disagree. Compared to the ancient timbre of that voice, we both felt like newborns making our way into the world for the first time. Our body moved forward, my eyes fluttering open as I followed the voice. What in hell's fire? The world was no longer how I remembered it. Thousands of colors scattered across my vision, like I was seeing 100 ranges of blue in the sky rather than the single color it had been before I shifted. Seeing for the first time after years of being blind. Tyson. The small voice sounded alarmed. I could sense the fear and worry coming from her. I swung my long neck around, and as Grace came into view, everything started to make sense again. Some of the soup bled back into the dragon, and I was able to regain slivers of myself. Dragon. I had shifted into a dragon. My legs were a little unsteady as I took a few tentative steps, trying my best not to eat shit. It was different, walking on 4 legs, being this far from the ground. My wings kept flexing behind me, throwing my balance off, but I was determined to get to my mate. She stood her ground, a million sparkling lights shining from her. I couldn't understand what all the lights were. It was almost as if Grace were a diamond, her facets sparkling into the world. I lowered my long snout to rest close by her face, and the only betrayal of her fear was the smallest of flinches, and her scent. "I won't hurt you." I tried to direct those words into her mind, and she gave a startled jump. "I heard you," she exclaimed, a brightness filling her eyes, wiping away the fear. "You're so beautiful, Ty." I tilted my head to the side, and she hurried to add, "beautiful and deadly. Your dragon is just incredible." Instinct filled me to fly and feed and fight. Before I could stop, my wings spread wide and were flapping hard. I lifted up off the ground, a part of me still aware enough to make sure Grace wasn't hurt as I whooshed past her. The moment I was among the very blue of the sky, a pure sort of joy filled me, and I lost all sense of my soup side. I was beast, finally free. I didn't know how long I soared across the skies, but eventually I remembered why I was here, and that I had taken off and left Grace and Jacob in an unknown land. A sense of determination, urgency, and anger hit me. I should never have left her. How could I let the dragon control me so thoroughly? "You will not lose control again." That was simply the first intertwining of dragon and supernatural soul. "I have been protecting Grace and Jacob. You do not need to worry." Josephina. Yes. I let my dragon have his head back again, and he knew exactly where to take us. The bond between Grace and me hummed in my huge chest, and my speed increased. "I'm coming for you, mate." I felt a brush of her warmth against the bond and knew she heard me. She and Jacob were in a small clearing beside a picturesque brook. It trickled and burbled past where Grace sat at its side, her feet dangling in the water. Jacob's red statue was propped against a tree, and a massive shimmering gold beast was crouched nearby, in an open meadow. With my dragon vision, the gold of the queen was filled with a dozen or more colors. We landed with ease, and immediately lowered our head to the queen. "Rise, please. Your family. Family does not bow to me." Huge golden eyes locked with mine as I lifted my head, pleasure humming in my chest. Still, part of me was focused fully on Grace, somehow managing to look between the two. "Shift back. We can talk once you are in control again. Your dragon is too new to deal with his need for Grace. He doesn't understand the mating bond and the emotions you share." Shift back. Right. That should be easy. The pain from my shift was fresh in my mind, but I didn't care. I needed to be in soup form. Tipping my head back, I roared, igniting a burning ember in my chest. The ember grew hotter, scorching me. Before I could figure out what was happening, that fire rose through my throat and flames spewed from my snout and open jaws. It startled my dragon enough that he released some control, and I pulled his energy deep inside of me. It took me more than a few tries to return to my soup form, but eventually I ended up on my hands and knees, naked, breathing in deep gulps like I'd just run a 1,000-hour marathon. As I stumbled to my feet, small hands slid across my chest, and Grace's arms wrapped tightly around me. She didn't say anything, just buried herself against me, uncaring about my nakedness. Magic users were generally more circumspect regarding nudity, especially compared to shifters. I'd always been pretty relaxed with it though, more like Braxton than the rest of my race. Maybe Grace had some shifter in her also. "Do you think we can ask the golden dragon to disappear?" she murmured against my chest, lifting her face to meet mine. Her cheeks were a pretty pink, her pupils dilated as she wrapped her hands around the front of my biceps. I chuckled and pressed a deep kiss to her lips, our tongues tangling briefly together. I needed to get clothes on immediately or this situation was going to get out of hand. With a curse, I called for the energy, clothing myself. Thankfully, magical clothes fit themselves around body parts, because that was the only way I was getting my rock-hard dick into pants without breaking it. I hadn't touched another woman since Grace had reappeared in my world. She was it for me. And while I didn't mind waiting, between shifting into a dragon for the first time and the unabandoned way she had just wrapped herself around me, my control was shot to shit. Drawing on whatever remained of my iron will, I managed to get myself together, and Grace and I crossed to Josephina. Grace, you remember Jess's bonded one. Josephina, Queen of the Dragons. Grace inclined her head, bestowing a sweet smile on her. I'm honored to officially meet you. The honor is mine. Her voice echoed in my head, and no doubt Grace's as well. How is my bonded one? The babies. I smiled at the warmth that thrummed in her voice. Jess is great. She misses you a lot, and when the little ones are bigger, she hopes to bring them to visit. The golden dragon's chest rumbled at my reply, almost like a purr. I would love that, but Fairy is not a safe place to visit right now. The demon kind are infiltrating the lands, forming bonds with the shadows. We have a war to fight, and I would not see the young hurt. The shadow ones are awake. I had not forgotten Louis' warning from last time. It was in everyone's best interest that they never wake. Josephina nodded her huge head. They are. At least one hides in Fairy. It was because of the shadows that the original Fae and Demi-Fae fled. Because one remains free, they have not returned. So this shadow has been free for a long time. It had been many, many years since the Fae fled. Which means that this new urgency has to be because something is freeing the other shadows. We have to stop them. Grace was fierce. Yes, we must not let them go free. If they're all released, Fairy will succumb to darkness. She paused briefly, turning to stare at Grace. I'm glad you have made it here. You are one of the keys to the shadow prison, Grace. Her name sounded like wind chimes in the Queen's voice. You have a destiny that has been hidden from you. The land of the glittering courts has protected Fairy for more years than history remembers. They were cursed, and now it's time to return them. Before the shadows achieve their goals. Grace stumbled over her words as she replied, the land of the glittering courts. Do you mean the 4 jeweled meadows we just came from? Josephina nodded. Yes, once they were 4 of the strongest lands in Fairy, each blessed with an affinity for a precious gem, which they used to keep the shadows contained. I don't know what happened, but spells were cast and princesses hidden away. The magic that sustained the cage weakened, allowing the shadows to grow in strength. So these jeweled meadows, or their people at least, kept the shadows contained. I was trying to piece together the dragon's cryptic revelation. Yes, the shadows are trapped at the center of Fairy. It's a cage, protected by the jeweled courts. Whatever spell was cast turned the gems against their kin, and keep them trapped. With each passing day that the jeweled meadows are spelled, the cage holding the shadows weakens. We are running out of time. What do the demons have to do with it? Are they working with the shadows? The demons were never far from my mind. Yes, they work together. The demons want a doorway from their world. They will pour into Fairy, and from here. Well, they will go to Earth. I finished for her. So what do we do? Grace's voice was firm and strong again. How do we break this spell? Free those trapped so they can stop the shadows from escaping. You already know the answer to this, Princess Gracelyn of the Diamond Meadows. You just need to search within yourself. Find the other 3 princesses and the answer will be clear. Grace let out a gasp as confusion and disbelief and a million other complex emotions crossed her face. I was processing it as well, but I wasn't surprised. Grace was special. It shone so brightly from her, there was no way anyone could miss it, except for an idiot 14-year-old. But I was no longer blind. My dragon had seen the diamonds bleeding from her skin, and Josephina was confirming it. Grace continued blinking, mouth ajar, so I brought the focus back to the golden dragon. Why don't you just tell us exactly what we need to do to free those lands? I don't know much. Things are hidden from me. We're hidden from my mother. There is one thing I can do to help you, though. She crossed to Jacob, her long snout leaning down to press against his ruby chest. The flash of golden light that followed was blinding, and I had just taken a few steps forward when the rubies shimmered and melted off my brother. I was at his side in the next instant, one arm going around his shoulder to keep him upright. Grace reached us then, pressing closer to wrap him in a hug. I turned to the Queen. Can you do that to the others who are trapped? She shook her head. I don't have the power to free them all. I'm sorry. I expected the answer, but it was still disappointing. Thank you for Jacob, I said with a respectful nod, turning back to my brother. He was standing on his own now, looking around dazedly, blinking in slow movements. What the hell happened? His voice was hoarse and he sounded confused, his green eyes glassy. You were trapped in the ruby spell. How do you feel? He blinked a few more times, focusing on me. I don't remember anything, just feel a bit disoriented. Before I could say more, energy rocked through the 3 of us. Grace and I were thrown backwards. Jacob let out a bellowing roar, collapsing to his knees. This time I got to watch a dragon mating from a different angle. Energy shimmered along Jacob's body, which was growing and changing, scales sprouting across his arms and legs. He was bright green, darkening to olive around his clawed feet. Golden orbs of eyes blinked at me before he launched himself into the air and took off. I turned to Josephina, who was still waiting nearby. How is this possible? Being dragon mated. We already have a supernatural race, and this should have happened at birth. Are we now a duel, like Jessa was? You four are something beyond all previous knowledge. The dragon souls wait for the strongest to bond with, and there are none more able to handle the bond than you quads. One bonded at birth, the other three when the time is right. More cryptic bullshit, but I'd take it. I can't believe this. Tyson was already way out of my league, and now is a fucking dragon too. The words were a little fuzzy, but they were from Grace. With a whoop I gathered her in my arms. I heard you, I said, pulling her up off the ground so I could see her face. And seriously, Diamond Princess, sounds like you might be way out of my league. She wrinkled her nose at me, and I knew she wasn't convinced that she was this Gracelyn. I pressed my lips to hers, once, and then again for a longer kiss. It really doesn't matter, little witch. There are no takebacks. I chose you long before the true mate bond flared between us. I was choosing you. No matter what. The fierceness of those last 3 words surprised even me. For the first time since I had found her at the farm, her face crumbled. Agony escaped from whatever box she'd had it locked in, sorrow beating at our bond. When tears spilled down her cheeks, I closed my arms tightly around her. It's okay to let go. I won't let you fall. I will never let you fall, baby. A sob slipped out from between her tightly pressed lips, followed by another and another. Then, like a dam bursting, she fell into me, hot rushes of tears escaping from her. I held her tightly while she sobbed out her pain and hurt. Her fears and insecurities. Now that our bond was even further cemented, I could feel those emotions so strongly. I could see those tendrils of darkness pressing into her aura. She had spoken about them with fear, and I was unhappy to find them so deeply entrenched inside of her. An actual part of her energy. As her sobs started to slow, though, some of the shadows disappeared. I wondered if the release had helped. If I had my way, this was only the beginning. She would live in the light again. I would make sure of it. Grace Carter. I wanted to scream to relieve the pressing weight of sorrow on my chest, to shout as long and loud as I could, to punch and kick things. Since the only thing in close vicinity was Tyson, I decided not to lash out. I just cried hot, salty tears, clinging to him like he was my last anchor to the world. I realized then that I trusted him completely. He would never use my weakness against me. Which was a huge thing for me. It will take time, he whispered, his body against mine, offering comfort. Don't try and move past it all in one day. You've been free for what? 24 hours. You can take all the time you need. I dried my eyes against his soft shirt, just breathing, letting his presence calm me. We'd broken through the last barrier of our bond, now there was a constant feeling of him in my mind. It was weird, but I also liked it. I knew I could shut the corner away if I wanted privacy from him, but I liked having his presence with me. How could I be a Fey princess? I pulled back just enough to see his face. I was born on Earth. I wasn't hidden away. I had parents and a psycho gran, and I'm a witch, a healer. Surely if I was a Fey, there would have been signs. His arms tightened, pulling me back closer. Maybe, like Jessa, you had the Fey part of you locked away. I don't know how you had a family, and still some magic powers, but your gran unlocked something in you with that blade. You opened the doorway here. We have to at least explore the possibility that you're more than a witch. While I agreed with his logic, I still couldn't compute that I was a Fey princess. It just didn't make any sense. Sure, I felt a little different since being held at my gran's, but Fey, royalty, nope. My eyes darted across to where the gold dragon was calmly waiting. Seeing the huge beast, I was reminded that Jacob was still off in the sky. He would return soon, just as Tyson had when his honey-colored dragon had enough of its newfound freedom. I found myself looking closely at him, trying to see if he had changed at all. Same tousled hair, broad shoulders, more height than was necessary, but there was a sense of danger about him now, sort of like what Braxton carried. A feral in those darkening eyes. He reached for me, drawing me slowly into his body, then pressed a firm kiss to my lips. Energy raced across my body. My heart was beating so fast, and yet everything else inside of me was moving with a slow, deep heat. It was confusing. And perfect. Deliciously tantalizing. Each kiss had me wanting more and more. I froze at a shout. Tyson untangled us with a disgruntled noise and swung into action. He lifted and dropped me behind him, falling into a protective pose, shielding me from view. The shout had been somewhat familiar, and I was trying to figure out who it reminded me of while I tried to peek around my mate. He kept ushering me back, putting distance between us and whomever was approaching. Josefina got to her feet, her massive body moving silently as she stepped in our direction. Tyson glanced at her, staring for a few long moments. Something passed between them and he relaxed, his arms lowering. This time, when I tried to look around him, he let me. A flash of inky black hair caught my eye, and I knew exactly who had shouted. Jessa was a dozen or so feet away when she began berating her packmate. Tyson Compass, you better have a good fucking explanation for why you disappeared without a word. I'm half tempted to cut your balls off and put them in a jar on my shelf. Oh hells no, she would have to go through me first. Tyson's balls were mine. His amused glance met mine, and I remembered that he could hear my thoughts now. You can handle my bar. I slapped his arm, cutting his smartass reply off. Josefina moved past us, a humming pleasure resonating in her chest. Jessa had eyes for Tyson alone though. She looked furious as she stomped along, a wrap of white muslin across her chest. She wore a baby. I found my gaze lingering on that tiny bump longer than I should. I had always loved children, their innocence and unconditional love, but I wasn't sure I wanted any of my own. Which had been even further cemented after my days with Trevor and my gran. The world was a dark place and I wasn't sure it was one I wanted to bring more innocence into. Tyson continued to look amused. His eyes sparkled as they remained on his packmate, who was stomping up to us. I hate you, Ty. Jacob too, she growled. I have been beside myself with worry. I thought you were both dead. I picked out the food for your funeral. Jessa's love of food was legendary. No doubt she chose their funeral food with great thought and care. Tyson was shaking with silent laughter as he gently wrapped her up in his arms, careful not to jolt the baby. Surely one of my other idiot brothers knew we weren't dead. She didn't believe us, Maximus shouted from a few yards away. Misha was in his arms, she too wore a wrapped baby across her chest. So many new babies in their pack. More conflicting emotions rocked through me, and again I refused to give them too much thought. Another male appeared in the distance, a giant, intimidating, stunningly beautiful dragon shifter. He walked without urgency, strolling along with a casual ease. Against his chest was a wrapped bundle, Braxton carrying the other of their twins. When Braxton was close, Maximus fell into step with him. Misha darted in front of them, throwing herself at Tyson. He adjusted his stance, freeing one arm from Jessa so he could wrap her twin up. I'm so glad you're okay. Misha's voice shook, and there were tears in her eyes. Maximus let out a little growl, his hand wrapping around his mate's shoulder as he tugged her back toward him. I'm also glad, even though I want to kick your ass for worrying the girls, the vampire said, his voice grumbly. Misha shook her head at him. You were just as worried as me, you big liar. I threw a glare at Tyson. I knew he and Jacob had been lying to me earlier when they said no one would be worried about them. I turned back to his family. I'm so sorry. All of this is my fault. There was a portal, my mum was missing, and we didn't realize we would end up in Fairy. Then we were stuck. I trailed off as a range of eyes locked onto me. Some of the most powerful and influential supernaturals in my world surrounded me, but unlike the last few times, I felt no unease. I was past worrying if I was good enough. It wasn't that I didn't care about them. I did. It was more that if they didn't want me in their pack the way that I wasn't going to change. Grace. Jessa's voice held an iota of disbelief as she untangled herself from Tyson and took a step to the side to stand before me. What happened to you? You look like shit. I filled in her blank, knowing I had barely given a thought to my appearance since being held captive. I had fixed a few of the holes in my clothes, but otherwise I'd done nothing. Jessa shook her head, her gorgeous hair floating around in the light breeze. No, I was going to say that you look different. Different, amazing, strong and confident. I've never seen you with so much wild abandon. Her grin lit up her face, and she went from regular soup beautiful to absolutely breathtaking. Jessa and Misha were gorgeous, there was no denying it. they had heart-shaped, high cheekboned, full-lipped faces, the sort women around the world paid big bucks for. But, while I had always envied Jessa, it wasn't her face I cared about. It was her place in their pack, the love, strength, and protection she was surrounded with at all times. "You have that now," Tyson said, locked onto my thoughts. He then turned to his family. Grace was being held prisoner, tortured by her family. I had to ascend to sorcery to save her, and when I did, our true mate bond kicked in. Maximus and Braxton slapped their brother on the shoulder, rocking him to the side. Jessa and Misha hugged him again, and then all four of them hugged me. Braxton included, which was the most shocking of all. "Welcome to our family," he said as he pulled back. In that moment my heart could have burst, it was so full. A tiny little squeal broke the moment, and Braxton went into protective daddy mode. While he unwrapped his daughter, Jessa crossed to Josefina and the pair hugged for a very long time. She had her arms wrapped around her scaled head and neck, and I thought the dragon's golden eyes were shiny. When they finally pulled apart, Jessa's son was removed from his wrap as well. He had a full head of white blonde hair, which was unexpected. Both of the twins were shockingly blonde compared to their very dark-haired parents. Misha and Maximus' daughter had dark curls. "You guys made some gorgeous babies," I said, my chest clenching as Tyson scooped up Lily from Misha. "Hello, beautiful, you've gotten all grown up since I saw you last," he cooed to the baby, before turning to face me. "This is Lily." He held her out and large blue-green eyes blinked at me. I found myself reaching out to take the tiny child from him. "How old is she?" I asked, my eyes locked on her face. I wasn't sure I'd ever seen a child so perfect. Well, except for her twin cousins. The three of these babies would be breaking hearts one day, and then their scary-ass daddies would be breaking faces. And I would get to see it all. I would be their family. "She's, I guess, almost 2 months now." He turned to Misha, who nodded in confirmation. I swallowed hard, and just when I was about to hand Lily back, her small hand came up and rested against my cheek. At the soft contact, a sob escaped from me, and I fought against the burning in my throat and eyes. I had already shed too many tears today, it was time to lock it down again. We had a lot to do. Tyson was watching me closely, his eyes dark, slivers of gold threading them. I couldn't get a sense of his exact emotions, but whatever they were, he was affected strongly. I was thankful as the sound of flapping wings distracted everyone. A green dragon came into view, gliding along air currents, eventually trailing down to land heavily nearby. Braxton handed his daughter to Maximus, stepping in front of us. I could feel the rumbling of his chest even from 5 feet away. He was preparing to shift and protect us, if needed. Tyson reached out and dropped a hand on his brother's shoulder. "Brave man. I would not have touched a dragon shifter who was half morphed." "It's all good, Brax. He won't hurt us." Braxton swiveled his head to regard his brother, and at the same time there was a flash of energy, some golden light, and a naked Jacob stood before us. Not a sound could be heard as half of the people in the clearing stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Finally Jessa turned huge eyes on Josefina, her bonded dragon. "You all have some explaining to do. Leave nothing out." It took a long time, over an hour, for the entire story to come out. I was thankful that Josefina manifested food and drinks for everyone, allowing me to replenish some of my strength. Food in Fairy was beyond all expectations. I could grow addicted to the burst of flavor from each bite. Tyson was telling our story, about the jeweled world, our journey here, how the boys were now dragon-mated. How the shadows and demons were an issue, and that we needed to deal with them. Everyone took a long look at me when Josefina said I was the Diamond Princess, but no one scoffed or acted surprised. It felt like I was the only one who couldn't quite wrap my head around it. Jessa simply said, "You're in the Compass Pack now, a true mate." It makes sense. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just focused on the 3 babies on their tummies, wiggling across a soft sheet Josefina had also conjured up. Dragon magic was turning out to be the best kind of magic. Jessa turned to her dragon then to ask, if Grace is a hidden Fae princess, then there must have been a reason for that. Her being unhidden now feels wrong. What does it mean for her being back here? What's going to happen? Nothing will happen until all 4 princesses are united. You are right about one thing, the spell which kept them hidden and protected has now started to unravel. It started when Grace reached the age of maturity, continuing after she opened the portal. As more of their energy reveals itself, those who have been searching will find them. This can't happen. If they have the blood of the Four Lands, they can open the prison. You must free the Jeweled Meadows before that prison weakens further. And it would take these 4 princesses to do that, if her words from before could be believed. Everyone wore a range of worried and hard expressions. Braxton was doing his silent, scary thing. Maximus slung his arm around Misha, pulling her close. Tyson's eyes were blazing gold, his hands clenched at his side as he silently watched me. We were sitting a few feet apart, but it was clear I was his sole focus. If we work on the theory that I'm a princess, definite theory, then we need to find the other 3 before whomever is hunting them does. So, how do we do that? You'll need a powerful spell. I would suggest using Grace's blood to make it more accurate. This will give you a slight advantage over the trackers who hunt you all. Which spell? I knew some basic tracking spells, but nothing like what Josephina was describing. Finding 3 beings who were magically cloaked was not going to be easy. You'll need to find La Titana, the original book of magic, Josephina said, and I heard multiple murmurs from the soups around me. It lies in a prison. One in the middle of Antarctica. Of course it did. The Antarctic prison was the most dangerous in the world, not just because of the criminals there, but also because of the magical artifacts buried deep beneath the snow and ice. The cold helped to mute some of the energy, and with no humans or soups living close by, there was less damage if any magical resonance did escape. Jessa turned to Braxton. How hard will it be for you to organize entry into that prison? Please don't tell me we have to break in again. Misha let out a harsh breath. Would be really nice not to have to sneak in and out this time. We didn't sneak into the last one, Maximus reminded her. Which was a nice and relaxing experience, she shot back at him. I vote for relaxing again. Braxton made a dragon grumbling sound and everyone shut up. The council for the Antarctic prison are not exactly fans of ours. They think we're too young to rule the American branch. They're some of the strongest elders and chiefs, those who were council members in other countries, eventually gaining enough power and wisdom to handle that particular prison. Maximus interjected, so it's going to be a tough sell, but we'll do our best to gain legal entry. If we explain what we're up against, hopefully they'll allow us to search for this spell. Stick together. Josephina's voice echoed through our heads again. Your pack cannot be divided. Divided will fall. Together will soar. Misha made a slightly distressed sound. We can't take the babies into a world so dangerous. Some of us have to stay behind. All of our eyes strayed across to where the 3 little ones continued to gurgle and play. They were amazingly content, and I wondered if the Dragon Queen had anything to do with that. If you leave them here with me, I will protect them until you return. I felt the distress of the 4 parents. They were not cool with that idea, and I didn't blame them. They need to be fed, Misha choked out, her voice wavering. I don't have any milk for Lily on me. Jessa nodded. I don't have any either. And even if we found the spell immediately, time moves weirdly between the 2 lands. There's no way to know how long we'd be gone. Josephina stretched up to her full height, towering far above all of us. There is a stasis magic I can use. It will create a bubble around them and pause time. It's an old and difficult magic, but you're in the land of the gold here. Original magic. I can make it work, match Earth time in their bubble. We all moved closer together, and for the first time ever I felt the pack bonds between these soups. I felt them and was part of them. I don't want to leave them, Jessa said with force, her gaze turning to her children. Even though I trust Josephina with my life, I still think we should keep them with us. We're the best ones to protect them. Braxton, Maximus, and Misha all visibly relaxed. I felt better about the decision also. Jessa had always been the leader, in their pack at least. Braxton had the most power, but Jessa had all the power over him, so she was top dog. Braxton backed his mate. I agree. All of us will be distracted without them. And I agree with Josephina, we're stronger together, and our baby's a pack, so we stick together. I heard a happy rumbling from the Golden Dragon. She gave a regal head nod that felt like agreement. You should hurry. Time is running out. You need the spell. You need to find the princesses. You need to free the lands. Jessa straightened. Louis, you didn't tell me how to save him. She faced her dragon fully. We have a sorceress working in Stratford right now, but she's running out of options. Please tell me you found something. Louis is trapped between worlds, but he has not left you. He fights. If you stop the shadows, prevent the demons from opening their portal, you will find the answers to many questions you seek. You will find him. It was a stunned and heavy silence then, as all of us reflected on those serious words. Some of the heavy lifted as a golden portal appeared just off to our right, then we were focused on what we had to do. Babies were strapped onto parents, and all of us walked into the portal. I gave Josephina one last look as I was stepping through. Beware of the shadows, her voice chimed in my head. Use them. Don't let them use you. My confusion was strong as I pushed past the cloying magic, emerging in a familiar forest. Tyson didn't say anything as we exited in Stratford, right outside of the Quad's house. That last message must have been for me alone. I wished I knew what it meant. The dark presence in my center. Or something more. Braxton distracted me when he spoke. We're going to head to the town hall. We need to speak to the Antarctic Council. He unwrapped Evie, and before I could protest or say anything, he placed her into my hands. Strap her on, you'll have to carry her when we go. That way I can fight and protect our pack. I swallowed roughly but didn't protest. He was right. I knew how to fight, of course, all Soups did, but he was far above me in strength and abilities. He could turn into a freaking dragon. It would be stupid to hinder our greatest defense because he had to carry his daughter. Tyson's expression was unreadable as he watched me cradle the tiny child to my shoulder. I felt slightly uncomfortable, emotions I didn't want were pressing in on me, but before it got too bad he placed a gentle kiss on my forehead. Stay safe, mate. I will see you soon. He turned and joined his brothers. Wait for us in the house, grab weapons and warm clothes, ordered Jacob. We'll be back shortly. No one questioned him. The Quads took off then, moving with speed through the town. They were out of sight in seconds. I followed Misha and Jessa up onto the porch and into their home. The moment we were inside, both girls started unwrapping the babies. We need to feed them and change their diapers, Misha explained, while I stood there awkwardly holding onto Evie. That way they should be content during our trip. I had zero idea how to keep a kid alive, so I trusted their word on it. Jessa dropped to the couch, Jack held close to her chest. He started fussing at her breast and she gave me a rueful look. This kid is as addicted to food as me, and as addicted to boobs as Braxton. No one told me how much freaking time I would spend with my nipples out. I didn't even try to hide my grin, it spread across my face, feeling foreign and kinda nice. Darkness lived within me, but there was light as well. And if I knew anything, the best way to combat darkness was to shine a light so bright it obliterated everything else. Josephina's warning stayed with me, but I felt better. Being part of this pack felt like a step in the right direction. Tyson Compass. At what point are we going to discuss the fact that 3 of us are now dragon shifters? Jacob's question didn't take me by surprise. That I was a dragon shifter was occupying every one of my thoughts that weren't about Grace. It's incredible and addictive. All crept into my tone. The power and silence, soaring up with the clouds. I'm pretty pissed that I'm the only one without a dragon now, Maximus said. Don't worry, Josephina told me we would all shift when the time was right. He seemed slightly mollified, and gave me a nod. Braxton had been surprisingly quiet about this new development. Not that any of us had had much time to deal with it, having been hit with one revelation after another. But I had expected he would have something to say. No doubt he was focused on our current task, get invited to Jest, the Antarctic prison. We needed to gain entrance, and quickly. It sounded like these jeweled princesses were running out of time. I reached out and felt for Grace along our bond. She was cleaning up in the bathroom, seemingly happy and content, so I gave her privacy. I didn't like leaving her at our house, and not because I was a crazy possessive bastard. Okay, I kinda was, but mostly because I'd only just gotten her back from being tortured, and she was still being hunted. If she disappeared again, I would lose my mind. The dragon and sorcery sides of me would burst free, and I had no idea what the end result would be. Council leaders, a troll shouted to us as we dashed past. I caught a glimpse of his rugged, bark-like features, and realized it was Jerick, the Demi-Fae leader. We waved back, but there was no time to stop, and that would piss him off. Again, Jerick had been requesting a meeting for the last few days, hoping to plan the next gathering, but none of our schedules had matched up. We just never seemed to have enough damn time. How were we supposed to govern a community of Soups when we were also constantly stopping the world from being destroyed? I never wanted to be council leader, I growled out, fighting against the rising tide of energy in my chest. Not only did I have to deal with sorcery, but now dragon had been added to the mix. The Fates had a fucked up sense of humor, that was for sure. I always agreed with you, to some extent, Maximus stated. But I wanted the glory. He rubbed a hand over his hair, leaving it standing in spikes. Who would have thought we'd be on our third world-ending crisis by the age of 23? In the early days, I had been the only one of us to ever express worry over running the council. Not only did I feel we were too young, as a magic user, I was educated more than anyone about the importance of not taking on things until you were ready for them, but I also wanted the freedom after we graduated. Freedom to travel between the soup communities. To hunt supernatural criminals. It's what I felt we were most suited to. We'd always gone out on little jobs, helping round up lawbreakers, but I was ready for the big stuff. Jacob surprised me by agreeing. Our lives are too chaotic for a position that requires such time and political maneuvering. But it's not like this is a job you apply for. Or can quit. We've been groomed our entire lives for this, his musical voice trailed off. We can't just quit, right? Braxton shook his head, drawing our undivided attention, mostly because he had been so quiet. I don't like the thought of quitting, but we aren't doing the best job we could be. We're breaking rules all over the place, and it's only because the other councils haven't caught up to us yet that we aren't being questioned. We do need to give our future as council leaders some serious thought. We paused our conversation as the main hall came into view. Our pace slowed, there were a lot of soups mingling around, watching their kids playing in the street. This central area of Stratford, the fountain in particular, was a popular meeting spot. We stepped up the front stairs and made our way into the hall. The office was off to the side, we maneuvered through the empty rows to get there. Braxton went straight across to the computer, since that would be the quickest way to get a message across. Electronics don't work well with the magic that flows through supernaturals' bodies, but there are a few phone and computer brands we can use. Otherwise, we would have been in for a very long wait to contact Antarctica. They even limited step-throughs in their territory, because of the nature of what they guarded. We'd have had to trek in from miles away, and in those icy conditions it would have been rough. Dropping into the chair, Braxton's face was hard, his eyes blazing a blue-yellow. I wondered if mine would do that now, and how the gold of magic would play into it. The gold was the original magic, which dragons were born of, so it was probably the same thing. A surge of ancient, earthy energy rocked against me, and I felt ghostly wings burst from my back. Shit. It wasn't an actual shift, I remained in my human body, but it felt like a spectral dragon was riding on top of me. Stepping toward a nearby window, I examined my reflection. My eyes were intersected with yellow and brown, gold veins running through them, giving them a gilded look. The eyes of a hybrid, Maximus said, sounding both impressed and annoyed. Turning to him, I could see rainbows of light beaming off his body. I had some dragon vision going on. Maybe it was because you were holding Misha and Lily. The dragons pretty much burst from our skin in that first shift, so it was definitely good it didn't happen while you had them in your arms. Some of the pissed off disappeared from his face. If that's the reason, then I'm good with being a plain old vamp. It's connecting, Braxton said. Maximus and I crossed the room to stand behind him. My dragon ghost faded away as I pushed him back deep inside my energy. Hello. The rumbly voice thrummed with age and energy, even over the computer. We all leaned in to see the wizened supernatural in the small call box. He looked to be close to the end of his long life, so anywhere from 700 to 1,000 years old, depending on race. A spark of familiarity hit me. I knew this soup. He was a lion shifter. If I recalled my history lesson correctly. Lorenzo Giovanni. He had been a leader in Europe for many years, moving between councils and cities. He was an elder, powerful and revered. Thank you for taking our call, Braxton said, his gaze locked on the screen. We have an urgent matter to discuss and it's going to require we visit you there at Jest. Lorenzo tented his hands, leaning back. You're going to have to explain more before I remotely consider letting you through our securities. The only reason I took this call at all is out of respect for what you four have done recently for the supernatural communities. Fucking lions, always so arrogant and proud. Braxton must have decided it was easier to simply lay it all out, because he launched into an explanation. He spoke of everything we had learned from Josephina, of the task we were in the middle of, and what it would mean should that gateway open between the jeweled meadows, that the shadows would be free, and so would the demons. Lorenzo did not interrupt or move while Braxton spoke. He appeared to be listening intently, and even when we were done, still stared at us over his tented hands. Impatience bit at me, and I was just about to demand an answer when he leaned in closer and barked out, "A portal will open near Louis House. 30 minutes. Do not miss it. It will not open again." The screen went black and the four of us exchanged a relieved glance. None of us had been too confident in our chances, but we had a shot at least. "Let's go get our families," Braxton said, pushing his chair back to stand. My hand snaked out and gripped his forearm, blue eyes pierced into me as he gave me his full attention. Thankfully his dragon had disappeared too, so this conversation might happen without a building getting destroyed. "Is everything okay? You haven't said anything about us being dragon shifters." Our quad bond hummed in the air, wanting to connect since we were touching, but I held it back. Braxton didn't answer for an uncomfortably long moment. I could not remember ever being uncomfortable with my brothers. Pissed off at them, often. Competitive with them, every day. But uncomfortable, never. I wasn't a fan. Our bond continued to push, and my magic lashed out, wanting to fix the issue. The moment we were connected, the bond thrummed between us, and I no longer had to wonder what was going on with Braxton. He was not mad, not even remotely upset at all. He was overwhelmed. The strong, stoic dragon shifter had no idea how to process the emotions he was feeling. That his brothers were shifters. It was everything to him and he couldn't deal. Energy whipped around the room, we were all freely allowing each other access to our inner thoughts and emotions. Such was the nature of this bond, there was very little that could be hidden when we were open like this. I felt their happiness that Grace was joining our pack, their worry about what this trip to Jest might bring, what the shadows and demons might take from us. If we would lose someone we loved. So many thoughts and emotions, intermingling to the point that I couldn't tell if it was my feelings or one of the others. In the end it didn't matter. We were all our own people, but we also would never be as unique or individual as other suits, even those who were part of a twin or multiple birth set. We were born to create a single, unstoppable weapon. Braxton's voice was deeper than usual, somewhere between man and dragon. They will not touch your mate, Ty. They will not free the shadows. All four of us nodded, like the sealing of a pact, then the bond between us faded away. I tucked my magic back inside of me, trying to separate myself as much as I could. It was difficult though. Every time we connected like that, more of the other races mingled with my own energy. I wondered if, the next time Maximus had to feed, I would find myself having the same urges and need for blood. Who knew where this could lead? "As long as we're all alive to figure it out," Jacob said with a laugh, tapping into my thoughts. Some of our bond lingered, so I reinforced my shields. There was only one person I wanted in my head all the time. My little witch. "If I start craving blood, Maximus is going to be the first fucker I kill," Braxton said, his voice holding a hint of amusement. The vampire threw back his head and laughed. "It's not so bad, you'll be wicked fast and strong." I was not impressed. "We're already fast and strong." He shook his head at me. "Trust me when I tell you you're only moderately fast and strong now." My competitiveness reared its head, and I was almost curious about what might happen if we had blood. "No time to find out," I said with some disappointment. "Let's go get our family." When we were halfway to our cabin, the healer symbol etched high on a white building caught my eye. I made a split-second decision. "You three go on ahead and make sure the girls are good to go. I'm going to check Louis." I needed to see the sorcerer. His situation was always hovering in the corner of my mind. Maximus nodded. "Elizabeth should be there with him. We called her and Marco in." He didn't respond. That surprised me, but it had been a long time since I'd seen that powerful sorcerer. Life changes, and maybe his had left him in no position to help. My brothers continued on, and I hurried across to the building. As I stepped inside, coolness enveloped me, along with a scent of magic. "Hey there, Tyson." Lena, the witch behind the reception area, beamed a broad smile at me. "Here to see Louis." I nodded, forcing myself to return her smile. I didn't need rumors spreading about our current stressful situation. Keeping the town calm was very important. Scared soups could do a lot of damage. She opened her mouth to continue speaking, but I was already striding away. There was no time to waste. Louis was in one of the larger rooms, with two big bay windows. As my hand landed on the door, an exasperated voice caught my attention. "You are the most frustrating man I have ever met. And let me tell you, I am old and have met some real pieces of work." She had a rich, husky tone. It reminded me of aged whiskey and moonlit nights. The kind of voice which would have highly intrigued me before Grace came back into my life. With a light knock I eased the door open, before stepping inside. My sorcerer energy was still erratic, so I wasn't surprised when it gave a jolt as I met the gaze of the magic user standing at Louis' bedside. Elizabeth. I knew about her through reputation only. She was very powerful, and had been in line for some leadership roles about 10 years ago. Something had happened, though, which caused her to bail on the supernatural world. I knew no more than that. She was even tinier than I expected, only a touch over 5 foot, and I wasn't prepared for how ethereally beautiful she was. Huge, shimmery eyes met mine. They were a gray so light it almost looked silver. Her hair was a long mass of thick curls, which fell almost to her mid-back. The color a mix of blonde and silver and gold. Shades and tones blending and intermingling. She looked the same age as me, physically at least, but her power slammed into mine so strongly I almost lost control. Tyson Compass, I assume. The husky voice somehow suited her perfectly. It fit the years of experience she wore in those silvery eyes. I nodded. It's nice to meet you, Elizabeth. My gaze shifted to Louis, who remained prone on the bed, eyes closed, aura dangerously weak. It was almost impossible to believe this was the powerful sorcerer. Have you learned anything? Any way to save him? Josephina's cryptic advice did not satisfy me. I needed something more to go on. Call me Lizzie, she said, before turning to stare down at Louis. Frustration creased her forehead. I have tried everything I can think of. Something powerful holds him, and I also sense that he is not ready yet to return. There was a look on her face which intrigued me, but I had no time to try and unravel the mystery of this sorceress. We have to go to Jest now, to try and save the world. My words were dry, tinged with a slight sarcasm, even though I spoke the truth. Whatever is happening to Louis is tied into our current task. She was watching me closely, her gaze never wavering. Hopefully we will have more answers soon. Will you continue to help? There was no hesitation. I never stop when I am committed to something. I will not rest until Louis resumes his normal position of annoying the hell out of me. There was a history there, I saw that now, but again, a story which would have to wait for another time. It was really nice to meet you, Lizzie. Look after him for us. Don't let him fade away. A slow smile tilted up the corner of her lips. You have no idea how stubborn I can be when I set my mind to something. Louis is not going anywhere. I didn't doubt it for a moment. With one last nod, I touched my hand to Louis' shoulder, before turning and striding from the room. I hated seeing him like that, so weak and vulnerable. We had to figure out how to save him, there was no other option. Everyone was waiting for me on the front porch. The 3 babies were strapped to the girls, and some of my heavy thoughts lifted at the sight of Grace. Seeing her with a child held against her sent a shot of heat to my heart, and my groin, my inner caveman coming out to play, creating a war of emotions within me. I wanted to love her so badly, to see her carry our children. I wanted to watch her cradle them protectively like she was right now. An audible rumble of need and want and instinct shot out of me before I could stop it. Braxton, who was standing in the front yard, gave me a knowing look. Dragons are very family-oriented, as are Soups. He's going to push you to knock Grace up. You might want to start fighting him now. The rumble happened again, this time louder. The beast's instincts were starting to feel more natural to me. Braxton's heavy hand landed on my shoulder. Don't let him control you. I have had many years to deal with my dragon. You're going to have to learn much faster. What else is new? I muttered. Large, dark eyes were following my movements, and I found my pace picking up. Grace had cleaned up and changed her clothes, either magically or borrowing from the twins. She was wearing jeans and a snug-fitted shirt. A heavy winter jacket was loose over the top, waiting to be zipped up. Her hair was pulled up in a high, messy bun, with tendrils of hair framing the gorgeous angles of her face. If I could see magical resonance, I had no doubt that the flow between us would have been strong. She was drawing me closer, and I was almost running by the time I hit the stairs to our porch. My arms swept out around her, and with as much care as I could, I snatched her up and into my arms, lifting her with ease. She let out a small squeal of surprise, which had Evie letting out her own little cry. Baby should have been used to it with a daddy like hers. He was always carrying Jessa around. But clearly today she did not like being disturbed. Gently returning Grace to the floor, my lips descended and pressed against the corner of her mouth. It was a skimming kiss, and she let out a breathy sigh as I pulled back. Without thought, because the only thing in my head was Grace, my hand started to pat at the child's back, soothing her to a more contented state. I missed you. I didn't make it into a joke or throwaway line, something I would have done a year ago. I missed you too. A sense of surprise creased her eyes. She recovered quickly though, asking, how was Louis? Some of my joy faded again. No change. Elizabeth is going to keep him from fading further, so we should have enough time. No one looked happy. Jess's hands were clenched in tight fists. I was really hoping that Lizzie would figure something out. Help him. Braxton crossed back toward his mate, unable to be away when she had so much sorrow within her. I'm sorry, Jessa babe, he said gently. I promise, we will not stop until Louis is back with us. She stared up at him, and finally nodded. I know. We should start moving toward Louis' house. As those words left Jessa, a gust of air expelled from Grace and she sagged forward a little. I caught her with an arm around her shoulders. I can feel the urgency, she murmured against me. We need to find these girls now. I have had this niggling sensation ever since Gran unlocked that energy, ever since I opened that portal to Fairy. At first I thought it was about finding my mum, but now I think it's also the princesses. I need to find them. Looked like she was really starting to come around to the idea that she was one of them. Jacob brushed his hand over her hair, ruffling back some of the loose strands. We'll get to them before the hunters. You'll never have to fight these battles alone, Grace. We're family. Grace craned her neck to look up at him. Thank you. That means so much to me. Her voice wavered, before she sniffled and pulled herself together. Let's do this. It was incredible to see her tuck away her emotions like that. One moment so much was written across her face, the next it was gone. If I hadn't been able to feel her in my chest, sense her in my thoughts, I would have wondered if she was feeling anything at all. But she was like Braxton right now, on emotional overload. Everyone else was already dressed, so I grabbed up the heavy winter jacket that one of the girls had found for me. It would be freezing in Jest prison, and no doubt they would limit the magic we could use to warm ourselves. We then headed toward Louis' home, summer heat beating down on us. It was a beautiful day, the forest full of life, soups everywhere. We waved at those who acknowledged us, receiving a few odd looks regarding our winter gear. No one questioned us, but the gossip would pick up as soon as we got out of hearing range. Maybe they'd think we were going on a skiing holiday. I doubted anyone would guess the real reason for these jackets. When we crossed into the back part of Stratford, it was far less crowded. It's starting to become a bit of an issue, Jessa said, talking to Braxton, but all of us could hear, you four having to leave Stratford all the time. They were holding hands, and he pulled her to a stop as he asked, what would you think about us passing this position on? She didn't answer immediately, her eyes slightly wide as she trailed them across Braxton, and then the rest of us. I think that's a good idea, she finally said. Her decision surprised me, and Grace made a small, shocked noise in her throat. It drew Jess's attention. You've always been so proud of that part of them, Grace murmured. How they were going to be the youngest leaders, and so powerful. I just didn't expect you to answer like that. Jessa nodded a few times before she said, I am proud of them. We all knew from a very young age that these four egotistical assholes were going to outpower us by 1,000,000 to 1. Braxton let out a chuckle, he found his brat of a mate way too adorable. She continued, the most powerful soups run the councils. It's the way we've always done it, so it makes sense that the boys would become leaders. The only problem is, they can do a hell of a lot more good not tied down to Stratford. To America even. It feels restrictive. Misha jumped in. I agree to some extent, but remember how much trouble the council caused for us before. Right now, the guys have no one else to answer to, but if they lose their position, they'll automatically have to follow the rules again. Grace and Jessa both snort-laughed at that. Misha shook her head, a small smile on her lips. Okay, I know they're not great at following the rules, but they might have to once they no longer lead. Grace shook her head, amusement tinging her voice. If by not great, you mean terrible. Never listened. Did what they wanted and still scared the elders. Then yes, they are not great at following rules. Jacob's eyes were filled with amusement. You guys are screwed. Your females are going to eat you up and spit out the crumbling remains of your bar. He was cut off by my smack to the back of the head. Not that he was wrong, but there were rules. Guys didn't discuss the fact that our mates had us well and truly by the balls. We pretended we still called all the shots. We pretended we were the big strong men in charge. Even though everyone knew that was bullshit, there was an unwritten rule. Man code. Braxton wrapped his arm tightly around Jessa. My balls are made of steel. They don't crumble. Jessa opened her mouth and he shifted around so his hand covered her face, cutting off whatever smartass reply she had ready. Steel. Balls, he reiterated, dodging her elbow. She managed to get loose though, her teeth bared as she snarled at Braxton. Let's test out that steel balls theory, what do ya think? It was a challenge, and as Braxton raised an eyebrow and eyed off his mate, I wondered how this was going to go down. Dragons love challenges. Even my own had raised his head, wisps of the beast coating my skin. Your eyes are different, Grace murmured, catching my attention, and I turned away from the drama. It's the dragon soul. It mixes with the sorcery gold, and my natural color. She regarded me carefully, before her smile turned up a few more watts. I like it. With a tilt of her head, my chest tightened and body went rock hard as she stared me up and down. Everything about her in this moment was sexy. Sultry. Siren. It reminded me there was a female fae inside of her, buried somewhere deep down. And even though they were dangerous and rare, I wanted that side of her free. I wanted every part of my mate. I wanted it all. Grace Carter. I wasn't sure if it was the sexual tension Jessa and Braxton were throwing around, or the fact that Tyson was staring at me that way again, but I was finding it very difficult to control myself. The longer I was with him, the more our bond strengthened, and the less my thoughts were dominated by the torture. I was starting to feel more like my old self. Which was a gift I never expected to receive. At my darkest moments with my cousin and Sob, it felt like I lost fundamental parts of myself. Permanently. Now I could see everything much clearer, and I knew there were worse things than the physical pain I went through. Perspective was an interesting concept. Thank the gods I lived long enough to see a larger picture than the hellhole that had been my grand's little farmhouse. Tyson's energy brushed across my mind, his warmth and strength. It filled me, and in this moment I was fighting a very real urge to tear his clothes off and discover what it was like to be loved by a compass. I had an idea, but an idea was not good enough anymore. I wanted the real thing. Come on, guys, we have to keep moving. Misha was the voice of reason, bravely stepping between her sister and the dragon shifter. Maximus let out a low curse, reaching out one of his long arms and yanking her out of the line of fire. How many times have I told you not to jump in between these two hotheads? He sounded exasperated, but also kinda amused. Jacob had been right before. Maximus and Braxton were screwed. They loved their mates and kids more than anything, and therefore let them get away with murder. These men, who liked to give orders and have them obeyed, were helpless to resist the needs and wants of the LeBron twins. Would it be like that with Tyson? The thought struck me hard, and I couldn't easily answer. He had never treated me that way in the past, like he would still love me no matter how much of an unreasonable ass I was being. That was the sort of love I wanted. Unconditional. Don't just love me at my best, nope, you had to take all of me. Silly little witch. The amused voice trailed across my mind, and goosebumps immediately appeared on my skin as my entire body reacted. You're never an ass. And even if one day you decide to see how far you can push me, I can take it. I like your fire. I crave it. There are no conditions. Everything inside of me clenched so hard my ribs actually ached. The need I had for Tyson was very real, and piece by piece he was bringing me back to the light. Chipping away my past hurts and worries. The darkness inside of me was tamed, the time I suffered with my family fading. For the first time in weeks, I breathed deeply, freely. We have a clean slate. I pushed the words toward him, keeping our link open. He wrapped an arm around me, and Evie let out a little happy noise as her uncle came into her line of sight. Tyson brushed a single finger across her tiny baby cheek, before he lifted that hand and cupped my face. No clean slate. I need to make too many things up to you. But we are moving forward, together. Always. And there he went again, being a perfect mate. Before I could collapse in a pathetic puddle at his feet, we were distracted by Braxton growling loud enough to rock the ground we stood on. A number of soups who had been milling around took off in a rush. Oh, I'm so scared of a little dragon growl, Jessa scoffed, waving her hands up in the air in fake distress. Braxton grumbled, and in a move so quick I almost missed it, scooped Jessa up and held her against his chest. Jackson made a little grumbling noise to match his father's, but didn't cry out. "You're trying my patience today, mate." Braxton's voice was a low, sexy rasp. Jessa flipped him off, crossing her arms across her chest. "Might as well make yourself useful and get us to the portal, mate." Jacob let out a chuckle, and Braxton's head whipped in his direction. The Fey Compass didn't even flinch. I would have flinched. Instead he gave his brother a shrug as if to say, "What can you do?" Braxton just shook his head, letting out a long breath. He then turned back to Jessa, and before she could open her mouth for whatever taunt was next, he pressed his lips to hers. Their kiss had fire in it, an almost brutal sort of passion, which softened toward the end. When they finally pulled apart, I heard him whisper, "Don't ever fucking change, Jess." Her smug smile was all I saw. I missed her reply, but I didn't need to hear it. Screwed. Totally screwed. It was calmer after this, all of us racing toward Louis' home. It was behind the industrial area of Stratford, in a more natural part of our territory. It was beautiful here, a sense of peace stealing across me as I let my hands trail across a small pocket of flowers. "I hate that he's still stuck between the worlds." Jess's voice was low. She was back on her feet, her eyes locked on the tip of a roof just visible around a waterfall. "We should have done more to help him. It's not good enough." I swallowed hard, guilt rocking me. "I'm so sorry I wasn't here for you all. I should have been here in Stratford, not running away because I couldn't handle it." Many eyes were on me then and I wanted to hide. It felt like everyone was seeing my cracks. My broken pieces. And I didn't want them to. "You went because you thought your family needed you." Maximus' voice was gentler than usual. "You were held captive and tortured. I think we're the ones who owe you an apology." Tyson had said something similar the last time my guilt got the better of me. It actually helped, knowing they weren't blaming me. A hot blast of anger licked against my mind. Tyson. I doubted anyone would tell by looking at his stoic features, but he was furious. His eyes gave him away though, those gold, yellow, and brown-tinged irises. They were distinct, and captivatingly beautiful, like a mosaic piece of art. "We're together now," Jessa said. I broke away from the intense, fiery gaze of my mate to face her. "They will not defeat us. I refuse to let that happen. This pack is going to rip those assholes a new asshole. They're going down." Some of the heat in my mind eased. A small sense of amusement tinged Tyson's thoughts as he drawled, "Rip those assholes a new asshole." "I like the way you think, Jessa babe." I liked it too. We had each other's backs, and it was more than I ever expected. I just hoped this wasn't the mission that would rip us apart. No one seemed to know exactly where this portal was going to appear. Their conversation with the Elder had apparently been brief, and lacking in detail, so we all spread out. As I started to explore, I couldn't shake the abandoned, desolate sort of feeling around this place. It was almost like the land missed Louis and was waiting for his return. I had always admired and respected the powerful sorcerer, most magic users did, which made it hard to believe that anything could take him out. He had to be okay, though, our world needed him. Evie let out a gurgling sound, distracting me. "Hey, little girl," I said, keeping my voice low. "You doing okay?" Her eyes were a rich, crystalline blue, a color I would be hard-pressed to describe, bright, yet also dark, depthless and filled with pigmentation. Somehow everything within her eyes contradicted itself, but was still perfectly perfect. She smiled at me, waving her little fist, a snuggie clenched tightly in it. "Here." I turned at the shout from Jacob, who was about 20 feet away, near a few large redwood trees. Wrapping one arm around Evie to support her, I hurried over to where the portal danced between the trees, the swirling magic expanding back in a long cylinder, looking more like a wormhole than a step through. No doubt those elders knew some nifty travel tricks. They'd been around for almost a millennium. Tyson crossed to my side in a few powerful strides, and without thought I reached for him. As our fingers linked together, a sense of home hit me, and all my nerves fled. Crazy wormhole. No worries. We had this. As we navigated our way through the portal, there was a weird sense of weightlessness, which grew as we all moved further toward its swirling end. A light appeared a few feet away, and as Braxton and Jessa, the front of the group, stepped into it, they disappeared. I didn't like 'em being out of sight, in an unknown and dangerous situation. Clearly I wasn't the only one, because everyone picked up the pace, following them out into the light. I covered Evie's eyes as the brightness increased, relieved it was only 2 steps before it faded away just as quickly. My boots crunched on snow, and I gasped as the first lashes of icy wind hit me. It was cold enough here to literally take my breath away. At least we had rugged up before leaving Stratford, but even so, I still felt like I was freezing. Pulling a small beanie from my pocket, I slipped it over Evie's head. "You might be a little dragon baby," I said, smiling at her while I adjusted her hat. "But I think even dragons would be cold here. If you need some dragon heat, I have plenty to spare, mate." Tyson might have been joking, but I could actually feel the warmth he radiated now. Being dragon mated had changed more than just his eyes. "Are you going to keep calling me mate like that?" I shot back at him. "Like I'm a possession." I wasn't going to let him know how much I loved it, that every time he used it a tingle of energy zipped through me and turned my knees to jelly. Hells no, I was definitely not telling him that. Jessa interrupted us by handing me a thermal blanket. "Can you wrap this around Evie? It will cut out the chill." "No problem." Tyson helped me secure the sheath properly into the baby carrier. When we were done, the entire pack moved closer together, trying to figure out which direction to head. We knew we couldn't stand still for long, it was too damn cold. Through the swirling snow, Braxton noticed a few buildings, off in the distance, so we started in that direction. As we moved, Tyson stayed right by my side. The warmth he was radiating was intoxicating. I wanted to wrap myself around him. "You're not a possession." I almost jumped at his low rumble near my ear, realizing he was finally answering my question. "Possessions are things. Stuff you own. You're so much more than that. If anything, you own me." I faltered slightly, my feet slipping on some ice. Tyson steadied me, our eyes not moving an inch off one another. The intensity he was radiating had my next words a little breathless. "Why do you call me mate all the time, then?" I might have loved the word, but it shocked me each time he said it. He chuckled, white teeth flashing at me. "Because I have wanted to say it for so long. And, fair warning, you should just get used to it. I'm not stopping anytime soon." I shook my head at him, those overwhelming emotions clogging my throat again. Trevor used my skin like a carving board and I didn't shed a single tear, but a few words from Tyson and I was a regular fountain of emotion. "I'm okay with that," I managed to say, without losing it. The ice and dark mass of energy inside of me lay dormant, the only thing filling my center was my bond with Tyson. Ever since we had connected fully, I'd felt like those dark, foreign parts were fading away. This was the right thing for me. Unable to linger, we hurried through the Arctic landscape. I kept hoping we were closer, but the buildings seemed to be getting farther away. "Fuck this," Jacob muttered, then bursts of fire erupted across his hands, spreading a sliver of warmth between us. "It's not going to be as strong as usual," he added, "it's too damn cold here. But it's better than nothing." The boys ushered me, Jessa, and Misha into the center, closest to the warmth, before they used their bulk to continue blocking us from the elements. I was a little ashamed of how I had judged the quads when I was younger, calling them arrogant and self-absorbed. I'd had no clue how caring they were. Sure, if you weren't in their inner circle, you weren't going to get a lot of direct protection from them, but they continued to put their lives on the line to save the world. To save supernaturals. And they did it all expecting nothing in return. Jessa broke through my thoughts. "Were we selfish to bring our kids? Maybe we should have left them with Josephina." Her voice was hard. "No one told me how much worry would come with being a mum. Greatest joy, for sure, but trying to make all of these freaking decisions. I feel like I'm one fuck up away from my kids needing therapy and they're not even 2 months old." "You're doing amazing," I reassured her. "You're a natural mother, as is Misha. You love and adore your babies, without limits. Trust me, not all moms do this." Jessa turned her head to the side, a little wolf peering out through her eyes. "Thanks, Grace. I actually really appreciate those words. I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that. If I had been able to move my fingers, I would have squeezed her hands." I had spoken the truth though. My mum loved me, I'd never say she didn't, but she'd loved my dad more. I got it now, to some degree. My feelings for Tyson were big. The epic fairy tale romance kinda big. Still, I couldn't imagine loving him more than my children. It felt like I'd love them so intensely that eventually they would roll their eyes at me and suggest I get a life that didn't involve hugging and kissing them. "No kids. It's too damn scary." I felt Tyson looking at me then, and I had no idea if he'd heard my thoughts. I quickly shielded. Maximus cleared his throat, sounding like he would rather be saying anything but the words coming from his mouth. Maybe we can leave the babies with Josephina once we're back in Fairy. I'd feel better about it if we were at least on the same world. We can deal with that after we get this book, Braxton said, sounding both gruff and kinda sad. There was no more arguing as we focused on the simple yet somehow incredibly difficult task of making it through these unforgiving lands. The huge gathering of buildings finally came into clear sight. There was no visible barrier, like a fence or gate, but I could feel the magical resonance of a field a few yards from us, stronger than anything I'd ever felt before. Holy shit, this magical barrier would crush Stratfords. Jessa sounded slightly in awe. I can't wait to tell Louis. He'll be so pissed someone out-magicked him. Tyson let out a low rumble of a chuckle. The sound was stupidly attractive, and it took real effort to keep all of my pathetic from leaking out. You're just as competitive, I reminded him. I'm ambitious. Even through chattering teeth, my chuckle was loud. Same thing, Tyson Compass. It is the exact same thing and you know it. His face softened, and somehow looked surprised at the same time. I realized I was joking around normally with him, showing him that my soul was healing. You must be getting tired. Let me know if you need to rest. His tone was serious again, and I felt him searching down our bond, assessing how I was. Truthfully, there was a deep-seated exhaustion hovering just beneath my determination and adrenaline. It's been a really long day. Multiple long days if you counted the time change between Fairy and Earth. And it's not over yet. I'm okay, though. No time to rest until we find this magical book, track down those princesses, and save the world. Jessa groaned. I vote that someone else saves the world next time. I think we've filled our quota for this lifetime. A few other grumbles joined hers. It had been more than a little rough for this pack lately. My pack. Fuck yeah it is. I mentally shoved Tyson into his corner. Out of my thoughts. His power tickled at my mental shields. You don't scare me, mate. Now why did that not surprise me? Nothing scared the compasses. Further conversation was cut off when we reached that barrier, about 5 or 6 feet from the edge of the first large, domed building. Tyson immediately stepped forward, running his hands along it, blasts of his extra strong energy fanning across us with each of his movements. I can't break this. He sounded pissed about that. Braxton just shook his head. You can't actually be surprised. This barrier was designed by multiple sorcerers, each powerful enough to rival Louis. Tyson just gave him a look, one eyebrow raised. I'm going to pretend you didn't just underestimate my strength. When I'm fully joined in the quad bond, I can rival Louis and you know it. I hid my laughter behind my semi-frozen hand. Since I had managed to move my hand, I checked on Evie. She seemed snug and content under the special thermal blanket, but I was still worried. We needed to get her inside, and soon. Jacob must have agreed. The babies can't stay out here for much longer, and I don't think this is a place Tyson is going to be able to open a step through out of. It's all magically protected. His refined features were tensed against the winds. I can keep the flames going for a while, but there is only so much I can do when it's this cold. He didn't say it was draining him considerably, he didn't have to. We could all see it was. Jessa marched forward, prepared to smash her hands against the barrier. Braxton caught her just before she could. Haven't we done this before? He said, half laughing, half snarling. You are too reckless, Jess. She smiled so sweetly, tilting her head to the side. All of the compasses immediately took cover, ducking and hiding behind one another. It was hilarious, 4 huge, powerful, dangerous and feared supernaturals terrified of one little wolf shifter. I smirked at Tyson. Thought you weren't scared. He gave me a deadpan look. I'm not scared of you. Jess, on the other hand, knows all of my weaknesses, and she's as devious as fuck. The shifter in question just continued smiling like that, and I was starting to get the urge to hide too. She was so bravely confident, while at the same time being exactly as Braxton stated, reckless. You had no idea what she was going to do next. Did you feed her before we left? Maximus whispered to Braxton. Jacob nodded his head a few times, his eyes wide. She looks a little hungry. Do you have a bar or something to throw at her? I shook my head, but checking my idiot mate out of the way as I strode over to stand with the girls. It had to be compasses we got as mates. I let out a long, drawn-out sigh. The twins dropped in on either side of me, and all 3 of us stared at the quads. They're going to outnumber us soon, especially since Jessa is worth at least 2 or 3 on the handful scale, Tyson said, shooting me his sexy half-smile, that dimple in his right cheek perfectly showcased. You better stay single, Jacob. The Fae nodded in a few rapid movements. I was just starting to get used to the idea of settling down, but now that you mention it, it might be safer. I was just reaching out to grab Jessa. She looked like she was about to launch herself into the nearest snowdrift and start a war, when a throat cleared from our right side. In less than a split second, the quad's humor died off and they were back to being badass soups. They shifted around, positioning themselves in front of us. I peered between Jacob and Tyson. About 5 feet away was a supernatural, just standing silently. A sorcerer. I could feel his earthy magic. He was much smaller than me, arms tucked into side pockets on his long dark blue robes. In the half-light it looked like his eyes were a dark, murky green, standing out starkly against his ebony skin. His onyx hair had some graying at the temples, eyes surrounded by fine lines. He was ancient, and somehow not, at the same time. Welcome to Jest. We've been waiting for you. His words held notes of power, each one drifting through the air, slamming against us. That was how Louis talked too. These powerful soups literally dripped energy in every syllable. He turned and walked away. I exchanged a glance with Jessa, who shrugged. Guess we need to follow him. Desperate to get out of the cold, none of us wasted another minute scrambling along as fast as we could. Those of us carrying babies had to be extra careful not to slip, but the quads were super aware of us, and no doubt would be there to help if we ran into trouble. I loved the way Braxton and Maximus barely took their eyes off their mates. I loved the way their expressions softened. It was absolutely beautiful. Being around them was opening my eyes to so many things I had never noticed from the compasses. No one saw this side of them, which was a little sad. The tiny sorcerer dropped the barrier, leading us toward what looked like the main domed building. Tyson watched him closely, clever eyes noting all the details. He was probably hoping to learn something. Usually soups came to Jest in a cage, not invited in through the front door. This was rare and unprecedented. The domed building had a vault barring us from entering. The sorcerer just stared at it and the round hatch began to spin open. A gust of warm air hit us as the seal released and the door swung out. Silence reigned as we stepped into the first room, which looked to be an entrance hall. It was well lit, warm, and somewhat eerie inside the all-white pod. The silence felt unnatural as we all trailed after him, 3 of the quads taking the lead, Maximus falling back to be the tail of the group. The hall was a few hundred meters long, before it opened up into a huge round room. Actually, huge was an understatement. It was so massive that I couldn't even see where it ended. Within this open space there were living areas, kitchens, and beds. While there were no walls, they had used furniture to make multiple clear and distinct zones. They must all just live here, in a single room, without a shred of privacy. From somewhere more guardians appeared, sliding in from the shadows or something. I ran my gaze across them as they stood in a line. They were all different, and yet somehow the same. You have passed our test, the one closest to us said. He was slightly taller than our original guide, but not by much. He also looked much older. His ivory skin was heavily wrinkled, his blue eyes squinted from beneath heavy brows. What test? No doubt we were all thinking it, but no one was game to say anything. Except Jessa, of course. You speak truth, I think, she said, her arms wrapped around Jackson. You're powerful enough to hide that from me if you wanted to. What test did we pass? She started to unfold the blanket from her son. I did the same thing with Evie, while keeping her eyes locked on the elders. A test of deception. You're all who you say you are. You have all come here for the reasons you relayed to us. Therefore, we will help you. Well, that was easy. I had thought I'd felt a slight tickle of magic when we first stepped over the threshold. I'd dismissed it, thinking it was simply the rush of heat, but it must have been a spell to reveal all. Dissolve any falsehoods worn. Follow us, another of their collective said, an Asian woman, her voice deep and echoing. They turned in a single line and we fell in behind them. One by one they marched until they seemed to be standing in the center of the room, which I only knew by the peak of the domed ceiling above. The 11 ancient, powerful sorcerers then formed a circle, joining hands. Tyson reached out and wrapped his arm around me, hauling Evie and I back just in time for the chanting to start. I was waiting for them to break out in song. I heard Jessa whisper to Braxton. Braxton's hand snaked around and covered her mouth, which was probably a safe call in these circumstances. All of us remained in our frozen pose, watching wide-eyed as they called their energy. One of the most powerful ley lines in the world runs through the center of Antarctica, Tyson said through our bond. They're tapping into it. Can you feel the power? I could. It was vibrating up through the soles of my shoes, rocking the magic in my chest. That icy nub started to unfurl, a chill spreading through my veins, and it was growing increasingly difficult for me to stop myself from connecting to the line. Even knowing that if I did, I would never be able to control it. It would destroy me. Tyson's heat shot down through our bond and the ice started to fade away. He had anchored me, and as clarity returned, I realized I should have been worried about him. He was a new sorcerer and a dragon shifter. Too much power, too soon. Are you okay with the pull? Your energy is so strong and new. I'm dealing. His mental tones were a little strained, but nothing worrisome. My brothers and our mate bond is anchoring me. I should have thought to use our mate bond from the start. True mates were stronger together. Soon you won't even have to think about it. You'll automatically know I'm in your corner. For the first time ever, I really did believe that. I trusted that he meant it when he said he had been all in even before our bond kicked in. That this time it was for keeps. Tyson Compass. Not all of the Guardians were sorcerers. There was at least one vampire, and 2 shifters that I could sense. There was also a Fae. All of them ancient, their power intense. They were currently standing hand in hand around the center of the dome, doing God knows what. Wasn't like any of us were going to step in and question them. I drifted closer to Grace, fighting the urge to pull her even farther back from possible danger. We didn't know these elders, we didn't know what they were doing. Braxton and Jessa could tell truth from lie usually, but there was no way to do that with creatures as powerful as these. The bottom line was, I trusted no one around my mate. I had already moved her back, she'd practically been standing in the circle, but it still felt like she was way too close. It would piss her off if I went too overprotective alpha on her, but if I got a whiff of danger, she could be all the pissed she wanted. She was mine, and I was keeping her safe no matter what. The short, dark-skinned sorcerer, the one who'd retrieved us from outside, broke the circle. He stepped away, and that was when the newly formed trapdoor became visible. He stopped before us, lifting a large pouch off the front of his robes. Loosening the drawstring, he reached in and pulled free a handful of stones, with leather loops attached to them. You are not permitted to perform magic in the prison, but you can wear these talismans for warmth. We all got one. The leather cord was long enough for the girls to loop around the babies too. As everyone lifted theirs, I held up a hand. I'll go first, I said. If it was a trap, it was better if only one of us was out of commission than all of us. I could sense Grace wanted to protest, but she just gritted her teeth, her full pink lips thinning, which made me want to grab her and kiss the shit out of her, but I managed to refrain. Lifting the cord up, I dropped it over my head. The stone hung low on my chest, and buzzed briefly before a blanket of warmth cascaded along my body. It wasn't too hot, just a perfect comfortable temperature. Seems fine, I told the group. The elders showed no emotion at my display of distrust. They either didn't care or they expected it. Everyone had their talismans on now, and I could see the relief on Grace's face. It had felt a little like plunging into a warm bath. Once we were ready, one of the elders reached down and placed his hand on the trapdoor, and as he lifted his palm back up, a huge hatch opened with it. Cherik will lead you to the Room of Secrets, a vampire said to us, flashing fangs, like his were permanently out. I wondered if that was something that came with age or power. I had never seen Maximus do that. You will have a limited amount of time to find the book and perform the magic required from it. This room is the only place we will allow you to cast a spell in the prison. Do not remove anything from the prison, another one added. Do not test us. We didn't argue. Cherik, the original sorcerer from outside, stepped straight into the open doorway. At first I thought he had jumped, but when we moved closer to the opening I noticed the stairs, narrow and dark, leading straight down. Stay right behind me, I murmured to Grace. She didn't argue, slipping into line. I felt her hands grip the back of my shirt. She did it a lot, and I was starting to like it, the way she tangled her fingers in the material of my shirt, touching me so casually. My brothers placed their mates in the middle as well, so we ended up with Braxton first, then Jessa, I followed, Grace behind me, then Maximus and Misha, with Jacob bringing up the rear. We had the girls covered from all sides. Jessa had briefly nudged Braxton, trying to go first, but he had only looked pointedly at their son and she'd shut up. As we stepped down into the icy depths, it got darker and colder. The talismans kept us comfortable, but I wouldn't say it was warm. The darkness didn't last for too long. A bright light was hovering deep inside, near the base of the stairs. It felt like we were spiraling down the center of an iceberg or glacier. The stairs were carved from ice but somehow not slippery, the walls an opaque blue. As the stairway widened, the brightness increased, and then we all stepped out onto the prison floor. The Antarctic prison consisted of a massive platform of ice, spanning out as far as I could see. Sort of like the domed room above. The ground was solid as we crossed to Cherik, who was waiting patiently. "Do not concern yourself about the prisoners," he said. "They can't hurt you." I would reserve judgment on that. This place had quite the reputation. There were no petty crime criminals in here. This was the worst of the worst. He waved his hands in the air, as if sensing my unease. "I assure you, they are very well contained." We all looked up. Holy crap. Misha's eyes were wide, mouth slightly ajar. Jessa looked just as astonished. "Have you guys ever seen anything like this?" Lots of heads shook, mine one of them. How in all the fuck had they created this place? The prison cells were suspended in the air, cubes of ice attached to the ice shelf above. I couldn't see any openings, no doors or windows, and while the walls were not clear, there were visible shadows within. "How do you let them out for activities, or for food?" Grace asked the tiny sorcerer. He folded his arms across his chest and stared at her. "They don't leave. They don't eat. They receive nothing." I heard a gasp from one of the girls, but I had no idea which one, because my eyes remained locked on the cells. "Considering we don't have the death penalty, you're walking a fine line here," Jessa bit out, her eyes flashing as she slammed him with one of her looks. Cherik's face did not change, unconcerned about her ire. "Stupid. Some die, others survive. It really depends on the length of their prison term. But we don't actively kill them. It's up to them if they survive." How was that for some crazy logic? The sorcerer turned then and continued walking, the rest of us following. "I never knew it was so full on in here," Jacob murmured, his eyes darting up again. "They just entomb 'em and let 'em suffer for the length of their sentence. I guess we just have to be grateful that only the very worst soup criminals are sent here," Braxton said, "the ones the councils feel there's no hope for." Grace looked jittery, her eyes wide as she said, "Remind me not to break the law. I would hate to ever be in a position to come here." My chest tightened at the thought, my reply gruff, "That won't ever be happening. You could never commit the sort of crime that would get you sentenced here." Jessa, who had been quiet since demanding answers from Cherik, gave a little start. Why was Vlad not in here? He was a mass murderer. One of our worst criminals. Vlad had attacked her a few months ago in the Stratford prison, intent on raping and killing her. There was no love lost there. We had heard he was dead now, but no one knew for sure. She was definitely right, though. If there was ever a soup who belonged here, it was that vampire. Vlad had friends in high places, Cherik said, surprising us all by answering. There was an igloo cell with his name on it, but last minute he was transferred to another prison. A slight pink tinged Jessa's cheeks as she pressed her lips firmly together. I could see her hands were trembling. Jackson let out a low cry, picking up on his mum's fury. Her expression softened, and she patted him on the back, offering comfort. It seemed to calm her too. Braxton, obviously upset that his mate was almost killed by a soup who should have been here, was doing his dragon growl thing, my dragon responding as my chest started to shake too. "I have a dragon. Still fucking believable." Cherik led us deep into what felt like a never-ending world of ice. It was a desolate and colorless world, and it would be near impossible to find our way around down here. There was nothing to use for landmarks, everything looked the same. "It's just a little further. Hurry now." Misha was the first one to notice the secret room. "Whoa," she murmured, her green eyes wide and unblinking, focused on the ceiling. Looking up, I wondered how we'd missed it until now. It must have its own magic, hiding until it was ready for us to see. This cube was at least 50 times bigger than the prison ones. Cherik paused when he was close, looking around. He moved a few feet to the right and then took a step up into the air. He followed that by another step, rising slowly. Braxton followed close behind on the invisible stairs. "You should hurry," Cherik called down. He had reached the side of the cube now. The stairs changed position every 5 minutes. We used each other for balance, making it to the top unscathed, and entered an open doorway. That door better not close behind us, I warned the sorcerer when he came into sight. My dragon chafed at being inside, and it made me uneasy. Was it smart to speak to an elder like that? Probably not, but I was past caring at this point. It will not close, he replied without expression. I waited a few more moments, and when the door remained open, I was able to push my beast back down. Turning, I took in the room with one long look. It was impressive, and nothing like I had expected, designed like a huge library, with thick rugs on the floor and a roaring fireplace along the front wall. Magic was awesome. Farther inside, dark hand-carved shelves lined each wall, and within those shelves were a multitude of objects, 90% of which I didn't recognize, but I sensed great power hiding within many of them. This room is named as a secret keeper for a reason, Cherik said, watching us closely. You will guard its secrets, or you will find yourself in a much smaller, less comfortable version of this. Not even a thinly veiled threat there. I know my brothers and sisters ask that you touch nothing but the book of magic you seek. I will relax this rule slightly. You might have to touch some objects to find the book. You have 10 minutes before we must return to the surface. The 11 of us are required to continually renew the power of jest. Otherwise we risk some of the more powerful breaking free. We really didn't want that to happen. Braxton took charge. Everyone split up. We're looking for La Titana, also known as the original Book of Magic. Everyone headed in a different direction, moving straight to the shelves. Almost every shelf had books on it, and we would have to check them all. I started with a shelf that stood a few inches above my head, shuffling through the heavy tomes there. Most of them were books of magic, according to their titles, but nothing jumped out as the book we sought. What if it's called something else? Grace said from the next shelf over. She was patting Evie gently on the back, the baby wiggling restlessly. They had been so good up till now, but our baby luck was no doubt going to run out soon. I found it. Jess's shout echoed through to us. We hurried to the back of the room. It almost fell on my head. Pretty sure it knew we were looking for it. The book's nickname was the original Book of Magic, so no doubt it was infused with energy beyond our understanding, a consciousness, even, in the same way the Book of Guidance, which overheard supernatural sentencing back in Stratford, could make decisions. These books had so much magic infused within them they were no longer inanimate. When Jessa came into sight, I zeroed in on the book. As a very rare object, there was no reason to have a preconceived notion of how it would look. I hadn't seen it, or even a picture before, but I was still surprised. It was only as big as a piece of paper. I'd expected a book so powerful would be huge and heavy, hard to lift or move. Lucky for Jessa's head it wasn't. The cover was a faded red, La Titana carved into it. There was no way to tell what material the cover was made of. It had a leather look, but I didn't think it was. More than likely it was a skin of some type. Did we learn about this book in school? Jacob asked. We were all gathered around Jessa now. It's bound in a skin from a rare, possibly extinct fairy creature, Grace said, surprising us all. It's pure fey magic in those pages. Which explained why it was so powerful. The oldest, strongest spells came from fairy. Braxton leveled a look on her. Why do you know about this and we don't? Grace didn't even blink at his abrupt tone. I wanted to smack him in the mouth, but it wasn't the time. Advanced magic classes. I'm sure taking over the council early meant you missed some of the essentials. She was right there. We'd pretty much stopped taking classes by 22. Since we shouldn't have finished college until 25, we did miss a lot. I also moved into some of the advanced classes early, Grace said gently. Because I was homeschooled and finished my general schooling early. When I tested as a healer, they wanted to focus my training, get me out on jobs. Pride struck me, and I couldn't seem to tear my eyes from her. Her confidence shone through and she was fucking sexy. To distract myself, I brought focus back to the book. We should hurry up and find that tracking spell. Grace stepped closer to Jessa. Josephina said we would have to use my blood. Everything inside of me rebelled at the thought of her bleeding for this, but there was no time to argue. Let's just see what the spell says first. There was a long bench on a wall nearby, running about waist height across one of the bookshelves. It was wide enough to lay the book on. Is it safe to just open? Jessa had her hand on the clasp. Braxton tried to nudge her aside. Not for you. You have Jack. She let out a growl loud enough that Misha and Grace jumped. I know what you're doing, dude. Next time, you carry Jack and'll be the one taking all the risks. Braxton just grinned, dropping a kiss on her snarling mouth. Sure, baby, whatever you need. She shook her head, a grin fighting to break out across her face. I'm going to stop thanking the fates for you soon. Her words were soft, not even remotely as angry as she probably intended them to be. Braxton didn't reply, he was too busy reaching for the leather strap holding the book cover closed. As the tie fell away, he lifted the front cover and let it drop open. All of us tensed, waiting to see if there would be any reaction, but the book just lay there. I couldn't even feel any energy from it. Jacob leaned in closer. It hides its power very well. Guess that's part of how it stays out of hands it shouldn't be in. That in itself was a powerful magic. Grace surprised all of us by leaning forward and placing a hand on the first page. Show me the spell to find the jeweled princesses. I didn't want to distract her, but that action was strange enough that I reached for our bond. Iciness lashed at me, and the first thought I had was of that energy she had said appeared after her grand stabbed her. I probed along it, but there was no way for me to reach her. She didn't look to be in any distress, so I kept my eyes locked on her face, ready to get her out of the way if the book reacted. When the pages fluttered, I looked away long enough to see that Grace had lifted her hand to let the book flip through its pages. It stopped about a third of the way through, on a yellowed page covered in dark ink. It's not in English, Maximus said, letting a few curses rip, before managing to calm himself. We probably should have expected that. Grace's slender fingers dropped to the book again. Show me, she murmured. I would have sworn that swirls of blue appeared on her cheeks, very pale as they flashed across her skin. When I blinked they were gone, and I wondered if I'd imagined them or if the ice was completely infiltrating her magic. She lifted her hand off the page again. The letters shimmered as the unfamiliar script shifted and moved across the page, rearranging itself. Letters formed words. Words we could now read. You're definitely no ordinary witch, Jacob said, examining her. I can feel the bonds there, to our homeland. To fairy. He was right. That icy magic, it was changing her energy. The darkness was still there too, but that at least felt kinda subdued. Jacob placed his hand on the book. Show me, he said. Nothing happened. Braxton looked amused by this, crossing his arms and leaning back against a shelf. Looks like Grace has more command than you, Jake. Jacob winked at Grace. I'd listened to a beautiful woman long before a dude, too. Stop flirting with her. My words were short. He winked at me this time. Don't tell me you're afraid of a little competition, bro. Before the situation could escalate, Grace turned and stepped right into me. She placed both hands on my chest, staring up into my face. The fire within me eased and all of that rolling energy was replaced by a slow, unfurling warmth. You don't have to ever worry about competition, Ty, she said, loud enough for Jacob to hear. My idiot brother dropped a hand to his chest, acting mortally wounded. But his eyes were sparkling. Grace stuck her tongue out at him. I adore Jacob, his family, but you are so much more than that. You're my mate. My lips found hers, and despite a squirming baby and lots of cleared throats, I didn't release her for many long moments. When I finally pulled away, I found Jessa and Misha grinning broadly, while my brothers looked exasperated with more than a touch of understanding. The book glowed then, drawing all of our gazes again. We should hurry and read this spell, I rasped out. Grace stumbled a little, her cheeks flushed a dark pink. She recovered after a beat, and stepped closer to the book, aka her new best friend. She leaned over and I could see her lips moving. I read the text over her shoulder. To unbind a protection spell. To retrieve a lost power blood of bound. Ties of earth. World of elements. Life of curse. 10 drops of red. 10 strands of hair. Take the words, and reverse 'em there. Wandera sustan Karasan lech nananda revel. Unveil the path to each reveal. Grace was already reaching to pull at her hair. Do you have a blade? She asked me. I pulled a short, ultra-sharp dagger from my belt. We often needed to bloodlet for spells, and this one drew cleanly. I expected she wouldn't ask me for help. As a healer she had no problem with blood, but I still didn't like it. She took the dagger from me, sliced through 10 strands of hair, and then draped them on the pages. Where should I drop the blood? She wondered out loud. Into the book. The voice came from behind us. Cherik had clearly returned to hurry us along. The magic is in the pages. It will take your offerings, and if worthy will grant your spell. Grace didn't hesitate. She pressed deep into the tip of her left pointer finger and squeezed 10 drops out onto the old parchment. The blood sat on the page for a second, then slowly absorbed in, leaving no trace. Wandera sustan Karasan lech Nananda Revel, Grace recited after the last drop had fallen. Show us the princesses. We waited for a full minute, but nothing happened. I quickly read through the spell again, trying to decipher where we went wrong. Maybe try those words in reverse, I suggested, guessing at the cryptic bullshit on the page. She nodded in quick jerking motions. Yep, that might work. The tension was strong as we all waited. Grace spoke the same ancient words, before taking a deep breath and then repeating them in reverse. As the last syllable fell from her lips, a wind whipped up around us, loud and blustery. Nothing moved on the shelves, no papers fluttered in the Latatana, but all 7 of us were being thrashed around, our hair and clothes torn at by the breezes. What the hell is happening? Maximus roared, reaching out and hauling Misha into his side. He curved around her, and I did the same with Grace. Braxton lifted Jessa up and dropped her right in the center, beside Grace. We formed a circle around them at the same time. The winds went extra crazy. Braxton's hand landed on my shoulder. I dropped mine on Maximus's, and he did the same to Jacob. When we were a full circle, linked together, our bond kicked in hard, increasing our powers. I wondered if there might come a day when that changed, when our souls were so interconnected we were pretty much always linked. I hoped it didn't happen. I didn't want our individuality to bleed away like that, but if the fates decided that was our path, I would deal. There were worse things that could happen to us. The bond flared strongly, power glowing around us as our bodies expanded. I couldn't see anything outside of the turbine surrounding us in a swirling mass. As it pressed in closer, my dragon fought to be freed, and I could see a flash of scales across Jacob's cheeks, even though it seemed to disappear right after. Hold on, Braxton yelled, just as the wind imploded into us. Grace Carter. From the moment we stepped into the secret keeping room, I had felt drawn to something in there. Several somethings, actually, which was weird. I wasn't the sort of magic user that bonded to powerful objects. Although, I guess I was no longer the same magic user. Icy bursts of energy had started to filter back through my veins, and this time they felt more permanent. Whatever Gran had unlocked inside of me, it was starting to settle in. When we first split up to search, I headed for the closest drawer I felt. It turned out to be a set of stones, diamonds actually, according to their name plaque. There were 4, each the size of a golf ball, sitting along a small stand. As my hand hovered over them, a need to touch them had my insides clenching. Blue snowflake patterns frosted along the edge of my vision, and for a second I thought it was snowing in the library. Could I really be the Diamond Princess? Jessa had called out then, and I was able to break away from whatever spell those crystals cast over me. I felt both relief and disappointment as I hurried away, only allowing myself one glance back. I expected that icy feeling in my body to disappear again, like it had all the other times. But it didn't. When I reached Jessa, I realized the book gave me a similar feeling as the stones. Not quite as strong, more like it was connecting with me to act as a guide, sending me these nudges, telling me what actions to take. I knew to touch my hand to the book. I knew to ask for what I wanted. The spell appeared and I didn't hesitate to use my blood and hair. It seemed to have worked. Or at least I hoped it did, since we were being spun around in a whirlwind. Strong arms wrapped around me, and some of my worries eased. I felt protected, needed, loved. You are. Our bond hummed between us, no competition for the quad bond. It was like the 2 bonds existed in parallel. Neither of them crossed or shared power, and somehow Tyson handled both. Both increase my powers, my dragon and sorcery. I hope I can handle it. You can. I didn't even have to think about it. I didn't like to label myself a stalker, but I had spent a fair amount of my youth observing Tyson. He was too friggin' good at everything, the sort of soup that made the rest of us feel inferior. The noise around us was quieting, and I tilted my head back to see better. Is the wind dying off? Can you see anything? I asked. He had the height advantage. Yes, it is. And we're definitely not in Antarctica any longer. Well, crap. It took another few minutes for the wind to completely dissipate, and even though it hadn't felt like our feet left the ground, we were clearly nowhere near the ice cavern of Jest Prison. We were on a mountain, trees and a long winding road behind us. The air smelled sweet and dry. The sun was setting off in the distance. The quads separated, disconnecting their bond. Everyone looked around, and while I was getting a vibe of familiarity, I had no actual idea where we were. Jess's eyes narrowed on the side of the mountain, near where we stood. What are we doing here? Following her gaze, I examined the mountain closer. No way, no wonder this place had only been vaguely familiar. The last time we were here, everything had been covered in snow. The sanctuary. The book had dropped us right in the middle of Romania. Do we think the princesses are inside? I asked, stepping off the main road toward the mountain. Or at least one of them. Panic tightened my chest. We should have been more specific in our request. There were 3 princesses we needed to find, assuming Josephina was right. We did not have time to go back to Jest again for the spell if only one of them was here, and I doubted the Guardians would let us in again anyway. It's as good a place as any to stash those who need to be hidden from the world, Braxton said, his eyes flashing yellow for a beat. Many ancient protections line this mountain, which is no doubt why we're standing outside. Not even an original book of magic will infiltrate those walls without permission. I couldn't see the doorway, just like I hadn't been able to last time. It had only been for dragon-marked beings then. Now though. Can anyone see the door? I glanced down the line to see Jessa shaking her head. Misha too, her face uneasy and very pale. She, out of all of us, had the least pleasant memories of our last time here, and I hoped it wouldn't be too hard on her to return. Now the sanctuary is open to all who need it, so maybe we should focus on our need and see what happens. Jacob's suggestion was a good one, so we all reached out and placed a hand on the wall. We need to find the jeweled princesses and save the world. I thought those words over and over, trying my best to convey my true need. We're running out of time. Time for my mum. Time for the world. Time to stop the shadows from rising. Time to stop the demons. So many enemies, and it felt like we were all that stood between the world and these creatures waiting to destroy it. I tried to bring my focus back. I needed to stay on track. One thing at a time or I would fall apart. One thing at a time. Nothing seemed to be working, so I decided to send some of my magic out, like I would when connected to the earth or the ley lines. A cold rush left me, and I jerked when I realized the ice energy was so entrenched and entwined with my magic there was no way for me to separate them anymore. Just as I was about to pull it back, a door-sized shimmery oval appeared before me. I would have fallen through to the other side if it wasn't for Tyson steadying me. Looks like you found the doorway, he said dryly. There was also a slash of fury in his tone, which surprised me. What's wrong? He didn't hesitate. It's all linked to you and I don't like it. If I could take you far away from this, I would. We haven't run into any real trouble yet. He let out a low groan, and his mental tone went less dark and more playful. You had to put that out there, didn't you? I hope it stays that way, but something tells me things are going to get a hell of a lot worse before we see the end of this. I swallowed roughly, my throat and mouth dry. I wasn't sure I was ready to deal with worse, so I was going to pretend he hadn't put that into my head. Focusing, I turned toward the doorway, leaning forward to step through. I got half a leg in before Tyson picked me up and deposited me behind him. Jessa growled, "Why do you guys insist on relegating us to the role of damsel in distress? It's annoying. We're soups, just like you. We have strength." Misha nodded, an unusual festiness crossing her face. It's been getting worse since we had babies. Like you think that makes us weaker somehow. We just pushed a kid from our vaginas. Jessa pushed 2 out. I'd like to see you all do something like that. The 4 idiots looked dumbfounded for a beat, then identical grins crossed their faces. Great, they found this amusing. Things were about to get ugly. Jessa had been fighting their blatant overprotectiveness for as long as I could remember, and Misha did have a point. It seemed to have gotten a lot worse since the last time I was around. I couldn't fully blame the quads, though. There seemed to be more than one occasion recently where they'd almost lost the girls. Jessa babe, you know it has nothing to do with us thinking you're weak, Tyson said, his grin fading away as he held both arms out to her. I think you're one of the strongest soups I have ever met. The things you've achieved, the sacrifices you've made, he cleared his throat then, his masculine features softening. His eyes were a deep, rich shade of golden brown. I admire and respect you. I love you. But I will never, and I don't say this with any sort of jest, never stop protecting you. I can't live without you 3, my brothers, and our babies. It's as simple as that. So your protection comes before anything else, including your pride. Jessa's face crumbled, her blue eyes shining. Confusion was written across her furrowed brows. If she was feeling anything like me right now, she was on emotional overload. I also had a little bit of jealousy mixed in. Even though I knew Jessa was mated to Braxton, and Tyson was my true mate, hearing him say he loved her like that was hard. I had spent too many years envying their relationship to not have some hang-ups about it. But, and I was proud to say this, the strongest emotions inside of me were adoration and respect for Tyson. His selflessness, despite the cocky brashness he showed the world, was something truly incredible to see. His hand snaked out and captured mine. I'd had most of my thoughts hidden from him, but he felt the overwhelming emotions I couldn't contain. He gave my hand an extra squeeze right as Jessa threw herself at him and he had to drop it to catch her. He lifted her easily into his arms, hugging her as close as he could without squishing Jackson between them. I love you too, Ty. She pulled back, and he let her go so she could turn around. I love you all. We're blessed to have such a strong pack. But, seriously, I'm going first. Braxton did the strong, silent thing again, but I could tell by the way he was looking at Jessa, and the way she was turned to him, that they were mentally communicating. The dragon shifter stepped forward and wrapped her up in his arms, like he couldn't stay away from her for another moment. Are we ready to go now? Said Jacob, a pained expression on his face. You know, if you six are done reminding me of the fact that I will probably die alone. A cranky, bitter old Fae, his eyes were flat too, with just the slightest tinge of turmoil deep in their green depths. Braxton moved toward the door, Jessa at his side. Slightly in front as per her request. Tyson took my hand again, and the rightness of his unconscious action struck me hard. It was instinct. Beautiful instinct. As we passed Jacob, I reached out with my free hand and brushed along his. Our eyes locked and I tilted my head to the side and gave him a nod. I wanted him to know I understood, that I had been where he was and he should not give up hope. A genuine smile replaced that slightly sardonic one, and he clasped my hand for a quick squeeze before letting me go. Fuck, you're amazing. Thank you for loving my brothers. The four of us. We're bonded so tightly that it's almost a package deal. I had the briefest flash of a package deal with the compasses, and a fiery blush scoured my cheeks. Heat and Tyson's laughter flared through my mind. Sorry, little witch, but I'm going to draw the line there. I won't share you that way with anyone. Holy smokes. I really wished I could hide right about then, but at least he didn't sound mad. It's just, well, he put that thought right into my head. I didn't actually want any of the other quads. I had grown to care very strongly for all of them, but not even close to what I had always felt for Tyson. Stepping through the shimmering doorway, I held my breath, unsure of what awaited us on the other side. It was dark and warm in the cave, and I quickly ditched my winter coat and scarf. Evie's beanie was next. Hey, my talisman is gone, Misha suddenly said. I realized mine was too. Yeah, none of us had them when we arrived here, Jacob added. Observant Fae. They hopefully went back to the elders. Otherwise they'll be pissed at us for stealing their stuff. I shuddered. They were not soups you wanted mad with you. Our winter clothes were dropped into a pile, which would have to be left behind. I was still a bit warm, having a thermal long sleeve on, but I couldn't get it off without unwrapping Evie, and since she was content, waving her little arms at me, I didn't want to disturb her. I also didn't trust my new Ice Cross Hella magic knot to do something crazy. Tyson just shook his head at me, touching my arm. In a surge of power, my thermals were replaced by a dark tank with thin straps. It hugged my body, disappearing into the top of my jeans. He did the same for the rest of the pack, making sure we were all dressed for this new climate. No mystics, Jessa observed, her eyes darting around the cave entrance. Does this even look the same as last time? It was hard to tell, the lighting was dim, and caves were all pretty similar, but it seemed a little different. More stalactites and stalagmites, maybe. A silvery strain of stone embedded through some of the wall. Nothing to cause alarm, and yet somehow a sense of wariness still rocked through me. I think we should stop for a second and refresh the kiddies. Misha was trying to calm Lily down, who had started to fuss and squirm. And, I've been thinking, when we get back to Fairy, we should leave them in Josephina's protection. I'm going to stay behind as well and make sure they're okay. Maximus shook his head. No, Mish, come on, I don't want us to be separated. Things get fucked up when we're apart. She leaned into her giant mate, barely reaching his chest. I don't want to be without you, but it's insanity for us to think we can fight a battle like this with babies strapped to us. We can't risk them. I'll stay, Jacob declared, his tone hard. You six are stronger together with your mate bonds. I can take care of them. I'll keep 'em safe. More protests went all around, but Jacob ignored them. You know I'm right, and there's no need to argue about it yet. We haven't even found the princesses. Let's just get this part done and then we can deal with the next. He was trying to cool things down, but we could all tell he had already made up his mind. He was going, no matter what. It took the twins about 15 minutes to change nappies, feed their babies, then play and sing to them. I was leaning against the wall, watching the exchange, my heart both light and heavy at the same time. They're amazing, aren't they? Tyson leaned back next to me, his body pressed firmly along my side, sending tingles up and down my arm. I never expected to love them so much. I barely remember our lives before they came into it. They're truly incredible, and they have amazing parents who love them. Not to mention a pack who would protect them to the ends of the earth. So many blessings. He pulled me even closer to his side and my heart did a bit of a tumble. Being with him like this still took me by surprise. I wasn't even sure how we'd fallen into this perfect alignment so quickly. The true mate bond was a magic beyond anything I knew. Our bond has helped me deal with what happened at my grand's, I told him softly. You don't have to keep kid-gloving me. I'm okay, truly. He wrapped his arm around me, pulling me into his side with one firm tug. I can see that, and when we're finally alone, kid gloves will be the last thing on my mind. I hid my laughter and desire in his chest, not wanting his family to see. When I pulled back, I flashed a smile at him, and he gave me a sexy wink. He then turned back to stare at the kids, a soft, gentle look on his face. It suited him. He would be a wonderful father, but I still wasn't sure I wanted that. My genetics might not be the best to spread around either, since I had all of these weird magics inside of me. I hid those thoughts. This wasn't the right time for that conversation. But one day we would have to talk of the future, and I had no idea if that would change everything between us. We set off along the path, Evie strapped to my front again, her huge eyes blinking in long drowsy blinks. Her little play and feed had tired her out. Light was visible toward the end of the tunnel, just like last time, and I was expecting to walk out onto that high ledge, the one that showcased the full view of the territories of the sanctuary. There was a desert, a land of snow, one of crashing oceans, and a forest of multiple green hues. Each was contained within their own quadrant, the sanctuary city being the center of the four. The city would be where we started our search. Being here again reminded me strongly of my gran. She had always told me the story of the hidden oasis, how it was a world for those who needed to escape. I'd thought she had been referring to the Dragon King, but maybe there had been more to the story than I realized, hidden meaning I had not paid attention to. Maybe she had been trying to tell me all along that this was more than a sanctuary for dragon marked. Which gave me a thought, how would these princesses have entered this place if they didn't wear the mark? The goal of this place had changed with the death of the king, but before that it had only been dragon-marked who resided within. Maybe they've only recently arrived, Maximus said, flashing some fang. He didn't usually do that, but he seemed tense. His eyes were very dark, which usually meant his vampire was in control. Possibly, I was about to say more, but we had just stepped out into the bright light, and I was too busy blinking around in astonishment. Okay, then, not the high ledge I had expected. We were right at the base of the city. Soups were bustling around, in front of us were skyscrapers, shop fronts, and eateries. I turned around to see the tunnel we'd just emerged from, but there was only city behind us, like the tunnel never existed at all. Well, Misha choked out, her pale features practically chalky now. That was a much faster trip this time. Maximus eyed his mate with concern. Are you okay? His voice was tender, a tone I'd only ever heard him use for Misha. She half smiled at the vampire, her shimmery eyes the most stunning shade of green. I'm fine. Just bad memories, you know. This was probably the last place Misha ever wanted to find herself again. I reminded myself to talk with her later. I had some meditative techniques that could help her purge the bad memories, and heal some of the hurts, if she was interested. Probably something I should try out for myself too. Well, I didn't expect to see you here. We turned toward the low, accented voice. A familiar Fae was standing there, sans his normal blue robes. Instead he was dressed in a pair of flowing white cotton pants, and a similar loose shirt. Very boho style. He also seemed relaxed and much calmer than the last time I was here. Quail, it's so good to see you again. Jessa stepped closer, shooting a smile in his direction. Sorry to arrive unannounced, but we didn't actually know we were coming here until about 30 minutes ago. Quail waved his hand in a "don't worry about it" gesture. The sanctuary is open to all who need it. He then looked between all of us. So what do you need? What brought you here? Jessa let out a ragged breath. First, there's something I need to tell you. It's about Louis. Quail's expression didn't change, and considering the tremble in Jessa's lip, he should have been worried about the bad news clearly coming his way. I know about my brother, he said gently. I've been in contact with him since he was taken. I have a lot to tell you, actually. You could have dropped a feather and heard it hit the ground. We were silent and shocked. A bunch of soup kids rushed past then, and their loud bursts of laughter brought us all back. Follow me, Quail said. He turned and led us through familiar streets. It wasn't a huge city, so even though we'd only been here for a few weeks last time, we had traversed most of these streets at least once. Jessa and Braxton less so, since they had been stuck in Ferry for the majority of that time. I'd mostly avoided Tyson and tried to learn as much as I could from the healers. I had never regretted getting on that plane when Louis had asked me to help. Though, if he had told me Tyson was involved, I would have run in the opposite direction. But I did regret the way I pushed Tyson away while we were here. A burst of warmth rocked along our bond and the swirls of darkness that had been sliding free from their box dissipated. Somehow he knew when I was struggling with those inner demons, and without even speaking a word he calmed the storm. Another storm was replacing it though, a dull ache low in my body that would not quit. I craved him with an almost obsessive nature, which was scary as hell. What if I lost him? Could I survive? Grace, I think you and I need to talk, Tyson murmured low in my ear, his expression torn. You're killing me, baby, seriously killing me. I swallowed hard. What do you mean? I knew he couldn't hear my dark thoughts. They were locked deep in my mind, beyond the reach of our bond. I feel your pain. The sadness is crushing you. You're barely even breathing. Some anger bled into those last words, but it was not directed at me. He was angry for me, and struggling with his new powers. The dragon wants to hunt down everyone who hurt you, his low voice was slightly calmer. And we want to kill them all. His lips brushed across my forehead. I wanted so badly to wrap myself around him and let him take some of the burden of my emotions from me. But he could not shield me from this. I had to keep working through the darkness myself. Plus, we had a job to do. I needed to focus on that first, and the other stuff second. Tyson Compass. I was so close to snapping and killing the next soup who looked at me the wrong way. This entire fucking mission was pissing me off to the point where a permanent red tinged the edges of my vision. My energy roiled inside of me like a chemical reaction just waiting for one more ingredient to set off a mammoth explosion. How did my brothers do it? How did they deal with knowing their happiness was based around the survival of another person? That if anything happened to their mates, they would burn the world to the ground, before joining their mates in whatever place existed after death. Grace was buried so deep in my soul there was no way I could exist without her. And yet it wasn't as simple as that either. Technically, she didn't belong to me, even though she goddamn did, because she was part of so many other things. Herself, her own wants and needs. The healer community, the Fae community, in whatever capacity that was. Which all boiled down to one thing: I couldn't keep her safely wrapped up in my totally secure, secret location. I just had to keep living with the risk of losing her, knowing that if that happened I would lose myself, mindlessly becoming nothing more than a beast, a killing machine. It was a small relief to know I had the mind of a dragon to escape to. Here's hoping I never needed to use that escape. Quail led us out to an outskirts area of the city, and then to a small hut nestled on the edge of a forest. It was made entirely from thick red logs that blended the hut into its surroundings. It would have barely been visible if we weren't staring directly at it. I expected there was more than a little magic keeping it hidden, too. The mystic stepped up onto a wooden porch, opened the front door, and led us all into his home. It was small, just one main room. A lounge and dining area widened to the small kitchen, which was dominated by a huge wooden island bench. Stepping into the living area, I stood so the girls could sit and unwrap the babies. There was no coffee table, just a large square rug, which Lily, Jackson, and Evie went down onto. Jessa and Misha dropped some toys down for them to play with, because somehow they had depthless pockets on their outfits. I swear moms were more magic than all of the elders combined. Babies needed an extraordinary amount of stuff, and somehow they fit it all in. I couldn't believe Jessa had accused us of not respecting them. I obviously needed to up my game, because I was absolutely amazed and awed by every woman. They nurtured and loved and kicked ass when needed. They held families together. The world would be a mess if it was just men. I knew that without a doubt. I'll get you all some food and then we can talk. Quayle walked into his kitchen, rummaging through the fridge and cupboards. Would you like some help? Grace asked. I opened my mouth to protest, but she shut me down with a single look, her right eyebrow raised in my direction. A smile slowly quirked on my lips. She was sexy as hell when she got her attitude on. You need rest. Let me help and you can sit for a spell. I didn't like the dark circles under her eyes, or the exhaustion curving her shoulders. She should be taking this time to rest. I got this, Mr. Bossy. Thanks, though. I didn't protest again, instead choosing to go into the kitchen and help her. We busied ourselves making sandwiches from the ingredients Quayle passed us. When we were done with the thick beef subs, I handed them out to everyone, along with some bottled water. Silence reigned as we all shoveled food in, needing the meal to get through the rest of this task. Jessa finished first, handing half of her sandwich to Braxton. His brow creased dramatically as he held the plate, his eyes running across her face. I examined Jessa a little closer, too. She had just given away some of her food. What happened to Louis? And there was the reason for her lack of appetite. She leaned in, her eyes locked on Quayle. He's been lost to us for so long. Nothing we did brought him back, and I fear we're going to be too late to save him. We all knew the truth of these words. The longer he was gone, the less chance he would find his way back from wherever his mind was. Quayle, who hadn't touched his food at all, let out a sigh. He's a prisoner, in the land of the demons. His words hovered around for a beat, before curses rang out. What the hell do you mean? Maximus growled above all of us. I don't know everything. We can only communicate in small doses. He's weak and drained. Fighting him off is taking its toll. But his soul, his essence, was sucked to the demon lands when he sent Davand, the demon, back there. He's been trapped ever since, trying to stop the demons from figuring out how to free themselves. Holy fuck. How do you communicate? Jessa asked, a snap in her voice as she ground her teeth together. Quayle shrugged. The same way we always have. Louis appears in my head, or his essence does, and he relays information to me. I can mentally reply, which he doesn't always hear. It's mostly a one-way thing. Why was I even surprised by that? Just because I had never heard of any sorcerer just jumping into someone's head didn't mean shit when it came to Louis. How long has it been since you heard from him? Grace's question was low, laced with worry. Some concern bled onto Quayle's face then. It's been over a week, which is the longest since he was taken. How come you never told us? Jessa was on her feet, hands clenched into small fists in front of her. We could have been doing something that might have actually helped him. One of the strongest magic users in the world is trying to bring him back. She has been wasting her time. We've all been wasting time sitting on our asses, staring at his face. Quayle held both of his hands up, his plate balanced precariously on his legs. I'm sorry. He asked me not to tell you, said he was in the middle of trying to stop the demons from destroying the worlds, and he needed to make sure you all didn't set out on a suicide mission to save him. He's limited without his body, but he still has some magic in his spirit form. Damn Overakiva with a death wish, I muttered. Louis was always trying to save the world alone. He should realize now, after everything we had all been through, that he didn't have to do it alone anymore. He was part of our pack. Braxton wrapped his arms around Jessa. He's still alive, that's the most important thing. His voice was low, gentle, and he started running his hands up and down her back, trying to calm her. We will save him, I promise. I'll do everything in my power to release Louis' essence back to Earth. Back to his body. Jessa shuddered against him, and when her shoulders shook briefly, I fought the urge to punch a wall. She wasn't afraid to cry, the strong own their emotions. But I still hated it when she was this upset. Made me want to start killing whomever upset her. Since I couldn't do that right now, I had to focus on what I could do. We need your help. I pinned my gaze on Quayle, ignoring his visible flinch. My eyes were probably doing some sort of dragon gold sorcery thing, but I really didn't give a shit. I wanted answers. I needed them. We were sent here to find 3 Fey princesses. They've been hidden away, powers bound. They could appear as a fae, or any of the 5 races. Maybe even human. Misha let out a strangled yelp then and everyone spun around to stare in her direction. Her eyes got really wide and she started spluttering, "Justice. What if she... We sent her here. Kristoff had her for a reason. He was taking her blood. What if..." She trailed off. Maximus figured out what she was saying first. "Justice, right. When I rescued Misha from that dead fucker Kristoff, there was a human girl locked in the cells. We sent her here. Her being human never really made sense, though. Why would Kristoff need the blood of a human? And why was she in that soup sale thing in the demon world? Lots of things weren't adding up." We were all on our feet now. "Is Justice still here?" I asked Quail. He shook his head, and I felt my dragon snap its jaws closed in frustration. If I hadn't been so focused on the princesses, I'd probably take a moment to marvel over the pure insanity of having a living beast inside of me. "Well, where did she go then?" Jacob's words were clipped. I should have been more specific. Quail seemed to have recovered some of his confidence. "She's no longer in the city part of the sanctuary. She left with a few friends to explore some of the other little towns." "There are other towns in here," Misha said, confused. Quail nodded enthusiastically. "Oh yes, there are some small ones scattered through the 4 different territories. The Jinn occupy the one in the desert. I would not recommend visiting them. Strange beings." Jessa let out a snort, crossing her arms over her chest. She'd had a few run-ins with the genie folk the last time she was here. She needed no warning to avoid them. "I believe Justice and her friends were heading for the forest," Quail said, sounding unsure again. "We don't keep tabs on 'em or anything, but that's the direction they went." "We don't have time for this," I snarled. I exchanged a look with Braxton. The same frustration was on his face. Just as I was about to suggest we better get moving, since we apparently had an entire jungle to search, Quail clapped his hands together twice. "I've just thought of a plan which might work. We can call a convergence, bring all the inhabitants to the main square. There's an alarm system here. It's used in emergencies. I think this qualifies." Grace shook her head. "The other mystics won't like it." Quail shrugged. "I wasn't planning on running the idea by them first. I'm just going to set it off, jam the frequency, and by the time they figure out how to shut it down, the girls will have hopefully made their way to the city." Maximus rubbed his hand across his stubble. All of us were unshaven. It had been a full-on few days. "It's the best plan we have. If it doesn't work, we can always start searching, but this might save us hours, if not days." Quail headed toward the door. I gathered up all the plates, dropping them in the sink, while the girls strapped the babies on again. We then joined him on the porch. "Go and wait right at the end of the food street," he said. "I don't want anyone connecting you to this." He jumped over the railing and started sprinting toward a huge skyscraper right in the center of the city. Heeding his warning, none of us lingered there, making our way back into the main part of the town, toward the street of food. The multitude of different restaurants were filled with soups having lunch, chatting, seeming to not have a care in the world. There were a lot of inhabitants in the sanctuary, many of them dragon-marked who had remained after Larkspur's death. This was the only home a lot of them had known. When we reached the end of the street, we casually chatted, trying to remain inconspicuous while we waited for the alarm. "I'm going to kill Louis," Jessa muttered, her hands running up and down Jackson's back. "He should have let us know where he was. He should have let us rescue him. Who knows what the demons are doing to him?" I was worried about him too. Demons. It was bad and he had been there for a long time now. Too long. Just then Grace pressed a hand to her chest and stumbled forward, squeezing her eyes tightly closed. "Grace, what's wrong?" On instinct, I reached for our bond. She had me very firmly locked out. Wrapping my hands around her biceps, I lifted her into me. She was rigid, cold to my touch. I was just about to lose it when she started to shake. They're coming for us," she stuttered. She repeated those ominous words over and over, and it took all of my control, and some of my brother's, which I borrowed, to keep my dragon from bursting free from my skin. "Who is coming for us? What can you feel?" Her eyes flew open. She locked me in their dark, shimmery depths. "Those who hunt the princesses. Bounty hunters. They plan to turn us over to the demons. They will use our blood to free the shadows." She spoke tonelessly, robotically even, like she wasn't fully with me. An alarm started to blare, long and loud, blasting through the magic-luminescent sky. Supes everywhere reacted, jumping up from their chairs, hurrying down the street to stand near us. At least we were in the right gathering spot. Taking no chances, my brothers and I spanned out around the girls, turning our backs on them so we could see danger coming. "Can you see them?" Jacob asked. "What do these hunters even look like?" Braxton's words were drawled and calm. "I'm going to hazard a guess that might be them over there." He inclined his head toward the desert area. We were slightly elevated on this street, so we had a decent view of the group that had just come into sight. There was at least a dozen of them, all dressed in black, multiple tattoos and markings across their skin. They weren't human. I couldn't tell from here which race they were. "What? Only 12 of them?" Jacob scoffed. "Shit, we can finish them with one hand behind our backs." Ignoring him, I ushered everyone back off the high point, blending us better into the crowd. I caught glimpses of the hunters as they plunged into the midst of the gathered Supes. Grace's hands tangled in the back of my shirt and I turned slightly to see her over my shoulder. "Stay close to me," I murmured. "I won't let 'em touch you." She let out a breathy sigh, snuggling even closer. "I know, Ty. I've got your back too. Always." Her words ignited a burning flame in my chest, the newly bonded dragon in my soul more than a little happy. "Mate." I mentally waved him away. "Yes, I know she's our mate." I could feel the possessiveness of the dragon, which was not helping the possessiveness I already had in abundance. "We will protect her, no matter what." The bounty hunters split up, which was a smart move. Their aim appeared to be to blend in while they searched, but they moved like military, and looked like military in their black fatigues. There was no fitting in for them with this casually dressed crowd, but at least it was easy for us to keep an eye on them. The alarm was still blaring intermittently, and more Supes continued to join the main gathering. We kept pushing our way into the center of the crowd, and when I thought we had gone far enough, I pulled Grace into my arms. "Blend in, act inconspicuous," I murmured to my brothers. They wrapped their arms around their mates. Jacob turned and immediately struck up a conversation with a nearby witch. She had long blonde curls and big blue eyes, and was far too doll-like for my brother. He liked them earthy and real, but they appeared to be chatting easily, so his cover was secure. Grace stared up at me, her face heavy with lines of stress and fear. "How did you know they were here?" I murmured, pressing my lips close to her ear. She whispered low, "The ice magic, it's getting stronger. It warned me, just like when I knew what to do with the magic book." "How did they find you?" She shrugged. "I have no idea, but Josephina told us they were close. That my gran broke the securities on me, which must have somehow affected the other girls, too." I bit back a few choice curses. I wonder if the Jest Guardians let someone else in to find the book. Grace's teeth sank into her lips as she worried at it. "Let's just hope they let him in, because if they took the book by force, and hurt those Guardians." We both knew how bad that would be. Not only were the elders the only thing keeping a ton of deadly Supes out of our world, they were also strong and powerful, and if these hunters had bested them, we did not stand a chance. A hunter moved into my line of sight, and I ducked my head low, pressing my lips to Grace's. My mind blanked and my body roared to life as I nudged her legs slightly apart so I could press even closer to her. Our bond wanted us to be together, to cement the mateship. Which meant it was getting harder and harder to resist her. I forced my mind to focus. This was definitely not the time for a clouded head. "We should leave," I said, gentling our kiss. "If they were able to defeat those elders, then they're strong. Too strong." "Okay, let's round up the others," she agreed, sounding only a little dazed. We separated, but before we could make a move, a blinding blue light surrounded us. My dragon let out a roar as bands snapped across us. The hunters had surrounded our group. Somehow they knew Grace was here. Braxton let out a growl, Jacob and I followed, and it was pure dragon from all of us. "No," Braxton bit out. "If we shift, we could kill the girls. Control your beasts." Easier said than done, but the thought of hurting Grace was enough to have the dragon halt his thrashing against my hold. It was a strong magic band, locking onto our bodies, keeping our arms pinned to our sides. Thankfully the babies were not squished. For now. It would be a different story if they started to constrict. The crowds parted away from us, only to be replaced by the hunters. They spread out, surrounding us, keeping a small gap between us and them. "That was easier than I expected," one of them said. He was a grizzled male with salt and pepper hair. Bear shifter, one who was old and had lived a very hard life. He had a military haircut, nonsense slate gray eyes, and a hard stare. I had no idea who he was, but he meant business. Let us go. Jessa hated being confined. Or I'm going to kill you all, one by one, using multiple forms of torture. Grizzly exchanged a grin with a tall, skinny redhead on his left. Is she the one? The redhead raised one of his scrawny limbs, and in his hand was a wooden box. He flicked open the clasp, lifted the lid, and then held it closer to Jessa. She snarled and snapped her teeth at him. He was unfazed as he turned to his boss. Not her. Grizzly turned his attention to the other two girls. When his eyes locked on Grace, I wanted to rip his head off. Red must have noticed the scrutiny. He quickly lifted the box again and placed it near my mate. One of the gems started to glow. It was a diamond. For the Diamond Princess, of fucking course. It's this one. The bands released on us then, without warning, and we tumbled apart. I was up in flash, fighting to get to Grace before one of them got their hands on her. A few hunters stood between me and her. I slammed my fist into one, knocking him out. The other dived at me, but I blasted him with energy and he was gone too. I was almost at her side when a huge weapon dropped in front of my face. Red had stepped into play. I hesitated, my fury spilling out as I examined the piece he held. I recognized it as a modified stunner. We didn't use them much in America, but it could incapacitate supes. Take one more step toward her and I will not hesitate to use this, Red warned me. And just in case you're a hero, this one is charged to kill, not stun. I'd heard the prison in Germany was working on that, but didn't know it existed outside of theory yet. If you touch her, I will kill you. My words were calm, my anger locked down hard. I existed now in a cold, ruthless place. My sorcery energy was churning, my dragon was pacing, and I had 0 fucks left to give. I would wipe them all out without thought or hesitation. Grizzly, who was standing just behind the redhead hunter, must have seen something in my face he didn't like. He shouted for his man to shoot me, and at the same time wrapped his arms around Grace. The stunner discharged, but I was already rolling out of the way. Back on my feet, I let out a roar when I saw Grace struggling with Grizzly. He was trying to drag her away and she was fighting with everything she had, only hampered by the fact that she was protecting Evie. One of her arms was held in front of the baby, shielding her from any blows. The rest of my family was fighting with the other hunters. These supes were highly trained, and we were severely outnumbered. We were also disadvantaged by the fact we couldn't shift with the girls and babies so close. I sent out a blast of magic at 2 hunters who were coming in from the side, knocking both of them to the ground. Dodging around a group of screaming supes, I barreled for Grace. Red fired at me again. The blast zipped past my ear, hitting a table nearby, sending it flying backwards. The blast had come from right behind me, so I spun back around and slammed my palm into his head, releasing a direct burst of energy. I had never used energy in such a direct attack method before, but he had pushed me too far. There was a brief pause, like the world was holding its breath, then the hunter's head exploded. I hit the ground to avoid being pummeled by bone, my stomach churning. I'd only been aiming to knock him out, but I'd underestimated my new power. I didn't hold on to the remorse for long. He'd been trying to take my mate. To kill me with a stunner. He had learned, along with many others before him, that you don't mess with the Compass Quads and their pack. We would hunt you to the ends of the earth and make you pay for everything. That was a promise. Grace Carter. The hunter kept coming at me, trying to fit some bands across my wrists, bands which I had seen before and knew blocked magic. He could not have me. I had a child to protect above all else, and I needed to stop the demons and shadows. Drawing on the magic inside, I racked my brain for an offensive spell that might throw him off. If I could just use the ice magic as I had at my grand's, freezing everyone, that would be helpful. I had no idea how I did that, though. Should start with something I knew. Locetus Serverin, I shouted. A cold shot of power left me, the simple stunning spell heading straight for the hunter. But it just reflected off him, he didn't even block or anything. It was like he had a barrier around him, or was spelled to withstand magic. I knew it could be done, but that defense system was only as strong as the person powering it. And he was a shifter, not a magic user, so I should be able to knock him down quickly. We circled each other, I caught glimpses of my family. Tyson was fighting a hunter with a stunner. The beams from the weapon kept missing my mate by inches and I wanted to scream and panic and throw myself in front of him to keep him safe. I couldn't, I knew that. This wasn't just about me, but it was so hard to resist. The bear shifter spoke quickly. Come with me now and none of them will get hurt. We have technology from the demons. We have the stones to reflect your jeweled magic. You cannot best us. Crap. Stones to reflect my magic. Was that why my spell didn't hit him? At least I knew now that he wanted me alive, which meant I was going to fight that much harder. Just as I was about to charge him, there was a pop to my left. I told myself not to take my eyes off him, but I had to turn for a brief look. Shit. No. One of the hunters had released a dome, trapping all of my pack, plus 100 other soups, inside. Braxton and Tyson both stood at the edge inside, smashing themselves against the barrier. Tyson. I tried to call out to him, but there was just the faintest humming where our bond usually was. I could feel him, but no words were getting through. Double shit. I turned back to the bear, realizing he was so much closer than he had been before. Taking another step back, I swallowed hard. You need me to go voluntarily with you, right? His hard eyes remaining locked on me. I would prefer it, yes. I have an oath, I try and stick with it. We don't kidnap, we coerce. I snorted, barely stopping a major eye roll. It's the same thing. You're threatening my family. I'm not going to go happily. I had to look at the dome again, and my heart stuttered as an inky gas started to cloud the space above Tyson's head, swirling in from the sides in a dark, ominous fashion. It's called Air of Eldra, the hunter said conversationally, clearly noticing my horror. I wrenched my panicked gaze from Tyson to find that the bear had found a few hunter friends. Part of me was happy there were only 5 of them left, the rest were out of commission thanks to my pack. It's a gas from the land of demons. They developed it. It manipulates oxygen, changing the molecular structure. First the soups fall into a deep sleep, and if they don't get fresh oxygen soon, they die. My heart was beating so hard and fast that I couldn't think over the pounding. I'll need to leave the baby behind, and trust me, it's in your best instincts to let that happen. Her family will hunt you, and you will beg them for death. He shrugged, and 2 of his hunters moved to stand on either side of me. I looked at the dome again, the sides were shuddering as something heavy slammed into them. I caught flashes of scales and knew the boys were in dragon form, but the mist was thick enough now that I couldn't get a clear picture. Time is wasting. They don't have much longer. I wanted to rip his smug bastard face off. Flashbacks of Trevor kept paralyzing me, but I fought through it. Seriously, though, how were there so many horrible, power-crazy, arrogant bastards in the world? How come they hadn't had their asses kicked by their mothers the minute they started acting like selfish shits? Unwrapping Evie, I kept my focus on the hunters, until the baby started to fuss. There was a hot, damp wetness in my eyes as I smiled down at her. It's going to be okay, little one. Your mama and daddy will not let anything happen to you. Her lips quivered. Somehow she knew I was on the verge of losing it, and it was upsetting her. Lifting my eyes to the bear, I growled out, I promised to go willingly with you, but I want to see my friends freed first. Agreed. He didn't even hesitate and it made me wary. Too readily was that agreement, and I was now more suspicious than ever. But what other choice did I have? Walking across to the edge of the dome, I could hear faint sounds from inside as it continued to shudder and shake. Roars echoed and I tried again to reach for Tyson's mind. Ty, please know that I will do anything to protect you. I have to go with them, but I'll find you again. There was no one to leave Evie with. All of the soups who had not been trapped in the dome had fled as soon as they could, which meant I had to leave a precious, innocent child on the ground. Stay safe, baby girl, I whispered, pressing my lips to her cheek. She was still staring at me, those wide eyes glossy, lips trembling even harder. Locking my emotions down, I tapped into the same protective shell I'd used when I was tortured and attacked. I schooled my face and suppressed all of my pain and fear and anger. I showed them that nothing they did affected me. When I was standing right by the bear, who I suspected led this pack of assholes, he slapped bands across my hands. A similar set went around my ankles, and I didn't bother to look down or flinch as the cold, thin strip compressed into my skin. Evie let out a wail and the sudden pain in my chest was so sharp I felt like my heart had just cracked right down the center. The bear roughly shoved me forward. I'm glad to see we've reached an agreement. We will all have a pleasant trip to Fairy. Well, I knew where we were going now at least. Evie let out another cry and I forced myself to not look at her. I couldn't. Release the dome, I said firmly. I'm here, willingly. I will not fight you. Release the dome. With a deep, hoarse laugh, he leaned forward and yanked me up, throwing me hard across his shoulders. My ribs screamed in protest, but I made no noise, too busy keeping my eyes locked on the dome. I thrashed and protested as he walked away. You promised you would let them go free. He tightened his hold on me, to the point it felt like my thigh bones might snap. I can't have them coming after me, but I do honor my promises. As I said before, I'm a suit with a moral code. I heard him mutter something to one of the men close by. That guy then removed a small device from his pocket. Inside was another set of stones, multi-hued, and ranging from very small to almost fist diameter in size. The hunter lifted one of the largest, held it out in his hand, and whispered against it. It sounded like Latin, but I didn't recognize the words. The stone started to spin, moving so quickly I couldn't even tell it was a stone any longer. It then zipped off his hand, crossed the square, and slammed against the dome. My breath caught as I waited for it to smash the walls. But somehow the stone absorbed through the side of the barrier and disappeared into the dark mist. We were moving now, away from the dome, and I strained as best I could to see what was happening. At first it seemed like nothing, and I was about to lose my shit again, when a speck of light appeared in that dark mist, a speck that continued to grow and grow, expanding with speed. The gas was gone in seconds. No, gods, no, I gasped, unable to stop the tears from trailing down my face. Everyone inside was sprawled out across the ground, either unconscious or dead. I couldn't see the dragons, which made me think they'd turned back to their human forms when they lost consciousness. I was too late. A heavy sob left me. It shook my entire body so violently I almost fell off the bear's shoulder. Bastards! I struck out with heavy blows to the back of his head, smashing as hard and fast as I could. My screams were ear-piercing and I lost all semblance of sanity. The darkness inside of me exploded, and I thought for a second it was leaking from me in long streams. Before I could focus on that though, a heavy hit to the side of my head knocked me out. I floated in semi-consciousness for a while. A part of me knew I was hiding from the agony I would feel when I awoke. I had lost them all. My friends and family. Tyson. I had left Evie on the ground with no one to help her. My body flooded with new energy, the ice and shadows mixing so thoroughly now that I was unsure of how I would feel when I allowed full consciousness to return. If the ice was my power as a diamond princess, because I was starting to think it could be nothing else, then what was the darkness? When I couldn't hide any longer, I opened my eyes, blinking against the light. As my vision cleared, I wasn't surprised to see where I was. Bound to a pole, in the middle of the 4 jeweled meadows. My pole was driven deep in the ground, and rose high above my head. I was in front of the sparkling diamonds. All hail the Diamond Princess. This was so not how the fairy tales went. I noticed the other 3 women then, all of them secured in a similar position, hands tied above their heads, high on their poles. The hunters were not anywhere I could see. Welcome back to us. I swung my head toward the ruby lands. The ruby chick flashed a grin at me and I just stared. She was one of the most beautiful women I had ever seen. Long waves of white blonde hair, huge emerald eyes, and skin that was somehow both dark and light, and absolutely flawless. We weren't sure you'd wake up in time for the show. The other 2 were staring in my direction. Obviously I'd been the only one out cold. Clearing my throat, my tongue felt fat and heavy. How long have we been here? My voice was husky, the screaming had hurt my throat. Where did the bounty hunters go? Ruby Princess shrugged as best she could while tied up. No idea, they showed up in the sanctuary, threatened to kill everyone in there if we didn't go with them to Fairy, and since we had no choice, we followed them through a doorway. Now we're waiting here like good little sacrificial lambs. You were all in the sanctuary. I looked at the other 2 girls. The Sapphire Princess was petite, standing only just over 5 foot tall. Her hair was midnight black, and I couldn't tell eye color from this distance, but they looked dark against her pale skin. Emerald Princess had blonde curls, more golden than white. Her eyes were light, a pale green or blue, and her skin was darkly tanned, like she spent a lot of time in the sun. Sapphire spoke up. We were all in the sanctuary. It was safer than the last place I was. Her accent was strong, and I couldn't immediately place it. Somewhere in Europe. Ruby spoke again. My name is Justice, the brunette is Cam, and the other blonde is Gretly. We found each other in the sanctuary a month ago. Justice. Did you ever meet a wolf shifter named Misha? I locked her in my gaze. She lurched forward on her pole, a sense of urgency beaming from her. Yes. Yes, I know her. Is she okay? My heart clenched tightly as a pain so deep and desperate consumed me. For a second the darkness took over, and I had an urge to taste the blood of every living creature around me. I wanted them all to die. Kill them all. I jerked as a cold iciness slapped at me and some of the darkness receded. I huffed in deep breaths like I'd just run a marathon. I don't know if she's okay. The hunters locked them in this dome thing and filled it with a deadly mist. I promised to come quietly if they let them go. My voice broke off and I fought against the rising tide of sobs threatening to burst from my chest. Justice somehow managed to look furious and heartbroken, her face crumpling as her lips thinned. Let me guess. Her voice was brittle. They never freed them. I shook my head, and bit back another sob. No, they didn't. My mate was inside. All of my family. I crumbled forward, the agony too hot and intense for me to suppress. I couldn't stop the tears this time. I should have done more, I sobbed between deep gasping breaths. I should have fought harder. Each tear froze and then shattered on my cheeks, sprinkling the yellow sands with little ice shards. If I hadn't been so devastated, I would have been freaked out by these changes. But at this point the ice thing was the least of my worries. I noticed the other princesses all had tears of their own, the four of us joined together in my moment of grief. It took me a few more ragged breaths but I got myself under control again, somehow. I'm not sure how much you know, I started, my voice even more raspy. But I'm going to tell you a pretty strange story, and I need you all to believe me. You won't want to, but we don't have time to go through all the stages before acceptance. We need to get out of here. Weariness creased their faces, but no one protested, so I immediately launched into a rushed explanation. I told them that we were hidden princesses from Fairy, that the hunters worked for the demons and had been tracking us down, that we needed to free our people or otherwise the shadows would rise again. The girl's wariness morphed into disbelief, especially from Justice. I'm human, she said flatly. There's no way I'm one of you supernaturals. I just got caught up in your world, wrong place at the wrong time. Cam piped up then, we're all human. That's the reason we bonded in the sanctuary. I shook my head, even though a sliver of confusion was plaguing me. Why was I the only one who hadn't been hidden as a human? You're not humans. I let all the confidence I felt about this ride on that statement. You know deep down you aren't. Your face side has been locked away, hidden so that no one could find you. But you should be starting to feel it inside of you. The spell was broken on me, and for some reason started unraveling on you at the same time. Justice scowled at me. Why would they hide us if they needed us to break this spell on the Jeweled Meadows? They hid us before the spell was cast. We have been hunted our entire lives because our blood is the lock on a prison which keeps the shadows hidden. That's the reason these 4 jeweled lands exist. Something must have happened when we were young. I don't know what it was, but our people decided to hide us until they could eliminate any danger. But they got eliminated instead, Gretley said, speaking for the first time. She had a low, rich, husky voice. I eyed the crystallized lands. Whatever spell they hit them with caused the crystals to encase these cities. And our people, we're the only ones who can stop it all. We need to break this spell, then they can help us reinforce the barrier to the shadows, before whomever is hunting us busts the prison open. I gave them a moment. I could see they were struggling to accept the crazy, but eventually they did. What do we do? Justice asked, standing as tall as she could. I actually had no idea what to do at this point. Josephina just said we would know when we were all together, but I didn't. I think we need to figure out how to break through whatever is suppressing our face side. Those words tumbled from my lips, even though I hadn't been thinking that at all. Okay, nods and agreements all around. How do we do that? Cam asked. I was working my hands hard, trying to free them. None of the spells I murmured were doing anything, which meant the ropes were magical in nature. From what I could see, I no longer wore the cuffs on my wrists and ankles, so that was the only explanation. We need to get free first. Are any of you able to wiggle your hands loose? Justice yanked hard on her ropes again. I've been trying for a long time. The blood is starting to loosen the binds, so I think I can get free soon. Cam nodded. Yep, mine has started to slip. My wrists were chafed too, so I knew what they were talking about. The coarse rope was going to rub my skin off pretty quickly. No one spoke as we all struggled with our bindings. Justice was the first to let out a shout. I'm free. She stumbled forward, her arms covered in blood, it ran in thick streams to her elbows. She quickly hurried to try to free the rest of us. The knots were impossible to loosen though, so she lifted Petite Cam, which relaxed the rope's tension enough that she could slip her hands free. Cam went across to help Gretli while Justice hurried to me. I didn't fidget as she leaned over and wrapped her arms around my jean-clad legs. She lifted me without visible strain, and when I was elevated I struggled at my ties. Skin tore, but I also got my hands free. As I fell forward, Justice caught me, and our fingertips brushed together. An electric shock zapped both of us, knocking me on my ass. I blinked a few times, pushing away strands of red hair that had fallen out of my ponytail. What the hell was that? Justice looked more confused than ever, her eyebrows raised so high they almost hit her hairline. Did you just zap me? I shook my head a few times, pulling myself up to stand. I have no idea what just happened. Some sort of energy transference between us maybe. She eyed me warily for a few beats, then shrugged. So what do we do now? Cam asked, stepping closer, Gretli right at her side. It didn't escape my attention how close the two girls were standing, or that they had been holding hands a moment ago. I might be pretty new to the whole love thing, but I could see something very real between them. Cam must have noticed me looking and she blushed a deep fiery red. Gretli, on the other hand, just laughed. What can I say, she's it for me. I felt my own smile spread broadly across my face. I'm happy you found your one. My chest tightened and it got really hard to breathe. Tyson. I couldn't stop calling for him in my mind, but there was never an answer. Like a television trying to find the signal, all I got was static buzz. We're really sorry about your family. Cam, who I was starting to see had an extra gentle heart, stepped up and wrapped her arms around me. Her tiny body barely hit my boob level, and she had to stretch to fit her arms right around me. The moment our bare skin came into contact, I was hit with another buzz of energy and we were both jolted back slightly. The jolt wasn't as strong as it had been with Justice, but enough that we now stood a few feet apart. Again, Justice had her hands on her hips. It has to be you, Grace. We've all lived together for weeks. We've touched each other plenty of times. Gretli laughed again and Justice flashed a perfect set of teeth at her. Especially Cam and Gretli. Those two never get their hands off each other. I shook my head, unsure why I was shocking them with my power. Unless, what if, I started slowly, the reason I'm zapping you is because my power is partially unlocked, while yours is not. Like my energy is trying to kickstart yours. I couldn't deny how much the ice and shadow filled my veins now. It was spread throughout me. Gretli jumped forward then, both of her arms held out toward me. Try me. It was a demand, but there was nothing malicious behind her words. She was the daredevil. I didn't hesitate, reaching out and grasping both of her hands. I was expecting the jolt this time, and managed not to step back, but our hands still jerked apart. Gretli's eyes, which I could see now were an olive green, were wide and glossy. The jolt didn't seem to hurt her, she looked invigorated. I was taken aback when she launched forward and gripped both of my hands. That was amazing. Do it again. I couldn't answer, too distracted by a new build-up in my chest, the same as I'd felt when my grand forced the fairy doorway from me. I let out a scream, it echoed across the jeweled meadows. Gretli, startled, tried to pull her hands free, but I was locked on now and nothing seemed to loosen my grip. I lost control of myself, and all we could do now was take the ride as far as it would go. More energy built within me, and with a bright burst of blinding light, something fissured in my body. I could hear the crack, it rocked through me, and as it broke apart, pieces of me started to shatter. I cried out again, and Gretli's cries joined mine, our fused hands bearing the brunt of the energy transference. My knees slammed into the dirt, turning it to ice under my body. The dark and light within me intertwined and burst outwards, exploding through every cell, into my blood and brain. It felt like Gretli and I had been joined for an eternity, and yet at the same time it was only seconds before it was all over. Whatever had fractured inside of me was completely gone now, and strong waves of cold energy rolled within me. Pitching forward, I gagged and heaved, expelling the contents of my stomach onto the ground. Holy shit. Justice's low words got my attention. What the fuck just happened? You two are. What the fuck? My stomach was just starting to settle, and I dropped both of my hands to the snow-covered ground, preparing to push myself up. Snow. I was making freaking snow now. As my hands came into view, I let out a huff. What in the? My skin. It was different, glowing softly, like a crystal glitter covered it, shimmering in the dim light of this world. There was also an intricate blue snowflake tattoo, starting on my wrist and winding itself down my palm. Nestled on the middle finger of my right hand was a large ring. It had a gold band, weaving around my finger, with a huge stone in the center, which looked a lot like a diamond, like the largest diamond I had ever seen in my life. I turned my head, blinking rapidly as I tried to piece everything together. Gretley's face came into view and I gasped even louder than I had with myself. She was different too, her richly tanned skin now embedded with pigments a glittering green. Her eyes were a bright, rich green, so illuminated that the color looked completely fake. Her blonde hair was streaked with green, and nestled on the top of her head was a golden tiara, ornately wound with gold inlay and huge emerald stones. I glanced down to her flapping hands, and wasn't even surprised to see that she had dark green tattoos covering her palms and wrists too. Plus a huge emerald on her right hand. Cam scuffed her feet, looking agitated. Holy shit, she was muttering. I was right there with her. Holy shit. Part of me had never believed Josephina, but she was right. We were the jeweled princesses. Tyson Compass. My dragon roared again as we smashed into the dome. We had to escape, had to get to Grace. She was talking to Grizzly Man, her hands shaking, which only riled us further. Braxton and Jacob were at my side, their dragons fighting with us. Family. Braxton let out a roaring hiss as a weird, musky scent permeated the air. All of us looked up to find a gas oozing in from the walls. Recoiling, my dragon immediately knew we should not breathe it in, but there was very little choice when we were trapped in a dome. Screams started close by, Soups were panicking. I turned to check on the twins, relieved to see they were safely protected by our bulk on one side, and Maximus on the other. We have to get out of here. Braxton's growl sounded in my head. That gas will kill us all, eventually. I didn't ask how he knew, my dragon was giving me the same information. Spinning around, I slammed my tail into the clear material again. It connected without a problem, but the dome was too strong for us to break. Rearing up, my huge front claws scraped hard, and I could feel a slight give in the bonds of the dome. Gas was starting to cloud my vision. I could just make out the hunters surrounding Grace now, she was unwrapping Evie. The gas was dark and heavy now, I strained to keep an eye on my mate, panic tearing at my insides. Fuck this. I was not letting this happen. Tilting my head back, I felt a hot rush of energy swirling in my chest. I had no idea what was going on, but I hoped it was some sort of dragon magic that would dissolve the dome. Lava-like fire spewed up from my gut and burst out in a plume of fire. Luckily I had my head tilted back, so it disappeared up into the air above, dissipating before it hit the dome roof. I growled, reeling some of the fire back. This was not a good place to be shooting off flames, confined space and hundreds of innocents nearby. I couldn't see out at all now, but I sensed Grace nearby. Can you hear me, little witch? I waited a beat, and it felt like there was a twitch at the end, but no response. Grace, don't give up. I will find you. I will come for you. I sent as many mental promises as I could, hoping like hell she was at least hearing me, even if I couldn't hear her. The smoke was starting to overwhelm me, even with the light spectrum vision of my dragon, everything looked hazy. I shook my head a few times, long neck swaying back and forth. Something crashed into the side of my head, and I was about to attack when I realized it was just me, losing my balance and hitting the wall. The gas. Braxton's words were broken. Shift back. Seems worse for dragons. He was gone from my head then. Jacob too, and I used the last of my energy to pull the dragon deep inside of me. The change washed over me and I fell to my side, unable to get up again. As my eyes shuttered closed, I thought I saw some beams of light flashing through the dome. I struggled to hold on to consciousness, but there was no way to stop the darkness from crashing into me. A blast of cool air fanned over my face, and I sucked in some deep, greedy breaths. With each breath of fresh air, the dizzying disorientation faded away. Forcing my eyes open, I sat up in a rush. The dome was gone, and I seemed to be the only one awake. I was relieved that I could hear heartbeats, see chests rising and falling. There were hundreds of Soups inside, and thankfully it looked as if they were all alive. The dome had disappeared just in time. A small cry caught my attention. I cursed loudly as I stumbled to my feet. Evie was wiggling and crying nearby, she must have been lying just on the other side of the dome. I hurried across the square to scoop her up. Hey, baby girl, don't cry. Uncle Ty is here. I've got you. I jiggled her gently, patting her back as I muttered nonsense words. My attention remained on my family, who were just starting to stir. Braxton came to with a roar, bellowing Jess's name, followed by Evie and Jackson. He was at Jess's side in a flash, lifting her into his arms. She had her eyes open, and both of them reached for Jackson, unwrapping him quickly. Everything inside of me clenched. The baby was so tiny, that gas could have hurt him worse than any of us. I hurried over, stepping around Maximus and Misha, who were also awake and checking Lily. I let out a relieved breath when I saw that Jackson and Lily had their eyes open and looked alert, waving their hands at their parents. Evie, Jessa cried out, and I held her out to them. What happened, Ty? She asked me, pulling her daughter close to her chest. Braxton cradled Jackson. Where did the dome go? I shook my head. I have no idea. I only came to a minute before you all, and the dome was already gone. I can tell you what happened. A familiar voice filtered in front my left side, Quail, grim-faced. I saw the entire thing, but I couldn't get here in time. His words were flat, but fury burned in his eyes. The rest of the mystics stopped me from helping. They said it wasn't our job to interfere. I was going to kill them. Every single one of them. You're here to keep this a sanctuary. You let those hunters come in and attack everyone. They nearly killed us all. Quail nodded. I know. I agree with you completely. All I can think is that they offered the mystics something, made it worth their while to turn their backs on everything we stand for here. I waved a hand, too pissed off to deal with this bullshit. We don't have time to kick their asses, but they'll get theirs, don't you worry. For now I need to find Grace. They took her and I have no idea where she is. Grace. Baby. There was no response again and my body literally vibrated with anger. They took her to Fairy. I saw the doorway, Quail answered quickly. Did mate bonds connect between worlds? That better be the explanation for why we were cut off. Jessa, who stood next to Braxton, asked him, if you didn't save us, then how come we aren't all dead? Quail swallowed hard, his gaze landing on Evie. From what I could see, it looked like Grace went with them willingly in exchange for the gas disappearing from the dome. It vanished as soon as they snatched her up. Of course she did, she wouldn't have even thought twice about sacrificing herself. I needed her back. Right, now. Quail continued quietly, and I almost missed when he said, it was Evie who dissipated the dome. An unnatural silence extended around our group, all of us trying to process what he had just said. Evie, Braxton drawled, you're telling me my infant daughter somehow dissolved a structure that a dragon could not penetrate. Quail held both hands up in front of him, palms up. That's what I saw. She reached out a hand, touched the side, and then it was gone. So it could have been a perfectly timed coincidence, or she's some sort of scary little magic weapon. Jessa and Braxton's faces both went hard, worry bleeding off them. They did have special babies, and none of us knew what their powers would manifest into. Which happened when you're the only one of your kind. Jacob waved a hand, his voice losing its usual musical quality. We don't have time to figure it out now, we need to get to Fairy. Quail straightened. I might have an idea about that. Louis set something up the last time he was here. I had no idea why he would bother, since he can easily step between the worlds, but maybe he knew it would come in handy at some point. I focused my full attention on him and he visibly flinched. What are you waiting for? My voice was low, but he flinched again as if I'd slapped him. Right. Well, just follow me, okay? I should probably feel bad. None of this was Quail's fault, but I was way past caring about anyone else's feelings. Braxton handed Evie's baby wrap to Maximus. It had been lying close by, and without a word our vamp brother strapped her on. He was the only one who couldn't shift yet, so he was the safest baby carrier. Quail moved quickly through the streets, pushing between supernaturals streaming in the opposite direction. Some were running to help those who had been in the dome, others were scurrying to their houses. Your eyes are fully golden, Misha said, her hand reaching out to grasp mine. We'll find her, Ty. Grace is a fighter, she won't go down without taking plenty of them with her. I appreciated her attempt to make me feel better, but it wasn't working. Sure, Grace was a fighter. I had seen that firsthand when I arrived at her grandparents' farm, but her soul was gentle. She shouldn't have to fight. Upon leaving the food street, we took a turn and ended up on the edge of the snow territory. Tundra stretched out for miles before us. It looked like the most unforgiving climate. A lot like Antarctica, actually. It's not far, Quayle explained, looking back. It's hidden in a small ice cave. A sliver of sanity returned to me and I quickly spelled thermal jackets for everyone, and some blankets for the babies. Silence reigned as we crossed the slippery, icy land. It had been warm in the city, but the moment we stepped onto the white, frosty winds slashed at us and my skin went tight. The dragon souls seemed to be enjoying the extreme weather, though. There were miles of flat plains. The white-on-white landscape hid more than I expected. It wasn't until we were almost on top of them that I noticed the series of caves, half a dozen, low and curved, looking interconnected. Quayle entered the third one. Jessa and Misha were the only ones who didn't have to duck their heads to fit in through the entrance. We followed the Mystic into a maze-like cave system, finally stopping near a section of ice structures, natural formations from water runoff. It's just in behind that large one. He pointed, and I strode toward it. Thank you, Quayle, Misha said, the only one of us still giving a fuck about manners. Climbing in and through the ice, I caught a glimpse of its shimmer before the full portal came into sight. I didn't hesitate. This was my one chance to get to Grace and I was taking it. Emerging on the other side, I found myself back with the dragons. Somehow Louis had figured out a way to bypass all of the Isle of the Gods securities, because we were standing in the open plains with clear skies above. As soon as the rest of my family stepped through, the doorway vanished. I let my dragon burst free from my skin. Josephina. My call went out into the world. Her huge gold body appeared on the horizon almost immediately, which made me think she had been standing by, waiting. Fighting the urge to take to the skies too, my dragon hated being caged again so quickly. I pulled his energy inside and shifted back to soup. Clothes appeared across me without thought. I couldn't think at this point. I was acting on pure instinct. Time has run out on discussing this, said Jacob, but I'm saying it now. We need to leave the babies with the dragons. Jessa let out a strangled laugh. Sounds like they might be able to hold their own anyway. I still can't believe Evie dissolved the dome. I think we should do some research into what possible gifts they might have. Got to prepare myself. I hear Threnager is a real bitch. Everyone expected Jessa and Braxton's twins to be shifters, but if Evie had dissolved that dome, she had used magic. Or something beyond a shifter's ability. She was only 2 months old and already following 0 milestones for the normal developments of her race. Josephina, close now, Bankton came into land. Welcome back. Her voice echoed through my head. You have very little time. The hunters have left the girls to be sacrificed. When the final tide of the spell washes over them, the demons will spill enough blood to free the shadows. The blood of the 4 royals created the prison, and all 4 are needed to unlock it. My vision flickered with red and gold. I knew my eyes were changing, scales scattering across my skin as I fought the shift. Can you open a step through there? I don't want to risk landing in one of the jeweled meadows. I can. The dragons are amassing now. We'll help you fight. I will also keep the little ones safe while we're gone. Jacob does not need to stay, they will be beyond all reach. Somehow she had known that Jacob planned on staying. I knew he was happier to be coming into the battle, and all of us trusted the Dragon Queen's words. The 3 babies were quickly unwrapped. No one could argue that this was the safest thing. Jackson, Evie, and Lily were then kissed and hugged repeatedly by us all, before their parents placed them on the ground at the Dragon Queen's feet. She lowered her head, and leaving a small gap around them, started swirling her snout over them, circling them, smoke pouring from her nostrils. This smoke twirled as it got thicker and thicker, until it surrounded the babies completely in a hovering band of gray. It then rose up, churning, lifting the 3 young with it. In sync, all of them let out big yawns, closing their eyes. The smoke circle started to rock back and forth and they fell asleep. No one can cross this barrier or penetrate the protective ball. Any who try will be burned by dragon smoke. Immediate death. What about other dragons? Misha asked, her tearful gaze locked on her peacefully sleeping child. None but those of my blood, and I'm the last of my family line. They are safe. A shimmering doorway opened, and I was moving before anyone could say another word. I was done waiting, done with these bastards touching my mate. I was fucking done. I needed her back. It was hard to leave my nieces and nephew behind, and I couldn't imagine how hard it was for their parents, but I trusted the Dragon Queen. It was safer here for them, I truly believed that. The step through was far less turbulent than usual, formed by dragon magic beyond my knowledge. I wondered if being dragon mated would mean my sorcery gifts would grow and change in new ways. As I exited on the edge of the ruby field, a thought struck me. When Braxton and Jessa stepped out, I said to them, "You should talk to Josephina about what Evie and Jackson might do. Wild dragons have magic different than shifters. Your babies might be taking from that." Jessa wrapped her arms tightly around me and I absorbed her comfort. "I love you," she murmured to me. "We have your back, Ty, but be careful." I dropped a kiss on her forehead. "I know, Jessa babe. I love you too, and I will be careful. Now let's find my mate. And kill whatever bastards thought they could touch a member of our pack." Braxton had fire in his eyes and a hard determination on his face. I took in the scene. Everything looked the same. The golden sand of that central space was still surrounded by 4 jewel-covered lands. "Grace." I called for her, urgency rocketing through me. I didn't like this fuzziness in our connection. I could feel her, but it was distant, like before the mate bond snapped into place. "Tyson." Her scream cut through my mind and I lurched forward, eyes darting around. "Where are you?" My words were no more than a rumble of fury. You up." My head snapped back and I let out a strangled roar. The dragon rose to the surface and I welcomed him. The shift was fast, the fastest so far. Flapping my wings hard as I rose into the air, I heard the tearing of clothes and snapping of bones below me, and knew my brothers were following. Grace was strung up a mile or more in the air, 3 other girls by her side. There was no visible place for them to be chained, and yet they were hanging there, arms suspended above their heads. "It's demons, Ty. It's too dangerous." Our bond was stronger, but still being interfered with. Demons. They couldn't exist on Earth without a host, but here they must be able to. They'd be no more than a dark mist in their natural forms. Utilizing every ounce of dragon vision, I focused, trying to see where they were. How many were we up against? Why is our mate bond so distant? I shot those words at Grace with force, feeling the resistance as we tried to connect. Broke spell. "I'm Winter, princess, not witch. So sorry. That changes nothing. I'd accepted she was the princess long ago." As my dragon circled closer to her, dark wisps finally caught my attention. I roared and charged toward them. They were spinning around the girls, forming a similar sort of smoke cloud as Josephina had with the babies. No doubt this was to keep us out. Dark clouds broke out across the pinkish sky, moving rapidly and rumbling loudly. The sky had been clear a moment ago. Whatever the demons were doing was affecting the weather. Tingling traces of energy raced across my dragon hide. I could feel the moisture, like it was going to rain soon. I was almost high enough now, a few more flaps and I would reach Grace. But I wasn't sure I'd get there before the demons finished whatever they were doing. A glow cut through the darkness from the clouds, blinding as it beamed down on the 4 princesses. My dragon didn't like that glow. Portal. Portal. Ah, fuck. A portal from the demon realm, no doubt. Whatever was happening here, we were about to have a war of mammoth proportions. Demons were going to be freed, the shadow ones were going to rise. I had no idea what I could do to stop it all from happening. Free Grace. It was my sole focus, what every thought centered on, and I did not hesitate to plunge straight into the demon darkness keeping me from my mate. Dark and light splintered across my vision, the portal light, mixing with the clouds and demon smoke, blinding me temporarily, and my dragon's roar echoed loudly across the lands. Other roars sounded from below. "Take out the demons," I sent to my brothers. Braxton's reply was immediate. During my private shifter classes, they taught me that dragon fire might possibly disable demons. Let's try it. That was our only possible weapon. Be careful not to hit the girls. Spreading my wings wide, I banked to the right, the instincts of my dragon kicking in hard. Flying felt as easy as breathing. A demon appeared in front of me and burning flames spewed from my jaws before I could even register the thought. A high-pitched shriek blasted my ears, and I forced the flames to extend until the demon was gone. Do they go back to their realm? I sent the question to Braxton. No idea, there was no more information than might possibly work. As long as they go somewhere that's not here, I'm all good. I sensed his agreeance on that. Another group ambushed me and I fought them with fire and magic. It seemed each time I cut through one, 2 more took its place. This is what it would be like if they were freely able to come to Earth, I thought. Their numbers would overwhelm us. We would all be wiped out. Then Earth would become as desolate as the land of the demons. As my flames engulfed two from the side, a tugging on my mate bond distracted me. Grace, little witch. I could barely feel her presence, slowly sinking under a wave of black energy, the darkness inside of her taking over. She was disappearing. I was about to lose her. Baby, wherever you go, I will follow. I will follow you into the darkness. I pushed my thoughts into the dark swirls of her mind, continuing to hold on to our bond, slapping out with energy anytime the dark tendrils came closer. If they thought I was letting her go, they were mistaken. A small bead of warmth strummed along our bond. I felt her presence again. Tyson, she flickered there, before going again. I sent out another surge of my power, thankful that Braxton and Jacob were trying to keep the demons off me. I could focus on staying in the air and keeping Grace from disappearing. She gasped, loud enough that I could hear it over the flapping of my wings. More dragons joined us in the skies, and then Josephina was tangling with a huge bundle of them. No, it was a shadow. The shadow. It was here, and Josephina was taking it on. Was that shadow the reason Grace was filled with darkness? Grace, you back with me. This time it felt like our bond was strumming strongly, stronger than it had been since the sanctuary. I'm here. Thank you for bringing me back. I love you. It felt like my huge dragon heart was about to explode from the strength of the emotions rocking through me. Dragons understood love. It was one of the few things they felt even more strongly than humans. A group of demons evaded the dragons close to me, and I knew it was time to destroy them all so I could get to my mate. I love you too, Grace Carter. I have to kill a few demons now, but I will be right there. Hang on for me. Bad pun, since she was literally hanging in the air. I took off, falling in beside Jacob, our flames joining in a huge pillar of fire. Demon screams filled the air, until it became almost impossible to hear anything else. The fighting went on for some time, and I had a clear run to the four girls, when another scream reached me. Everything inside of me froze. Grace's screams echoed along with three other voices. I felt it then, like the skies had opened and rain was pouring down. Only it wasn't rain. It was blood. Grace Carter. Everything had been going so well. The four of us had unlocked our powers and were busy admiring that we seemed to have natural body glitter, badass tattoos, and crowns, every little girl's dream, when demons rose up around us and there was no time to do anything but protect each other's backs. We fought as hard as we could, but the black shadows that surrounded us had no substance. No way for us to stop them. My fists went straight through, but they didn't have the same disadvantage. Claws cut into me, my arms and legs seized, my heart pounding hard as we started to rise into the air, the pink skies coming much closer than I ever thought they would. Justice, Gretley, and Cam were right with me, the four of us struggling as hard as we could. How can they hold us like this but we can't touch them? How come we knew so little about demons? In school we were taught that they were dark spirits, banished to another realm thousands of years ago. And that was the end of the story. Oh, and as magic users we got extra strong warnings about never summoning one, never contacting them in any way at all, never bartering with them. To become demon-touched meant your life was forfeit, no coming back from that. The demon forever owned your soul. They should have taught us more. Like, how do we return them to their realm? How did we fight them? Useful information. When we were very high in the air, far too high to survive a fall, the demons let me go. My silent scream caught in my throat, and I prepared myself to end up a splat on the ground. I only fell for a foot before my body jerked and an invisible barrier held me. My arms were then wrenched up and secured together. I didn't even have time to swallow the bitter panic coating my tongue before the barrier fell out from beneath me. Then it was only my arms keeping me aloft. My shoulders screamed, the pain of hanging was immediate and intense. You okay there? Justice's soothing voice came from my right, and I really wanted to turn and look at her, but my arms up on either side of my head prevented me from moving too much. Gretley let out a snort of laughter. I'm doing just brilliant. Hanging from my freaking arms. Body about to rip in two. Black misty clouds attacking me. Just brilliant. I couldn't help the strangled chuckle that escaped. That's the spirit. All of us let out a snort of laughter before we went back to groaning. The pain grew steadily worse the longer we hung there, and while it wasn't as bad as my torture, it hurt in a different way to the cuts and hits. Constant strain, the feeling of tearing muscle and tendon, like being torn in two. We need a plan, I said, injecting all the serious I could into my voice. The demons are going to use our blood to free the shadows and open a permanent portal from their world to this one. It will be a bloodbath. Cam said breathlessly, "Didn't your dragon say that one shadow was free already?" Josephina had said that. "Do you see anything?" I was trying not to freak out, but it was getting more difficult. I couldn't think around the pain. I heard 3 no's, and I couldn't see anything either. The demons started to circle, their specters leaving smoke in their wake. A flash of shiny scale caught my eye, and for the first time since I was stolen from the sanctuary, I felt a flicker of my bond to Tyson. I was hit with a rush of joy so pure it cut through everything inside of me. Even the pain disappeared briefly. He was alive. A large part of me had been unable to truly accept they were dead. I had hopes and prayers and wishes buried deep in my heart. The moment I felt him, that very moment, I shattered. Tears streamed down my cheeks, my breath cut off as I was unable to expand my lungs past the swelling of my heart. Some of the darkness within me receded again. It didn't seem to like being in close proximity to my mate Bond. The ice, though, it loved it. I clung to him with as much intensity as I could. Our bond felt a little tattered. The dome had cut us off at first, and now this unlocking of my face side had pushed it down even further, but it was still a small tingle in the corner of my being. I reached out with all my energy and spoke to him, needing to hear his voice. I got scattered words back, which was worrying, but the happy far outweighed that. I don't mean to alarm anyone," Gretley said casually. "But there are 3 dragons heading this way." My relief was huge, but also my fear. I knew it was Tyson and his brothers. They were here for us. But they had to fight demons. And a shadow. And whatever else was coming. "Any chance these are friends? You know, for a change." Justice's voice was low, tinged with her usual sarcastic wit. My reply was strangled, strong emotions overwhelming me. "They're friends." I could feel the girl's relief, and I wished I had such blind faith. Tyson's huge honey beast moved with grace and determination, looking like he'd been shifting to dragon his entire life. He went after some of the demons and heat smacked into my face as plumes of fire shot from his jaw, engulfing the dark blots. Some of the other demons took off toward the dragons, but most stayed to continue weaving their smoky crap around us. "All the ways I anticipated dying, this was not one of them," Cam was muttering, swear words interspersed between. "What the hell is happening to us? Why didn't they just take our blood when we first got here?" Gretley wondered out loud. "What are they waiting for?" I had a feeling they were waiting for that freed shadow. No doubt it would have something to do with breaking the lock on the prison. We needed to free the Jeweled Meadows before this happened. "Your blood alone is the key to the spells on the lands, because it was cast by a shadow, and only a shadow can undo it. But you'll need the girl's help." Those words drifted across my mind, and a huge golden dragon burst into view. Josephina. I was so happy she was here, despite the fact she had just alluded to me being a shadow. Was the darkness inside an actual shadow? I had only just accepted the jeweled princess part. It was too much to be a shadow also. Nope, that was going into my box of things I wasn't ready to deal with. What do I need to do? A twinge of sadness hit me, and I prepared myself for what she was about to say. Sacrifice, it is the most important part of any renewal. Jessa had to sacrifice our bond. You have to sacrifice yours. I was already shaking my head. No, I won't. I can't give Tyson up. We've had no time together. It's not enough. Pain pressed in on my chest, making it hard to breathe. You don't have long. Your sacrifice is not the mate bond, but your bond to this world. Your life. You do have darkness in you, but also light. You have to choose. I will keep the shadow occupied to give you some time. Josephina's voice trailed off as darkness blotted out the last of the light in the sky. The clouds above were still thick, but this darkness was from another source. A shadow. It looked different than the demons, a thick substance to it, a presence. Like it had bones and organs and more, hidden under puffy clouds of darkness. Actually, darkness wasn't the right description. More like it was devoid of all light. The opposite of anything good and happy and free. My limbs went heavy, I could no longer feel my arms. Misty smoke clouded my mind, dark tendrils taking over, pushing its murky energy everywhere. Break the prison. Free us. These insidious voices floated across my mind, and I lost myself, reveling in the intense power, in the kinship I felt to them. This was family, not that insignificant pack of soups and dragons. Grace. Little witch. Tyson's voice was faint, echoing underneath the strength of the darkness. It didn't register with me, I didn't care about following that call. Baby, wherever you go, I will follow. I will follow you into the darkness. My shadowy mind snarled and snapped at him, but his bright presence would not go away. It held on, sending warmth through me, warmth which sent my ice magic crazy. Tyson. Confusion and awareness flickered within me. I held on to his energy, wrapping it around me. The darkness lost its geniality, snapping hard at me. A mistake. My diamond energy flared to life, and also my healing side, the part of me that was completely Grace before shadows appeared in my world. I let out a gasp, feeling like I had been trapped in my own mind for hours, but since Josephina was just approaching the shadow now, it could have only been seconds. The darkness pounced on the queen, wrapping around her so tightly I was only getting glimpses of her golden hide as they struggled and fought. Grace, you back with me. Tyson's voice was loud and clear this time, and I used his energy to push more of the shadow out of me. I'm here. Thank you for bringing me back. I love you. I did love him. I had loved him since I was a lanky teenager with more freckles than sense. It hurt so bad that I might have to leave him. I had to sacrifice for them all. I love you too, Grace Carter. I have to kill a few demons now, but I will be right there. Hang on for me. I sent him all the soft energy in my soul, all of my love and hopes and dreams for the future. Even though I was pretty sure I didn't have a future any longer. Josephina told me to choose, and I had. I chose Tyson. I would always choose him. Which meant it was up to me to make sure he survived. You're ready. This is what you say. Let's draw friend jewels. Free the guardians protecting us from the darkness. Josephina's presence faded out of my head. I sensed she was being slowly drained of life from the shadow. The shadows could never go free. That knowledge came from deep inside of me, from the darkness that was mine to both fear and control. These shadows would take everything light and make it dark. They were the bringers of death. This was why if I had to sacrifice myself, I would do it. I would save all of my family, who by some miracle were not lost to me. I need you all to repeat a spell with me. My voice was flat, all business. If I let my emotions out again, I'd never be able to do what was needed. Let's draw friend jewels. Free the guardians protecting us from the darkness. I repeated this more than once, and even tripping over the unfamiliar fairy words at the beginning, the girls had it memorized quickly. Those are the words, but it's your intentions which are important in magic. We need to break the spell on the Jeweled Meadows. We need to free our kingdoms so they can renew the spells on the Shadow Prison. Can you do this with me? This time I heard the resounding yeses. They were with me all the way. To destroy the prison, that shadow planned to absorb blood from the four of us, taking it to the sacred grounds below. This would unlock the securities on the prison that were formed many years ago by the blood of our families, securities that had been weakening over the past 25 years. To break the spell on the Jeweled Meadows, however, that was all on me. It was part of the reason I had a shadow inside of me, why I had not been posed as a human. Sacrifice your life. I could do it. Start repeating the spell, I said, conviction in my tone. Tap into that energy which awoke when we unlocked our face sides. I swallowed hard, already heartbroken at the thought I would never get to know my princess sisters. But there was no time for regrets. Make sure your intentions are strong in your mind, and I'll do the rest. Their voices chimed together in unison, and I felt their focus, I felt their power. They were not going to let me down. Sucking up every last vestige of strength within me, I started to repeat the words too, in my mind, silently sending my intentions out into the lands. At the same time I let a simpler spell leave my lips. Divined, blood be free. Gashes started just below my elbows and sliced to my wrists. I gritted my teeth at first, but as more cuts crossed my body, I couldn't hold the pain screams. This was like being tortured all over again, but worse somehow, the magic burning the wounds across my body. I expected my blood would rain down, instead it splashed out in giant arcs, each one burning through the demons before trailing across the sky to spatter across each of the spelled lands. Cam started screaming then too, which set off the other princesses. I silenced myself, taking a few deep breaths, before I was able to say, the spell. Say the damned spell. They didn't let me down. Even though they were sobbing, they repeated it with me. Let's draw friend jewels. Free the guardians protecting us from the darkness. I grew weak quickly, far too quickly. So much blood and energy was required to break the spell, that once it was over I would be too far gone to seal my wounds. The shadow screamed within me, angry that we were dying. I pushed it out with the blood, sending it into the world. It didn't stop even for a moment, abandoning my dying body, swirling out and joining with the darkness still fighting Josephina. The moment the last dark tendrils were gone, I felt free. A rumbling reached my ears, coming and going as my senses started to shut down. My lashes fluttered closed. Grace, don't you dare die on me. Tyson was speaking. Justice was speaking, demanding I open my eyes. The rumble grew louder, so loud it was impossible not to hear it, even dying. It felt as if we were being shaken in a giant bag. Ice burst through my chest, coating me slowly, encasing my body so I was no longer able to feel anything, until I felt like I was frozen solid. A statue. I was too far gone, though, to really feel anything. I love you, Ty. Darkness took me just as I heard his roar in my head. Tyson Compass. I was fighting to get to Grace, her screams echoing in my mind, her blood spattered across my body. Dragons were everywhere, but I was focused on the blood pouring across the sky, swirling droplets raining on the demons. Each time they touched one, it cut through them like my fire, and they disappeared. I love you, Ty. Those weakly spoken words were in my mind, and then I felt the bond flickering. Grace, don't you dare die on me. No response. As our bond flickered again, I held onto it with every ounce of energy I had inside of me. All I got was a burst of cold energy, and then nothing. No energy, no essence, no life. I tried anchoring her to my dragon, to my brothers, to every other bond I was currently in access of. I anchored her so tightly that I couldn't even separate us anymore. Don't leave me, I said, even though I knew she couldn't hear me any longer. She had given everything she had sacrificed. That was Grace. It had always been Grace, and I'd missed so many years with her because I'd been too fucking stupid to realize what a gift she was. From the first moment blood spilled across the sky, I knew I was going to lose her. Again she had sacrificed for all of us and I couldn't handle it. A rumble of land and sky knocked me back, and no matter how hard I flapped, I couldn't get any closer to her. A new roar drowned out every other sound, the roar of a land under turmoil, the roar of a spell breaking. The world seemed to stand still, then with a crack 4 huge bolts of lightning, large and thick and blinding in their intensity, struck the ground. They were tinged with red. The color of blood. Grace's blood. The jeweled meadows shattered, flames roaring into the sky as colored gems started to rise, swirling around as I hovered over them, unable to move. The newly broken spell was holding everything in stasis. Red, blue, green, and silver gem sand swirled and crested, filling the sky until I could see nothing but those 4 colors. They covered the princesses, who were about 20 feet from me. The demons seemed to be gone now. Grace's blood had cut through them. I lost those last glimpses I'd had of Grace when the sand surrounded her, mixing together in a rainbow kaleidoscope. In a second, she was completely shrouded in crystals, like a beautiful statue. There was a hole in my chest as I struggled against the spell's bonds, wanting to get to her, to hold her in my arms. I needed my mate. The crystal sands that had filled the skies started to fall, dragging with them the few remaining demons and that huge rolling shadow. As they fell, the dark clouds dissipated, and the sky was once again clear. Grace. Her body was gone, but she had not fallen. I would have seen that. The other 3 girls still hung there, but where the hell was Grace? It was almost like she'd become one with the crystal sands, disappearing down into the earth. I can't do this without her. It was too much, too hard to take. I shut my emotions down, biding my time until I could get free from whatever held me. The moment the last drop of sand hit the ground, my body was released, my wings automatically flapping toward the remaining 3 princesses. Grace would want me to save them. 2 fell and I gently snatched them up with my huge front claws. Jacob caught the other one, and then all of us dropped down, using the air currents to help us glide to the land. My head was filled with a loud static. I was beyond thought. I only had my pain. When I landed, my back claws dug into the ground while my front slowly lowered the 2 shaking females to their feet. They scrambled away, but I was already too busy staring at the center of the 4 jeweled meadows. The golden sands had disappeared, to be replaced by an intricate pattern. The 4 colors of the gem sands had swirled within each other, forming what looked like a huge crest. I turned to the meadows. The emerald world was now filled with forests. Sapphire was an ocean, ruby had turned into a real, red desert. And diamond was now an ice land. My diamond princess. That ice magic inside of her had been the Fae side. These meadows were mirrors of the lands in the sanctuary, which would have struck me as very curious if I was in any sort of position to give a shit. It's time, my dragon echoed in my head, and I knew he was right. I had been hiding myself inside of him, letting the emotions be dulled by the beast, but I had to return to myself now. I had to face my loss. The shift back was painful, even though it didn't hurt physically. The pain was far deeper than that. I dropped to my knees as a roar burst from somewhere deep in my gut, aching and guttural, and I felt like I couldn't shout long or hard enough to relieve the pressure within. My eyes burned, and for the first time in many years, a tear escaped. The threat is gone. She saved us all. Josefina's voice echoed through the red pain consuming my mind. My first instinct was to attack the golden dragon, sensing she had put the sacrifice idea in Grace's head in the first place. Why was it Grace? Why was she the one who had to sacrifice everything? There was a pause. Before, she is not only the Diamond Princess but so much more. In her blood a spell was born and broken. Her family was betrayed by the shadows. The darkness within her, the one that had responded to the shadows, must have had something to do with this betrayal. Josefina, as always, was being cryptic as hell. How did she end up in Stratford? How is she a witch? Justice had seemed human, as did the other two. But Grace had thrummed with a low energy. She could never have passed as a human. She was too powerful to disguise as a human. She's the Diamond Princess. She repeated this like I should understand. Why didn't you tell me this before? I didn't know until now. Her voice faded off as energy and bodies surrounded me. My pack wrapped themselves around me, sending warmth and love into me. With a whisper I clothed myself, stepping through them. Josefina was waiting a few feet away, behind her dozens of dragons in varying colors and sizes. Where is she? I asked the golden dragon. She tilted her head to the side, regarding me. She was called to the shadow world. She was called home. I shook my head. What does that mean? How can her home be in the shadow world? She is not a shadow. My magic whipped from my clenched fists, sparking out around us. The queen did not look concerned, although some of the dragons behind her got a little closer. Ty, stop, you can't do this. Jess's tearful plea did not reach me. I didn't even turn my head. I want my mate back, I said to Josefina. Now. There were no more voices in my head, and the dragons all took to the sky. The golden one remained for a few moments longer, and just as I wondered why she hadn't gone too, I heard a pop, and the baby smoke ball appeared. Evie, Jackson, and Lily were still sound asleep. She is in the sands, said the dragon as she flew away. Misha held my arm, pleading with me, Ty, please, don't do what I know you're thinking of doing. But the roaring in my head was too strong. Who would have known emptiness could be so loud? Please, she was sobbing, and I just shook my head. She's it for me. I turned and walked away, stepping toward the sandy tomb of my mate. Josefina had confirmed what I already knew. Grace had fallen with the sands. When I reached the center, I lowered myself so I could dig into the colored crystals. As I got deeper, there was a tugging on a small section of my mind. I thought it was my brothers in the quad bond, trying to reach me. The tugging came again, and this time more of my attention caught Grace. It grew stronger, and I dug into the gems again, mixing them around, digging deeper and deeper. Hang on, little witch. I'm coming for you. A flicker of hope in my chest. I couldn't let it grow too large. It would kill me if she was actually gone. I felt my brothers drop down and help me shift the sand. It was a large area, and Grace could be anywhere. I sensed where to look, though, feeling her through our bond. As Red Hair came into view, I let out a choked sound. Her body was about 6 feet down, atop a huge swirling portal of energy spiraling downwards, like a one-way entrance. Shadows could go down, but not come back up again. She looked so peaceful, floating there, red hair streaming out around her face. She was pale, but her lips still looked pink, her cheeks had a rosy sheen to them. The bond tugged again, and as I slid my hands under her and lifted, I felt her again. Her eyes opened, no longer filled with darkness, the color now a light icy blue that matched the crown nestled on her head, and the glittery pigment of her skin. She looked like a stranger, a very beautiful stranger, but she still felt like my Grace on the inside. Hey, baby. She jerked at my husky whisper. Ty. She sounded confused. I was dead. My chest rumbled. I know, and you're in big fucking trouble. You're not allowed to die. Not ever. I lifted her free, cradling her as close to my body as I could get. Her cold energy slapped against me, and we were back to only having flickers of a mate bond. The moment I jumped us out of the hole, the gems refilled it, reforming the emblem on top. Grace wiggled then, and threw her weight into me, knocking me onto my ass. She wrapped her legs around me, crawling as far into my lap as she could. We were surrounded by shouts and happy yells from my family and the other princesses, but I didn't hear anything but the sound of her heartbeat, strong and firm. Alive. She pulled back and my lips crashed into hers, nothing in my head except the need I had to taste her again. She opened her mouth, a low moan escaping. My body went rock hard as I pressed up into her center, still wrapped around me. I think we might need to give these two a moment. You know, Misha started ushering everyone away. They have some catching up to do. I felt their energy leave, and I took my time kissing Grace. Eventually I stood, lifting her with me, her legs still firmly around my waist. I'm going to strip you naked and taste every inch of your skin, I murmured against her lips. I felt her smile. I'm going to hold you to that, but there's something I have to do first. I reluctantly let her drop to her feet, intertwining our hands together. She was not going to be out of my sight for a second. She led us to the edge of the ice land, and as she stepped out onto the snow, her head fell back, she lifted her arms, and shouted out into the white world. Bring her to me. Pure energy radiated off her, and I found myself wondering what the hell was about to happen. Light fractured before Grace, and thrust from that light was a small, older woman. She landed in a heap at Grace's feet. I was at my mate's side in a heartbeat, the iciness of the diamond world engulfing me. Grace lifted a hand and the old lady rose with it. Hello, Grandma, she said. I think we need to have a little chat. Grace Carter. I died today. It was a good death, one I was willing to make. I bled so that my family might live. I didn't remember everything, but when the ice froze my chest, I thought that was the end. I waited, patiently, in a kind of stasis. Then the gem sands filled my wounds, surrounding me with the energy of the four jeweled kingdoms. When the sands fell, they took with them all of the darkness I had not been able to purge myself, and the shadows and demons, dragging them all down into the world below. Because the sands were part of me, I went too. Tyson found me in the sands, his presence thawed the ice around my chest, and my heart beat again, for my mate, for the bond that anchored me to life. Now it was time to purge the darkness and corruption in the Diamond Lands, up to me to end their reign of terror. I stepped onto the snow, and the cool breezes washed over me. I had never felt so free and alive. Odd considering I'd died a minute ago. Icy magic swirled in my veins. Something connected between me and this land. Something which felt like a beating heart, sending out warm caressing thumps. Welcome home, princess. A powerful voice filled my mind and I dropped my head back. I am the heart of Freyel, the land of ice, and I am here at your bidding. Apparently I was still a princess. I briefly wondered if Justice, Cam, and Gretly were okay, if they had ended up in their lands. I hadn't noticed them before, but I had been pretty preoccupied with kissing the hell out of Tyson. I'd find him as soon as I dealt with my gran. Bring her to me. It was time to figure out where my gran was, and what she had done with my mum. As you wish. Light beamed right before me, and an older sorceress tumbled out at my feet. I couldn't believe that had actually worked, but I wasn't going to complain. Using my command of this world, I jerked her up to her feet. Hello, Grandma, I said. I think we need to have a little chat. I crossed my arms over my chest. She lunged forward, the blade she'd stabbed me with clasped in her hand. I sent out an icy burst of energy that froze her feet to the ground, and then used the winds to knock the knife out of her grasp. Her eyes got very wide as she stared at me. Your eyes, she started, shaking her head. I turned to Tyson. What happened to my eyes? I would have mentally asked, but our bond was off again. He caressed my cheek. He had not stopped touching me. Maybe I had died, because this was my version of heaven. Minus my evil gran. They're now a beautiful icy blue color. He leaned in very closer. You're free from the darkness. I could have cried in that moment. The rush of relief almost knocked me to my knees. It was like a reward I didn't even know was possible. Before I could celebrate that, though, I needed to deal with the trash. Turning back to my gran, I let my expression harden. I didn't know, she started to plead, her eyes huge and wet as she held both hands up. I just wanted to get back here. I have been locked on Earth for too long. I waited for you to come of age, expecting the spell would wear off as your power increased, but it didn't. So I helped it along. My expression didn't change. I had no time or energy to pretend. She was a very good actress. For many years she had pretended to love me, but she didn't. At my cold expression, some of her fake sadness disappeared. 25 goddamn years I waited, bided my time in the human world. Living with those barbarians. Where are Gramps and Dad? She shrugged. Dead. I needed your father's blood to get this knife. I figured it might kickstart your Fayside, since it's crafted in the land of ice. Your grandpa was only a soup I used so we could blend into that world. He lost all use to me when you came of age. The pain was intense, like someone cut my chest open and my internal parts were leaking out. My dad and Gramps. Gone. Tyson's hand wrapped around mine, and he stepped into my right shoulder. I let myself lean against him, needing the support. Our mental bond might be a bit rocky, but I felt him in my soul the same as I always had. Where is my mum? I braced myself for the next shot of agony. Gran shrugged again. I have no idea. She was gone by the time I got through to the Jeweled Meadows. Before I could ask anything else, another beam of light split the air in front of me and two Fays stepped out of it. They were tall, the man a redhead with eyes of apple green. The woman had hair so white it blended into the snow behind her, falling in long waves to her mid-back. Her eyes were an icy blue. They both had crowns upon their head, just as I did, and their skin was covered in the glittering pigments. Their tattoos were larger, bold and intricate as they ran across their hands and all the way up to disappear into the fur-lined hoods they wore. My grip tightened on Tyson, and I had a feeling that everything in my world was about to change. I was finally going to get the answers I had been denied my entire life. The woman held her hands out to me, but I didn't come any closer. I was wary, watching them carefully. Gracelyn, you have finally returned to us. Her voice was a tinkling chime, sweet, alluring, and familiar. Do I know you? I asked hesitantly. The heart of the ice land responded in my mind. They are your grandparents, King Leonard and Queen Penelope. I swallowed roughly, taking a deep breath, trying to calm myself. The king appealed to me this time. Gracelyn, we can tell you everything, you just need to give us the time. I found myself softening slightly. My name is Grace, and I want the truth. All of it. At my back, just off the snow, I could feel my family. And the other three princesses. Thank the gods they had not been hurt. When I turned I could see their faces, silently waiting to hear this story. I left Gran where she was, her legs completely iced so she couldn't move. She would not go unpunished, but I hadn't decided what I should do yet. The king was the first to speak. This is going to be a long story. Please have patience with us. Evie let out a little cry and I found myself scanning my family again, this time to specifically find her. She was with Braxton, looking healthy and whole. A surge of relief weakened my legs momentarily. She was okay, I had not left her to suffer alone. That was a huge worry I'd been holding on to. The shadows are originally from the demon world, the king started, and I turned back to him. They were once the strongest of demon souls, their leaders. They used the energy from their followers to become greater than simple demons. Shadow walkers. Beings who take light and make it dark. Almost like a black hole. These advanced demonic beings can suck life from everything. After they had drained their world, they moved on to fairy. The queen picked up the story from there. The 12 of them escaped. They sacrificed hundreds of demon souls for the chance. Great freaking leaders. The portal dropped them right here, in the center of fairy, in the center of our lands, she continued. They were unlike anything we had seen, powerful, unable to be contained. Only special magics could hurt them, and if it wasn't for the dragons, we would have all been wiped out in their quest to suck all life from us. Clearly you figured out a way to trap them, Justice said from behind. I caught her eye, and she gave me a wink. The royal couple nodded. Yes, the king said, we lost many good fae, but we did end up trapping them where they could never escape. Using the magic in our jewels, we figured out a way to grind the stones down and form a prison. It tunnels right down into the center of the 4 jeweled meadows. We then cast a powerful spell, one that required blood from all 4 jeweled houses to activate the gems. It needs constant renewal. His eyes got very heavy, hooded as he stared down. My grandfather died as part of the first sacrifices. He turned to Justice. Your great-grandmother also. Justice didn't say anything, but she looked pale, even with her rich, dark skin tone. The queen's voice was gentle. All of the royal families lost someone, but in doing so we saved thousands of lives. I was enjoying the backstory, but I really wanted them to fast forward to my part in it all. As if he'd heard me, the king turned in my direction. Everything was good. We continually renewed the prison with blood and jewels, and there was no chance the shadows could escape. The spell is a one-way portal. Once you go in, it's almost impossible to get out. Then we were betrayed. My eyes immediately sought out my gran. The king followed my line of sight. We didn't know, but there was one shadow left in the demon lands, and it was summoned to fairy by her. He pointed to Gran. She is a very strong sorceress, and she allowed herself to become shadow-touched before falling pregnant with your father. My father had been born of shadow. I just couldn't believe that. He had been kind. He had loved my mother. He infiltrated himself into our lives, and eventually our daughter fell in love with him. He became a winter prince, the queen said, her voice catching as she stumbled over the word daughter. They had you, and for the first time there was a royal blood who was also shadow. We didn't know, of course, but the moment you were born, a spell which had been long ago placed by this rogue shadow initiated. When shadow and royal blood mixed, the jewels would turn against us. They covered our lands, trapping our magic, placing us all in a state hovering just above death. My head was throbbing as I tried to understand it all. I had gleaned bits and pieces of this when I died, and from the warnings in my head, which I now recognized as the heart of my ice kingdom. How did the four of us end up in the human world, then? I gestured to the other princesses. A little smile of happiness broke through the queen's sorrow. Louis came to us many years ago, before your birth, and said he had foreseen something which might bring our kingdoms down. He set up a counter spell. If anything should happen to us, if we were unable to fight, he would ensure our bloodline lived on to always be able to renew the securities on the prisons. You say we were hidden away, so how did I end up with my parents? With my gran. We were all living like one big happy, dysfunctional, shadow family. My voice was quite high by the end, anger hot and potent driving me. The winter couple exchanged a quick look, before the queen turned soft eyes on me. We think it is because you were too powerful. Louis, spell did the only thing it could, it hid as much of your power as was possible, and it blocked your grand's, father's, and mother's powers. It stripped away everything it could. And it trapped us on that godforsaken world, Gran shouted from her spot. 25 years I fought to return to my shadow. I waited for this stupid bitch to break through the spell holding all of us. I couldn't hear anymore, the pain was too much. My entire life had been a lie, everything. Except Tyson. That I could feel to the depths of my soul, and it helped me focus again. That, and the ice I slapped across my grand's face, freezing her lips and silencing her venom. So the reason I was the one who had to break the shadow spell was because I was the one to initiate it. Or my birth was. The queen's slightly creased forehead relaxed as she nodded. Yes, it's also why you had to sacrifice. You chose a side. You chose the jewels, and that allowed them to come back to good. The jewels are controlled by the royal blood. When one blood was tainted by shadows, it tainted all. The king added, especially since the diamond lands are the strongest. We have an affinity for all four jewels. Justice and Gretley scoffed, like neither of them thought that was remotely possible. Cam remained silent, her brows drawn tightly together. It made sense to me, though. I had command in the Ruby Lands, despite being diamond. Mostly, I was still stuck on the word taint. It sent a shiver down my spine. Am I still tainted? The pair beamed at me, and I basked in the glow of that warmth. Their energy had a way of wrapping around you, and even though it was built of ice, it had a heart of fire. No, you chose the jewels, the shadows are gone. Your eyes are the color of your mother's now. You are perfect, and more wonderful than we could have imagined. We want you to stay with us, in the land of your birth. I was already shaking my head, my hand firmly in Tyson's. I didn't even have to think about it. I belong with my mate. With our pack. I don't think I can live in Fairy. The glamorous couple exchanged a quick look, but didn't say anything more. Tyson's voice was cold when he asked, so the darkness in Fairy, it started with the first infiltration of shadows, and continued on because of this one rogue shadow. They nodded. This is how strong the shadows are. This is why they can never return. For many years that darkness was focused on freeing its brethren, which was why Fairy has not fallen. Now, though, that it has been contained, thanks to grace, the energy of Fairy will renew. Our people can return. Beams of light appeared in front of the Ruby Lands then, and I was not at all surprised to see another glamorous couple emerge. They held scepters, and had the same dark ruby glitter skin as Justice. She went wide-eyed, her mouth gaping. The ruby pair stared back, before crossing to stand before her. "We have missed you." Pandemonium erupted then, everyone talking and asking questions, and I felt like my head might explode. "I need to get out of here." I turned to Tyson, silently begging him to save me. I wasn't sure I could handle any more revelations. Not today. There was a beast in his voice when he rumbled out, "We're leaving. We'll go back to Earth and Grace will return when she feels able to deal with everything that has happened." The Ice King didn't say anything, he just lifted a hand and cupped my cheek. It was gentle, and I felt the magic in that touch. It called to me, to the icy energy in my veins. To my face sighed. "I will return," I promised. "I'm sorry I can't stay to help you rebuild, but I have responsibilities at home." I had Tyson. I was not leaving him again. The Ice Queen surprised me when she wrapped both arms around me, pulling me against her soft white fur coat. "You've done more than enough. You've saved us in the world of fairy. Now that we are all free, the spells can be renewed." As she pulled back, she kissed my cheek. "You're our grandchild. We would be honored if you'd stay with us at the palace. When you're ready." I had my doubts I'd ever be ready, but I did want to visit one day. A proper visit. My eyes flicked across to the land of white, a longing striking my heart. "Is the sanctuary of fairy design?" Braxton asked. I'd been wondering the same thing, it was too much of a coincidence. The king and queen showed those beaming smiles again. They truly sparkled like diamonds. "Yes, it is. We created it for our people a long time ago. A sanctuary on Earth. We lost control of it when the shadows first came here. They drained us too much. It remained abandoned until the mystics claimed it. Bastards had pretended it was the Dragon King's all along." I focused back to my shadow-touched grandmother, her face blank as she stared down into the ground. "What will you do with her?" I was not able to make this decision. I could already feel myself wavering. For the first time there was a hard, formidable expression on the king's face. "She will be punished for her involvement. We will have a trial and the people will decide her fate." That felt like the right move, so I didn't argue. "My mum, she came through these lands somewhere. Is she your daughter?" I wasn't sure if the mum I knew was a fake mum, or the Winter Princess. I was still reeling about my father being shadow-touched. He had been a good dad, cold at times, but not mean in any way. He had loved my mum, I knew that for a fact. A single tear slid down the queen's cheek. "Yes, she was our daughter. I'm so sorry, Grace, but she's gone. Her presence, it was always part of me, but I can't feel her any longer." I stumbled forward, my hands slamming into my thighs as I fought back a scream. It was too much. I had lost too much. "You still have me." Tyson's rich voice was in my mind. It was still static-like, but it was there. Heaving through my pain, I sucked in deep breaths, trying not to fall apart. I stuttered over my next words. "Why is my bond with Tyson affected?" The couple exchanged a glance, giving me a sad smile. "You need to cement the bond. Our royal line does this through sex." "Right. I should have guessed that." Tyson wrapped me up tight, rubbing his thumbs across my cheeks to clear the tears away. More followed, but he didn't stop until I eventually pulled myself together. "Come on, little witch. It's time to go home." I adored him more than I could express. He was the last family I had left, and I would not have been able to deal with any of this without him. "It doesn't feel like my mum is dead." I stumbled over the last word. He reached down and scooped me up. Our words through the bond were low and strained, but they got through eventually. "I love you more than anything in all of the worlds. We can keep looking for your mum. She might still be alive. You came back to me, after all." Loud voices interrupted us. "I'm not staying here, I don't know you." Justice wore a cold, proud expression as she stared at the ruby couple. I hadn't noticed their arrival, but the emerald and sapphire royalty were here as well, all of them trying unsuccessfully to speak to the princesses. Wiggling to get down, I hurried over to my friends. The four of us linked arms. "I think everyone just needs some time," I said, speaking to the royal couples. "We promise we will come back, when we've dealt with everything." I turned to Justice, Cam, and Gretley. "Would you guys like to come stay with me for a while?" 3 nods. None of them hesitated at all. And just like that, it was settled. "I will return for answers," Justice said to the Ruby Royals, then she turned and walked away. The other two girls followed, and I shot the royal couples a sad smile, following them over to join my pack. Anyone have a clue how to get home? Jacob was relaxed, hands in pockets. He looked unruffled, always taking everything in his stride. I can do it. I tapped into the heart of my city and let my ice magic connect to it. Can you send us home, please? A doorway whirled to life before us. Just as we were about to step through, Jessa yelled, "Wait!" All eyes turned to the wolf shifter. She directed her question toward the ice royals. You mentioned Louis. If he knew about the threat, how come he never ended up freeing you? They stepped closer to us, closer to the doorway. He would not have been able to find the princesses either. He protected them from all. It was the only way to ensure that no one would ever find them until their magic was released into the world. My gran had to wait until I was 25, then torture me, before stabbing me with an ice blade to release my energy. Louis might have gone with a bit of overkill on the securities. Louis is trapped in the world of demons, Jessa said. How do we save him? All the royals lifted their heads to stare up. You must take the portal up to their realm. There you will find his spirit. It will be bound in the Circus of Souls. You can free him easily, using the magic of the jewels. Keep in mind that the ley lines are dead there. You have only what energy you contain within you, but it will be enough. Magic of the jewels. Sounded like we needed the princesses for this task. Here's hoping Justice and Cam and Gretly would be willing to help us. Jessa nodded, determination crossing her face. No doubt the wolf shifter would not be taking no for an answer. Thank you. We'll be back soon. Now it was time to go home and regroup. We would take a night of rest. Tyson Compass. Grace was wrecked. Her face remained calm as we stepped through her doorway, but I could feel her inner turmoil. So much had happened. So many changes. So many losses. She thought her mum and dad were gone. Her gran had been left to face trial in the ice world. She was a fucking princess of a Fey land. It was a lot. I didn't care that she was Fey, that she was a princess, that she had been born of a shadow. None of that mattered to me. I loved every part of Grace. When I thought she was gone. There are no words to describe that pain. It was like dying over and over, no way to escape the relentless agony. Talk to me, little witch. We were standing on the front porch of our house, she was staring out into the forest. All of our pack was inside, giving us space, waiting for the moment we needed them. The other three princesses had collapsed in the spare room, but Grace was restless still. A spark flickered in her eyes. Not a witch anymore. I shrugged, nudging her with my shoulder. Always gonna be my little witch. Grace reached up and removed the crown from her tangled hair, rubbing a hand across her tired eyes. I'm not sure there is any way for me to process everything. I died. Ice and sand saved me. My shadow side was purged. My parents. I halted her jumbled words with my lips, just a gentle kiss. She was the one who deepened it, opening herself to me, her tongue gliding against mine. I need you, Ty, she murmured. I need our bond. I need to forget, please. I needed her too, and when she begged me like this, I would have given her anything. My hands were under her thighs then, I lifted her up to sit on the railing, stepping in between her open legs. Our kisses got hot fast, and I couldn't get enough of her. It would never be enough. She let out a low moan, and I was 5 seconds from taking her right there, so I saw the strength to pull back. Our lips broke contact, while the rest of us remained firmly connected. It doesn't matter what happened on Fairy, I told her, my voice serious. I am forever grateful that whatever lived inside of you kept you from dying. We'll keep searching for your parents. If I have learned anything, it's that no one is truly dead until I see the body. She nodded. Right now, in my mind, they're just missing. After we rescue Louis, we can start trying to find them. I heard her unspoken words. Even if she only found their bodies, she still wanted to look. She needed the closure. She leaned in to whisper, I hope you know that I never for a second considered staying in Fairy. I belong with you. I gently took the crown from her hand, placing it in our front storage box, before I lifted her into my arms, carrying her across the porch and out into the forest. We belong together, I murmured, kissing along her jaw. I loved my pack, but right now Grace and I needed some alone time. We needed nature to renew us. You don't have to carry me. I know how tired you are. Grace lifted her face and our lips met briefly. I'm not tired. And I need to carry you. I need to feel you alive in my arms. She didn't argue, and settled in against me. We were silent as I took us deeper into the forest, my dragon content, my sorcery too. I was learning how to deal with both of them. In a few months there would be no issue at all. I headed to one of my favorite spots in the forest. An open area surrounded by pine trees. Grace let out a chuckle when I set her down. This is why you always smell like a piney mint tree. I come here a lot. It's where I think. If she looked around she'd see plenty of evidence of my years here. Carvings in the trees, magic spell marks, discarded spell ingredients. As if she heard that, Grace ran her hand across one of the broad trunks. I stepped up next to her and she looked up at me. These are my initials. I nodded, wrapping my arms around her. I always saw you, Grace Carter. Her pupils dilated then as she wet her lips. Desire shot straight through me and I let out a low growl, pulling her closer. Spinning around, I pressed her into the tree that held her initials, my lips hungrily landed on hers. We kissed for a long time, our mouths moving together, bodies rocking into each other. She wrenched her head back, breathing ragged as she cried out. My lips were on her neck, and I slowly slid a hand up under her shirt, needing to feel her skin. Her low cry sounded again and everything inside of me tightened. Losing all patience, I leaned back and gripped her shirt, preparing to tear it from her body. A memory paused me though, the one of Grace with her cousin. He had torn her shirt, and I would do nothing to remind her of that. With as much gentleness as I could manage, I slowly slid her shirt up and over her head, holding her off the rough tree. Is this okay? I asked, my eyes locked on her light ones. Yes, it's so okay, she panted, staring up at me with swollen lips and those bewitching eyes. They already seemed like such a part of her. What few beams of moonlight cut through the canopy reflected off her jeweled skin. There was a lot of it on display, and I found myself pressing my lips to the swell of her breasts. I moved across them, licking and kissing. You're so fucking beautiful, I whispered, struck by how incredible she was. She grabbed up a handful of my shirt. If you stop, I'm going to hurt you. With a half smile, I had all of her clothes off in a flash of magic. The tree was too rough for her skin, but a rug was easy to come by when you were a sorcerer. It was thick across the forest floor, and then I had her naked beneath me. My lips grazed hers, I descended lower, picking up where I left off just before. As I kissed along her jaw, I couldn't stop my groan. She tasted so fucking good. I heard that, mate. Already our bond was kicking in stronger. I could taste you all day. My tongue caressed her firm, pink nipple and she gasped, arching even further. The need between us grew so strong, a real, tangible thing. As my tongue continued to run across her nipple, my right hand dragged up the side of her hips, moving lower again to stroke her inner thigh. I brushed against her folds and her wetness coated my fingers. Her small cry was lost in the night air, both of her hands clenched on the side of the rug we lay upon. I slowly slid one finger inside of her, moving my mouth to the other nipple. It would be unfair to neglect it. Grace started to ride my hand, and I quickly inserted another finger, and then a third. She said my name with force, and I lifted my head to cover her lips, my hand continuing to move. I need you inside of me. Now. She was breathy and demanding and I loved it. I removed my fingers, one at a time, slowly stroking her. When my hand was free, I lifted my fingers and drew my tongue across the dampness she had left behind. Her slick sweetness had my senses going crazy, my body on fire as everything inside of me roared with need. She tugged my shirt off, and magicked my pants and boots away. I was commando, as usual. Grace's eyes widened as I placed a hand on either side of her head, holding my body slightly off her. I always knew the compasses were over Akiva's, she said, her wide eyes locked on my dick. But seriously, do you have a flaw? I shrugged. Had one once. It was overrated. She snorted, shaking her head, thick hair tumbling out across the rug. Surrounded by nature, she looked like a wood nymph sprawled out before me. I had to kiss her again, I couldn't help myself. Do we need to worry about birth control? I wasn't sure how she felt about kids. The few things I had picked up from her made me think she wasn't ready. She paused for a beat, shaking her head. I'm not fertile right now, and even if I was, I think it would be okay. Relief rocked through me. I wanted young of my own. It didn't have to be today, or even this year, but eventually. So it was nice to know that Grace wasn't completely opposed to the idea. There was no more talking after that. Our mouths met, and in one smooth move I sheathed myself deep inside of her. I hadn't expected for 1 second she was a virgin. Soups were pretty sexually advanced, active from a young age, but she was tight, so I let her adjust to my size for a moment before starting to move slowly. Her low moans increased as she lifted her legs and wrapped them tightly around my waist, meeting every stroke. I could tell when she started to get close, her pupils dilated and she was clenching hard around me. Our mate bond, so fragile since Fairy, was suddenly thrumming with energy, like a thick rope of steel. Oh my god, Ty, I'm gonna come. Fuck. She didn't curse a lot, and I found it hot as hell. I groaned as my own release started to build. Picking up the pace, I slammed into her and she cried out, clenching tightly around me. The sounds of her orgasm filled the forest and sent me right over the edge. With a few last strokes, I spilled inside of her. The intensity of my emotions felt like they were crushing my chest. We lay together for a beat, our harsh breathing mingling. I wasn't sure I'd ever had sex like that before, with our minds and energy so open to each other. It was almost as if I were the virgin, experiencing it all for the first time. That was amazing, Grace said breathlessly. Can we do it again? I laughed, rolling over so I wouldn't crush her with my weight. I brought her with me, our bodies still locked together for a moment, before I slid free from her warmth. If I didn't know I was going to have her again in like 3 minutes, I'd have been disappointed. Tucking her into my side, I said, baby, we're going to do that so many times you won't be able to walk. Not sure I can walk now, she admitted. I wrapped my arms tightly around her, and she wriggled even closer to me. I love you, Tyson. My chest clenched. I love you too, Grace. I fucking love you. She laughed. I should have expected you'd get a fuck in there somewhere. Oh, I'm going to get more than one fuck in, don't you worry. My teasing was met with a snort and slap to the shoulder. I was relieved to see true happiness lighting up her face, even if she held a lot of confusion and inner sadness within. She was dealing, though, and I would be with her every step of the way. As she wiggled against me, my dick grew hard again, and she raised both eyebrows. I expected her to say something smart-ass, but she just ran a hand down my body and wrapped it around me. I'm ready. I loved her so hard in that moment it actually hurt. Releasing me, she slid herself up on top. I reached up and cupped her face, doing a half sit-up and capturing her lips. Good thing you have like 20-ish abs, hey. She laughed as she pulled back. Otherwise that would have been a hard pose to hold. She shifted on top of me and I forgot everything I had been about to say. Placing my hands on her hips, I steadied her movements, bringing her into position and sliding up into her. She stilled, before leaning forward, and with her hands on my chest, started to move, her hips rocking slowly as she took me as deep inside as it was possible to go, red hair trailing down across her breasts. I lifted my hands to cup them, she filled each of my palms, and as our pace started to increase, I flicked my thumbs across her nipples. She cried out, and leaned down to kiss me. It was a desperate, needy kiss, and I gave her everything I had. The fates might have brought us together, but I would have chosen her no matter what. She was my forever. Grace Carter. I slept the night away in the forest. Well, there was a little bit of sleep, and a whole lot of lovemaking. Tyson was insatiable, taking me in every way possible, and then still thinking up new positions. He was quite inventive in the bedroom. Forest, whatever, and I would never complain that I was unsatisfied with him as my mate. The sun was just rising when we set out, hand in hand, to make our way home. Home. It was so odd to me that I would be able to call that beautiful log cabin home, but it felt right. What are you thinking? He asked me. He could have tapped into my thoughts. I didn't have a barrier up and our bond was as strong as ever. But we were respecting each other's privacy at the moment. Just that I finally have a real home. Not one built on lies and secrecy and hate. My grandma had clearly kept me around and indulged in a pretend relationship to make sure she had my blood at hand when she needed it so she could return to Fairy. She had betrayed me so badly, my heart ached when I dwelled on it for too long. Which was why I was making a concerted effort to move forward. I couldn't even think about how she might have killed my dad, Gramps, and Mum. Nope, I would not think on that. You have a big family now, Grace. You won't have to worry about being alone, or being betrayed again. The conviction in his voice was strong, and I tilted my head back so he knew I needed a kiss. He was too tall for me to stealth attack him for one. His lips were warm as he brushed them over mine. That heat trailed its way to my stomach, and then even lower. My toes practically curled as desire washed over me. One night of sex and now I was addicted. Tyson chuckled as he pulled away, linked our hands together again, and we started walking once more. I think I'm going to give up my seat on the council. I wasn't surprised, I'd felt him thinking on it through the night. In between all the sex, there had been some thinking time. I had to ask though, are you sure? You know you have the skills and power to govern the magic users. There was no hesitation in his reply, more than sure. Something tells me you're going to spend a lot of time in Fairy, and I will be where you are. I just can't give the position. Our people, the time they deserve. I wasn't quite ready to deal with the fairy princess thing yet. Like with my parents, I preferred to live in denial a little longer. But he was right, I would most definitely make my way back there soon to see the land of my birth. To meet the rest of the Iceland nation. We also need to free Louis, Tyson added. That can't wait a moment longer. It really couldn't. He was intricately tied to everything that happened. He had saved us as babies, something I just realized I had in common with Jessa and Misha. Another tie to my family. What's the plan? I jumped over a fallen log, kicking out at a small pile of leaves. It was already warm, despite the early hour. A dryness in the air. Tyson scooped me up from behind, holding me close before letting me slide down his body. We stayed pressed together for a moment, before he answered, I'm sure Jessa is already packed and ready to go get her brother. She'll have a plan. She most definitely would. We started out again, our pace much quicker. When the house came into sight, he lifted my hand and pressed his lips to it, and a single tear trickled from my eye. His tawny depths darkened, lighting up with gold streaks. I'm just happy, I said in response to his silent question. It might have been a bittersweet happiness, but it was there all the same. You make me really happy. The gold disappeared then. You're my everything, Grace. I'm never going to stop trying to make you happy, and I'm going to destroy anyone who hurts you. In true Tyson fashion, he slew me with those words. Sweet, heartfelt, real. Our journey was only just beginning. We had plenty of battles and trials ahead of us, but all of that felt insignificant right now. In this moment, I knew that no matter what was thrown at us, we could handle it. Together. Watch out for Louis' story, coming early 2018.